Good afternoon. I would like to call to order the June 24th, 2020 public meeting of the Virginia Beach Planning Commission. My name is Dee Oliver, and I serve as the chairman of the Planning Commission. Before we get started, I've asked Commissioner Edmond to lead us in prayer, and this will be followed by the pledge led by Commissioner Horsley. So if we'll please stand.
Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance and wisdom. As we begin this hearing today, guide our hearts and our minds in the spirit of fairness, right thought, and speech. Help us to remember our responsibility to serve our community with insight, guided by understanding, wisdom, and respect for all. As we make decisions today, help us promote the common good as we work together for the betterment of our great city. As trusted servants, we seek blessings on our deliberations and on our efforts here today. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner. At this time, I've asked Commissioner Wall to introduce the members of the commission.
Thank you. I'm going to start with my left, and then I'm going to come to the planning director. To my left is George Alcaraz, and he represents the Beach District. He is a contractor. Next to him is Don Horsley. He is at large, and he is a farmer. Next to him is Dee Oliver. She is a funeral director, and she is at large. Next to her is David Weiner, and he's in commercial sales, and he represents Kempsville District. And next to him is Mike Inman. He's a lawyer. He is at large. On the other side of him is Steve Barnes, and he represents the Princess Anne District, and he is at large. Steve Barnes represents the Princess Anne District, and he's a farmer. Whitney Graham is next to him, and he represents the Lynn Haven District, and he's in commercial real estate. And adjacent to him is John Costin, and he is a retired fire captain, and he is at large. And next to him is Robin Klein, and she's a medical social worker, and she represents the Centerville District. And our planning director is Bobby Tahan, and Mr. Tahan, if you can introduce your staff, we appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. Seated next to me is Deputy City Attorney Kay Wilson. And starting with planning staff, we have Waddell, planner 3, that leads our planning administration team here, along with Marshall Coleman, Bill Landfair, Jonathan Sanders, and zoning administrator Kevin Kemp. We also do have other staff available to answer stormwater questions and traffic questions. They're located in other portions of the building at the time. So if you do have questions related to other portions of development, please give us a moment to have them called up during that time. I also want to call out Kevin Fairley, also with IT, who's helping us with our virtual portion of the meeting as we're doing both virtual and in-person meetings today.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Mr. Landfair is going to read the rules for us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today's meeting is being held both virtually and in person in order to comply with proper social distancing guidelines. The Virginia Beach Planning Commission takes pride in being fair and courteous to all parties in attendance. It is important that all involved understand how the Commission normally conducts its meetings. It is equally important that everyone treat each other and the members of the Commission with respect and civility. The Commission requests that if you have a cell phone, please either silence it or turn it off while in the chamber. This is an abbreviated explanation of the rules. The complete set of rules is located in the front of the Planning Commission agenda. Following is the order of business for this public hearing. Withdrawals and deferrals. The chairman will ask if there are any requests to withdraw or defer an item on the agenda. Consideration of these requests will be made first. Consent agenda. Second order of business is the consideration of the consent agenda, which are those items that the Planning Commission believe are unopposed and which have favorable staff recommendation. Regular agenda. The The commission will then proceed with the remaining items on the regular agenda. Speakers in support or opposition of an agenda item will have 3 minutes to speak unless they are solely representing a large group, such as a civic league or homeowners association, in which case they will have 10 minutes. Speakers who are participating virtually today, please mute any additional devices you have in the room to avoid any unnecessary background noise and/or the possibility of echoing and reverberation. Please note that once your name is called, you should wait 3 seconds before speaking to ensure the Planning Commission hears your complete remarks. Please begin your comments by identifying yourself. Also, do not ask, "Can you hear me?" as only one feed is open at a time to minimize the echo reverberation, and as such, you will be unable to hear a response. Please note that the actions taken by the Commission today are in the form of a recommendation to the Virginia Beach City Council. The final decision to approve or disapprove an application will be made by the City Council. The Commission thanks you for your attendance, and we hope that your experience here today leaves you feeling that you have been heard and treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. The first order of business is the consideration of requests to withdraw or defer an item. If you signed up to speak, you'll be called upon. However, please speak only to the matter of the withdrawal or the deferral and not to the merits of the item. There are no items requesting a withdrawal today, so we will move on to the 3 applications requesting to be deferred. Oh, excuse me?
Sorry.
Jahan.
Ms. Oliver, I apologize. I do want to note for the record, Mr. Edmund has joined the meeting.
Yes, thank you. Agenda, so we are going to go right to the deferred items, and they will be agenda items number 4, 6, and 8. The first application is agenda item number 4, the application of EquiKids and EquiVets Therapeutic Riding Program for conditional rezoning from conditional P1 Preservation District to a condition Ag 2 Agriculture District for the property located at 2626 Heritage Park Drive, Princess Anne District. The applicant's representative, Mr. Eddie Bourdon, has signed up to speak. Mr. Bourdon is attending the hearing virtually. Mr. Bourdon, please pause for 3 seconds before speaking, and the floor is now yours. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Eddie Bourdon, Virginia Beach Attorney, representing EquiKids. We would formally request an indefinite deferral of the application and express our appreciation to Mr. Landfair and staff for working with us on this matter. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions or comments from the commission regarding the request for a deferral?
I think we just, in the meeting this morning, we said 2 weeks.
That's what
but
he
it's
said.
been indefinite.
Definite,
It's indefinite.
so it is indefinite. Okay? Any others? The second application requesting deferral is agenda item number 6, an application of Hunt Club of Virginia Beach, Inc., for modification of conditions for an outdoor recreational facility for the properties located at 2356, 2380, 2388, 2400, 2412, and 2416 London Bridge Road, Princess Anne District. The applicant's representative, Mr. Carl Eason, has signed up to speak. Mr. Eason is attending the hearing virtually. Mr. Eason, welcome, and please pause for 3 seconds before speaking. The floor is now yours. Mr. Eason, are you with us? No. All right. Well, we're going to go forward with that deferral. And do we have any questions or comments of the commission regarding this request for deferral? No? All right. Hearing none, the last application requesting deferral is agenda item number 8. It's an application of Tony J. Sadie and Lena A. Azard Sadie for subdivision variance to section 4.4B of the subdivision regulations of property located at 5052 Lord Felton Lane in the Bayside District. The applicants, Mr. and Mrs. Sadie, are attending the hearing virtually. Mr. and Mrs. Sadie, please pause for 3 seconds before speaking to request your deferral, and the floor is now yours.
Mr. Mayor and Commission, thank you. I wasn't aware we were going to be on this particular agenda today. It was postponed to July 8th, so I'm surprised that we're even on. I'm attending virtually to just see how the meeting is conducted.
Mr. Sadie, you are on our agenda to officially defer your application until the July 8th hearing. So what we are asking, do you agree with the deferral until then?
I do. Thank you for your time.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions of the commission regarding this application? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move approval to defer item 4 indefinitely, item 6 indefinitely, and item 8 for 2 weeks.
Second.
Okay. Hearing a second, a motion to defer applications 4, 6, and 8 has been noted. And it has been made by Commissioner Weiner and seconded by Mr. Horsley. Are there any planning commissioners abstaining on these items to be deferred? Seeing none, staff will verbally call for the vote. Marshall?
If you are in favor of motion, say yes, and if you are opposed, say no. I'll call your name. Mr. Alcaraz?
Yes.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Mr. Costin?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Horsley?
Yes.
Mr. Inman?
Yes.
Ms. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Redmond?
Yes.
Mr. Wall?
Yes.
Mr. Weiner?
Yes.
Ms. Oliver?
Yes.
By a recorded vote of 11 for and 0 against by commissioners, By a recorded vote of 11 for and 0 against, the following items, item 4, item 6, and item 8 have been deferred with the noted indications of 4 and 6 being indefinitely deferred and item 8 being deferred until July the 8th.
Thank you. The next order of business is the consent agenda, and I've asked our Vice Chair, David Weiner, to handle this portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next order of business is the consent agenda. These are the applications recommended for approval by staff, and the Planning Commission concurred. There are no speakers signed up in opposition. The Planning Commission places the following applications on the consent agenda, items 1, 2, and 9. The Planning Commission also places the following applications for the conditional use permit for short-term rentals on the consent agenda as they meet the applicable requirements of sections 2401.2 of the zoning ordinance. Staff and Planning Commission supports the applications, and there are no speakers signed up to comment. Items 10, 12, 13, and 14. Before I make a motion, I'll pause to ask staff to confirm that there are any speakers in opposition in the lobby or building 19. Again, that's items 1, 2, 9, 10, 12, 13, and 14.
There are no known speakers in opposition.
Thank you, sir. I move that the following items be approved for the consent agenda. Items 1, 2, 9, 10, 12, 13, and 14.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Great. Hearing a second, a motion has been approved for the applications of 1, 2, 9, 10, 12, 13, and 14 as noted has been made by Commissioner Weiner and seconded by Mr. Alcaraz. Are there any planning commissioners abstaining on these items to be deferred? If not, staff will verbally call for the vote. And Michelle?
If you are in favor of the motion, say yes, and if you're opposed, please say no. Mr. Alcaraz?
Yes.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Mr. Costin?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Horsley?
Yes.
Mr. Inman?
Yes.
Ms. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Redmond?
Yes.
Mr. Wall?
Yes.
Mr. Weiner?
Yes.
And Mrs. Oliver.
Yes.
By a recorded vote of 11 for, and 0 against, the following items 1, 2, 9, 10, 12, 13, and 14 have been approved by consent.
Thank you. If you had an application that was on the consent agenda, your request will now be scheduled for an upcoming city council meeting. Staff will contact you about the date so that others may attend in the chamber. Please exit via the side door. If you're watching virtually, you are free to exit or stay and watch. Thank you for your participation today. The next order of business is the regular agenda, and staff will introduce the first application.
Mr. Horsley,
Yeah.
you needed to do a declaration in regard to the first one. You did it in our informal, but if you'd repeat that, please, on the William Mark Convoy application.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to relay the fact that we do farm that little piece of land, about 2.5 or 3 acres, in front of Mr. Convoy's house, and it's no economic benefit to us.
Okay, great. There are 3 applications on the regular agenda, item 3, 7, 11, and 5. Due to the large number of speakers for item 5 today, I do have a motion to reorder the applications to hear item 3 first, 7 next, followed by item 11, and then item 5. Do I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I move to follow the, change the order of the items to 3, 5, 11, and 7.
Second.
Did you say it right?
No?
No. Mm-mm. We're going to change it to 3, 7, 11, and
3,
then
7,
5.
I'm sorry, 3, 7, okay, 11 and 5, that's right. I think I even had it.
Yeah. All right, I need a second, please.
Second.
All right, great. Well, the staff call for the vote, please.
If you are in favor of this motion, say yes, and if you're opposed, say no. Mr. Alcaraz?
Yes.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Mr. Costin?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Horsley?
Yes.
Mr. Inman?
Yes.
Ms. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Redmond?
Yes.
Mr. Wall?
Yes.
Mr. Weiner?
Yes.
And Ms. Oliver?
Yes.
By a recorded vote of 11 for and 0 against, you have approved reordering the agenda as noted.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the first item on today's regular agenda is Agenda Item 3, Harris Teeter Properties Incorporated for a conditional use permit request for an automobile service station at 4540 Princess Anne Road in the Kempsville District. The applicant's representative is Randy Royal. Mr. Royal, you have up to 10 minutes. Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
I want to pass something out?
Sure.
Your hand on Zoom.
At the risk of getting in trouble, I'm going to take that off so y'all can hear me. Randy Royal, business address Kimley Horn Associates, here to represent the Harris Teeter application. Good afternoon. Harris Teeter is looking to do a gas station out in front of their existing grocery store facility at Brenneman Park, or Brenneman Farm. Staff has recommended approval, but I want to speak to stipulation number 9, which is no outdoor vending machines and/or display of merchandise shall be permitted. Jonathan spoke to you a little bit about it in the pre-briefing. So the retail design guidelines say that vending machines shall not be visible from a public street. If they are present, building facades should include an area screened from public streets but visible to security personnel. Understand this, there's a lot of businesses around the city that just put stuff out front. They put vending machines out there. It's pretty ugly. There is an exception in there that the planning director can allow this, provided that it doesn't hinder the look of the facility. I mean, the retail design guidelines allow that. So I've given you pictures there of the Harris Teeter facility at Princess Anne and Sandbridge Road, which they're operating right now with the outdoor merchandising. I think that's the one that Jonathan mentioned, that it got missed because it came through about 4 years ago. but it's a nice operation. They have vending machines in the middle, they have an ice machine. We're looking to do the same thing here, but are willing to put additional things on it, brick walls to make it look nicer, to have it less visible, if visible at all, from the road. The vending machines might be visible, but that would, with cars in there, I doubt you're going to see that much. That's the rendering there. That's kind of what you see. You can see from the side. Behind the cars, there's a couple of vending machines in there. That's what we're proposing to do. We're hoping that you'll see fit to go along with that. But I also wanted to speak to, and as Mr. Ewan here from the neighborhood across the street, he's going to speak to you about some concerns he has, and I've been trying to work with him on those and point him in the right direction. And I don't intend to speak for him, but what he told me, he had issues with traffic, the intersection movements, emergency access to their neighborhood, parking on their entry road, Brenneman Trail, and originally didn't want the gas station on that out parcel on that corner, but we spoke earlier, and I think he's okay with that now. I've looked at the intersection. We've looked at some things that could be done, but I've also talked, and I don't see him, Rick Lohman, the city traffic engineer, about it, and he said they have a procedure. They have a gentleman, and I've given Mr. Ewan the gentleman's name, where traffic will take counts, will look into these matters, and if it's appropriate to put in, and what I think they were looking for, some additional signage or a protected left turn, then the city would consider doing that. So I've put them in contact with him. There's some parking issues that possibly could go away, but again, I'll let him speak to it. I'll answer any questions he has. From our standpoint, as I said, Harris Teeter runs a nice operation. Princess Anne and Sandbridge is a good example of that. I'm hopeful that you will take stipulation number 9 off. We're willing to put, and the last 2 photos in there are the brick walls, like around the ice machine and the propane tank exchange, that we could dress this up to make it look even nicer and less visible, if visible at all, from the street. Propane tanks sit pretty far to the back. So, thank you. Oh, and I've got the Harris Teeter representative here. He's not going to speak, but he's here for any questions that you might have of Harris Teeter. Thank you for your time. I hope you'll see fit to recommend approval.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Madam Chair, there are 2 speakers. The first speaker is Garrett Marovitz. Mr. Marovitz, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
That's the Harris Teeter rep.
Okay.
He's here for questions.
All right, thank you. Madam Chair, the next speaker is Larry Ewan. Mr. Ewan, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee or council. Thank you for the opportunity. I do not represent officially the board of directors for Woodland Park, which is a part of Lexington Development between Princess Anne Road and South Independence off of South Plaza Trail. But I live directly across the street from Harris Teeter. I am not here in objection to Harris Teeter's effort to install a gas station. I'm familiar with it. I think it'll work. What we're concerned with are 3 things. Please, may I impose upon the council and Madam Chair to allow me the up to 10 minutes, since I'm speaking for over 350 families that live in the 3 condo developments of Nichols Park, Brenneman, and Woodland Park. We all have to be served by a single entrance and exit. We have one way in and one way out.
Excuse me 1 second, sir, and I don't want to ruin your rhythm here, but unless you are actually representing the city council, I can't allow you 10 minutes. I can only give you 3.
Very well. I'm officially requesting that the Planning Commission ask the traffic control people to do a study of the traffic flow, specifically at the left turn lanes out of the shopping center and out of Brenneman Trail. The 2 conflict, and in fact, exiting Brenneman Trail is impossible to be able to make the left turn and wind up in the left lane on South Plaza Trail. the median sticks well into the intersection. And one of my motivations for a traffic signal for left turn is that it would be very costly for the city to attempt to pull that nose back, as there is a drop inlet at that location. But left turn control would alleviate any issues whatsoever that occur now when traffic is facing each other, and most folks do not use their turn signal when they're going to make a left turn out of the shopping center. And the conflict that exists for people coming out of Brenneman Trail has created some near accidents, as I observed in the last 3 days. The same situation occurs repeatedly. Left turn arrows would correct that. The last comment that I'm going to make in my time that's available is location, location, location. The sign that was placed at the street about the development and the planning board is 320 feet from the nearest practical parking space to go and read that sign. 2 out of 10 people in the neighborhoods take the newspaper. A week ago, we received the letter of the notification, and that is what stimulated my presence here and my discussions with Mr. Royal and Mr. Sanders. Somewhere along the line, if we want people involved in the city, we have to take note of the fact that nobody is going to stop in a left turn lane and read a sign. Nobody's going to go and park 320 feet away in our busy society. There was no other previous notification other than the newspaper, and 2 out of 10 people take it. I don't take it. I get my news from Pilot Online, and that doesn't appear in there. So, Madam Chair, as a result of my presence here, I would hope that maybe you would ask, through your council, to have traffic take a serious analysis and look at that intersection for traffic controls to improve the safety. And in doing so, they will realize that the city owns Brenneman Trail, and people park on that in the legitimate area and they're both sides, and it narrows our access in and out to a single lane. I've watched school buses, I've watched fire equipment come in and out. It is the only access for over 350 homes. In lieu of putting another access in, widen that by preventing parking on Brenneman Trail from South Plaza Trail to the first driveway in our neighborhoods.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you for all the good work that all of you have done in the city of Virginia Beach. I've been here for 46 years in that neighborhood. Kempsville is home.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Before does anybody have any questions? Can we get Rick Bloman in, and let's just take a couple of questions with him and see where he is with us, please.
We'll get Mr. Lemon out.
I tried texting him. I'll try to locate him.
Okay. We're going to pause. I think he's... have to wait a minute, so if y'all will be patient with us today, because we're going to have to be getting people from different buildings and different rooms because of social distancing.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ton, the notification on the adjacent property owners, I mean, how many went out since there's condos across the street?
So, depending on the addresses, we'll have to pull it up. But,
Okay. But everybody gets notified adjacent?
those that are adjacent are directly across the street from it. So it may have gone, depending on how our GIS pulled it, it might have went to the condo association or to those condo owners that are just within that adjacency. But we can pull that up.
There he is.
Go check.
All right. I'm assuming you're going to ask me about.
I am. I'm going to ask you about traffic and the entrance to the neighborhood and
Okay.
the median and everything that seems to, and the fact that it's the only entrance into the neighborhood, and I,
Okay, well, this is the first that we had heard of this. Actually, I talked with Randy yesterday about it a little bit. So what I told him was that we would study this. I mean, this is kind of an aside from this application. I mean, if they're having these issues and they'd like us to study it, we could study it. It may be a little bit of time before we can actually do some traffic counts out there because of the pandemic. Traffic volumes are down right now. So anything that we do isn't going to be a full measure of the true traffic. So we have put traffic counts on hold like this for a little bit. But we will definitely study it. And like Randy said, Mr. Royal said, he gave him the phone number or the name of the person to call to request this study. We'll take a look at the median as well. I mean, we'll see if the median needs to be cut back or whether there needs to be a left turn arrow. So we'll take a look at all those things. And as far as the parking and the width of Brenneman Trail, I originally thought it was a private drive because all those roads are, but Brenneman is a public roadway to the turnaround, and then the different apartments or the different condos kind of split off of it as private streets. So as far as only one access, that's not an issue that we'd get into. As far as providing a second access point, like I told Mr. Royal yesterday, if they're requesting another access point, they can build one. And obviously planning and DSC and the rest of the city would have to review it. But I don't think it's a city kind of responsibility to build access.
wait.
Anything else?
Any other questions? Mr. Lemon? No. Okay.
All right,
Thank
thanks.
you very much.
Yep.
Ms. Oliver, to answer Mr. Alvarez's question, we may have 461 adjacent property owners.
Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. All right, where are we, Bill?
There are no more known speakers, Madam Chair.
All right. So, Randy, you want to come back up? No, I want to express.
Certainly. Again, I don't anticipate, I mean, there's not a traffic problem per se. Certainly you put something new in, like a gas station, there's going to be traffic there, but understand it's not a destination. It's not bringing new people to the site. Most of the customers are going to be people going to the grocery store or people that are driving by anyway. We've worked with staff, and I forgot Mr. Wall asked a question earlier about the access. We did talk to traffic engineering about where that access is out, and yeah, it would be better to have it further back and get more room to get in the queue, but to get the gas tanker around, we need to have it there. They can't get back up and then almost make a U-turn. That's just how the traffic flow works on that. So again, I've worked with Mr. Ewan to tell him what needs to happen there and how we can, and I'll continue to help him contact him, but I'm sure Rick's folks will take care of him. The outdoor merchandising, though, that's the big thing. Otherwise, staff is fine with this. It's just something that is integral to the Harris Teeter, trying to get folks so they can pull in, get the things they need, and not make another stop going out. I believe, as you can see from those pictures there, that we can make it quite attractive. It's not going to be a detriment to the facility. So that's our ask today. Thank you.
You have a question?
Yes, I do. Mr. Royal, after reading this, I did some driving around, and I noticed we approved 5 or 6 of these since I've been on the planning commission. I know we talked about this morning with staff, but when we did this, we didn't have anything to do about screening any type of vending machines or any ice makers or anything like that. And if you go to these right now, they're outside, and that's just the way it is. But so I would personally, if it comes around to this, I'd like to modify item number 9 to have all vending machines screened from public view, or in your, how do you feel as being the applicant, have that worded? It's just because the ice machines and so forth would need to be screened, stuff like that.
The ice machine, the propane tank thing, we can screen. The vending machines go in the middle, and Can you guys pull the rendering back up, please?
Yeah, we're actually looking at it.
Yeah. So, I mean, you literally, that one in the bottom left there, that's kind of what you'd see with cars there. You see the vending machines behind it. I can't fully screen that. You're going to see a little bit of it, but to me, it really doesn't seem egregious. The bottom right is the ice machine there, as they typically do, but as I've given you a photo there of where we can put brick walls, put a roof on top of it so that it matches with the architecture. And that's what we would propose to do the additional architecture for these things.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. All right, I'm going to close this now and just open it to the commissioners for a discussion or a motion. I do have one question, if you plan on making a motion. Who's it? Bill, are you the, let me ask you, we started about this proffer on number 9 for the vending machines and display of merchandise. And I think we had a discussion earlier today at the informal about those, and I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. We do not approve those, is that correct? We have not approved, hey, Jonathan.
I can speak to that.
Please do.
Yes. Historically, like for the past 10 or more years, most, if not, most of our conditional use permits do have that item as a condition for automobile service stations. I know I've worked on 3 personally that did speak to that, and some of our recent ones as well, as recent as 2019, also had that condition listed.
And am I correct, correct my memory this morning, that the one that did was because the condition was accidentally left out of an application?
Right, there was one in 2016 that did not have that. Staff must have overlooked that at that time. But we've continued on past that in 2017 to present, having that condition consistently as a part of this request, these types of requests.
So 9 has always been in there. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
All right,
Anybody
thank
have
you.
any questions for Mr. Sanders?
No.
No? Oh, Whitney, do you have a question?
Well, my question is really for Mr. Tahan. So when Mr. Royal was giving his presentation, he said that the planning director is able to make an exception as long as there is screening. Is that correct?
So, per the zoning ordinance requirements for the retail design standards, there is an option if to allow for, in building design, which includes the vending machines, for the planning director to modify the requirements. So that is there, but that's in the retail design guidelines. What we recommended is what's consistent with what we have done for, regardless of what those guidelines say, for any of the other requests that have been made for automobile service stations or gas pumps.
Gotcha. So to be clear, all the vending machines and ice machines, propane tanks that we see out at all the other gas stations that have been approved, basically, those applicants, once they got built, they just did it.
Correct.
So this applicant's actually asking for
Mr. Sanders has went back and reviewed all the reports for the last 10 or so years and seeing this a consistent condition, except for one where it was missed by staff. So if the other ones are probably violations, we do need to go take a look at those as they've been brought up to us. So.
Mike?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the application subject to a modification of condition number 9 to say outdoor vending machines and display of merchandise shall be permitted if screening for such items approved by the planning director is provided.
I'll second that.
Call vote?
Well, hold on.
Oh, Dave?
We were still in discussion.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Dave?
So I do want to make one point there. I really don't think we should be presuming to decide things on the basis of, well, that's what we've done before. I mean, that's just not how you do things. I mean, there are dozens of these things in service stations that are violations, as you say. And when you have a highly professional organization that intends to do something in a very well-designed and professional way, I would hate to penalize them because there are scofflaws who don't do it that way. And I don't know what possible difference it could make if the ice machine is up against the supermarket, which they are today, or the ice machine is where the gas pumps are, except you have to make 2 visits. And in days when we're all wearing masks, I'd kind of prefer not to make 2 visits. I'd kind of like to make 1. So it seems to me quite silly that we would just say, nah, that's what we've always done. That's not a reason, in my view. I can't for the life of me figure out what's wrong with having vending machines, ice machines, and the like displayed as he's indicated and shown to us, where you get your gas, you can make 1 stop. It's far more efficient that way. And I think, very frankly, we need to revisit not just the fact that we put that condition in there, but the fact we have, as an attitude, well, that's just kind of the way we've done it. That's not really the way you function, I think, in these days particularly. So I'm happy to support the motion. I would have, I think the screening that he's shown us is adequate in my view, and it looks attractive. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Jack?
I kind of agree with Dave. I don't think that it, however, was, it's just random. I think that it's, I applaud this condition. I think that it's, I think it's a good condition, and I think that it's one that it's been fair. And I think it should be fairly applied, across the board. I think it does improve aesthetics of these commercial establishments, and so in my opinion, I think it should stay in. I think that we should, keep condition number 9 in, and it's my opinion, but yeah, I like it in there.
Anybody else? We have a motion on the floor. So I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. Do I have any planning, hold on, because they got me on script because of this virtual thing, so I'm a little, you'll have to give me a chance. Are there any planning commissioners that need to abstain from that? Okay. So we'll call for the verbal vote. Marshall, please.
Sure. If you are in favor of the motion, say yes. If you are opposed, say no.
Just to note, the motion is with a modified condition 9 that allows the outdoor vending machines with appropriate screening approved by the planning director.
By your, by your discretion.
Before we do that,
Yes.
So I've got another question. So for applications in the future, is it going to be consistent that we keep that going forward? So, maybe that's a discussion after this, but that number 9 gets modified for every single application now that comes forward, is that if they have screening, upon the approval of the planning director.
We will have to revisit it. We look at these case by case again. So, but we understand, we're hearing what the planning commission is saying at this point.
Okay.
Great, thank you. All right, Michelle.
Okay. If you're in favor, say yes, and if you're opposed, please say no. Mr. Alcaraz?
Yes.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Mr. Costin?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Horsley?
Yes.
Mr. Inman?
Yes.
Ms. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Redmond?
Yes.
Mr. Wall?
Yes.
Mr. Weiner?
Yes.
Ms. Oliver?
Yes.
By a recorded vote of 11 for and 0 against, item 3 is hereby recommended for approval by the Planning Commission with the noted change to condition number 9 that allows the vending machines with proper screening to be approved by the Planning Director.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Mr. Lanfair, will you please call the next item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item on today's agenda is Agenda Item 7, Wolf Brothers Events LLC for conditional use permit request for an assembly use at 1145 Princess Anne Road in the Princess Anne District. The applicant's representative is R.J. Nutter. Mr. Nutter, you have up to 10 minutes. Please state your name for the record. Thank Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ledfair. For the record, my name's R.J. Nutter. I'm an attorney. I represent Wolf Brothers, and I'm pleased to be here today, and I especially want to thank you for moving the agenda. We were behind failure, so this is a big treat for us, so thank you very much. I do have some handouts for you, if you don't mind. I'm not sure the right procedure. Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. As indicated, I represent the Wolf Brothers, and a little bit about Jeff and his brother Dan. They are Virginia Beach boys who were raised here. They went to to Kellam High School, and their careers have been in and out of Virginia Beach, and they wanted to come back here, retire, and start a small business. So they purchased this property on Princess Anne Road. It's 1145 Princess Anne Road. And they wanted to open a small event venue for corporate meetings and for weddings. And I would tell you that since they filed this application, they've had beyond measure the number of people have called from the Pungo area who wanted to have a wedding at this residence because they grew up in Pungo. In fact, the first wedding, if this is approved, would be for a large family from Pungo who wanted to have far more people than we could even permit. So to say that I can clearly tell you there's a strong need and desire for a wedding venue like this in the Pungo area. And a couple things about them in this application. It is really the perfect site, and unlike any other application I've ever handled for an event venue with this much separation, screening, and preparation to go along with it. As you know, the venue itself was 1,300 feet from Princess Anne Road. It is located behind the existing home, which is right here. Let's see if this works. I'm not sure it works. It should work. Well, there we go. The existing home is right here. In fact, Jeff and his wife have moved in there, live there today. There's an existing barn that's located right here. They're starting to fix up. And then the venue location is right behind that, right here. So it is 1,300 feet away. It is 1,000 feet to the closest dwelling. And on top of that, they have the stormwater system was already designed and put in place. And there are 3 existing stormwater ponds today, and they've confirmed with their engineers that this can handle the small additional area that's being added for the barn. The parking area is a former area where they would do horse training and so forth. And so the good part about that is pervious and yet strong enough to support the parking. So 100% of the parking for this use is on the property over 1,000 feet from Princess Anne Road behind the existing residence. I've never seen an event like that planned anywhere else in the city of Virginia Beach. When weddings and corporate meetings are held in churches, in country clubs, in restaurants, surrounded by residential, much, much closer without any of these accommodations. So, and the other nice thing about this is the venue being located here, as you've seen from some of the aerials, this backs up to one of the large wetland estuary areas. So it's going to not bother anybody when they have a wedding, even with all the conditions that staff has put on here, which we agree with. So I just wanted you to know that all those conditions are acceptable, and a couple of things I'd point out about the conditions. The first is we agreed voluntarily to reduce the number of events that we have previously applied for from 50 to 30 a year. We also agreed to reduce the number of guests from 250 to 150. But to permit up to 5 of those 30 could be up to 250 because some of the demand in that very area. Another important point I'll point out to you is that one of the conditions requires that this be annually reviewed. So if there's a problem, it can be remedied. And the planning director has complete authority to go out there and make sure if there's a problem, it's addressed by the applicant, or he'll bring it back before the commission and the council. So none of those conditions exist on any of the facilities that I've ever done. All of them are perfect here, and there's a strong demand for this use. Now, in terms of outreach, I wanted to tell you, and they're passing along the letters now, and I appreciate that, Jonathan. Yes, sir. There are 2 adjacent property owners. First, right here, the 1,000 foot away, That's John and Joanne Henderson. They're actually excited about this. They came to speak in favor of this when it was on the agenda in October. We felt like with the Theory application, we didn't want to hold them up, so we asked them to simply sign a letter, which they've done. The other family is right here, and this is Mrs. Darden, Carol Webb Darden. She's lived at that location for over 50 years. She is excited. She said, "I will come to council if I can get in and out pretty quickly." So, and I understand that. So you have an application that meets every criteria you could ever think about for screening and for deployment of all the resources that are on the site entirely. All the conditions are acceptable, and the adjacent property owners are in favor. In addition to that, they went across the street. There's a small cul-de-sac, a little small neighborhood across the street. They went to every single one of those property owners, talked to them over the course of this period of time. No one had any objection. We understand you have one letter and one phone call in opposition. We're not sure where the person who did the phone call lives. But at any rate, I want you to know that every property owner right around this is in favor of this application. And I did have an opportunity to hear this morning's informal session, and I understand a couple of things. One is that this isn't a threat to the agricultural industry. This is a use that is routinely located in agricultural industries all over the state. It's in the wine country in Charlottesville, it's in Eastern Shore in the farm countries, because millennials like to have a wedding in a barn. For whatever reason, my son-in-law's wedding was in a barn, and that's fine. But I will tell you, it's not a rowdy event. Families pay thousands of dollars for these events. It's the best day of those families' lives, certainly one of the most memorable. And so this is a really wonderful event thing. This isn't a problem, and it's something we should celebrate. So in terms of the agricultural industry, we don't see ourselves as a threat to that. And especially now, hearing, Mr. Horsley, that the ordinance that you propose is coming up just next month. But I think the fair thing, even if that's adopted, is that we filed our application 1 year ago, in July of 2019. So it wouldn't be fair to change the rules on an applicant who's met with your staff, met with adjacent property owners, agreed to every condition they've been requested of them, have come here, purchased the property, and made accommodations to go forward. That's just not how we do things. We don't do it when we draft new ordinances, and we don't do things like that here in the General Assembly, quite frankly. One other thing I'll share with you is since moving here, they've tried to be really good neighbors and being fit into the community. So they've actually, all the lumber they've purchased for the improvements they're making on the existing barn have been through Creed's Hardware, even though they paid a higher price for that than they could have gone to Lowe's and got a lower price. Then in addition to that, Billy Conboy, who was the #1 item on your agenda today for a kennel down there. Billy has been hired to do the barn. He's very excited. He would have stayed, but his wife is having a baby today. And I know, I couldn't believe he was here, but nonetheless, his wife was having a baby, so he didn't feel like comfortable staying when he get home. And finally, we're working with Bennett's Creek Nursery right down the street and be planning a lavender farm where we can toward the front of this property. Because one of the things we heard from Agricultural Committee was that you're not doing any agriculture there. So we thought, fine, we'd like to do that anyway. We continue to have the horse monitoring operation and would add this growing operation as well, all using local contractors. So you've got a homegrown guy retiring in Virginia Beach, starting a small business, reached out to support of all the his neighbors, and worked with the Planning Commission to work for a recommendation of approval. So I would ask that you approve it. If the ordinance Mr. Horsley is proposing next month goes through, you won't have a proliferation of them, if that was your concern. So, but this is not a threat, and the people who would know the best would be the two adjacent neighbors, both of whom have appeared to appear before, and both of them now sign letters of support. So I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have. I appreciate it. And Mr. Horsley, I'm sorry, I never like to be opposite Mr. Horsley, quite frankly. Longtime friends, and but even friends can disagree sometimes. So at any rate, happy to answer any questions, Madam Chairman.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Nutter? Yes, Mr. Randy.
Yes, Mr.
I mean, I'm just finding out today that this ordinance is coming up. Did you know that it was coming up?
I didn't know. I knew, I would say this, we had deferred this application voluntarily to allow the city and staff to come up with an ordinance. I just didn't know what it would be or when. So since we'd waited 9 months, we felt like we had to go. So I was delighted to hear it's right behind us. So.
Well, what about, I mean, I'm just going to throw this out there.
That's right.
If this was deferred, so you could sit down with them with this ordinance and discuss it further, that'd be possible?
I don't think it would be. In fact, the ordinance in my mind is the perfect solution. Because the concern that was raised, at least by many in the agricultural community to me, was that this might proliferate. There might be hundreds of these coming forward, and that could undermine, in their minds, property values. It could undermine all sorts of things. So the fact that it's coming 1 month after us is perfect, because no other application you get in before that comes in now. So it's on the way. And again, we filed here a year ago. So
I understand that. I just don't feel like it's coming together.
I think it's
after hearing today, I'm just hearing this morning that the ordinance is coming out.
I understand.
I had no idea that was coming out. So
Right.
I just don't feel like this is, we're not talking together.
I think the difference is that they don't want any, and we feel like we deserve to have a shot at being one. That's the difference. And that would cut off what we were told was a major concern, that is the proliferation of these features. And there are several others down there today, so this would cut that off if that's the will of the Planning Commission and the council, and I don't know where that is. So.
Hold on, Mr. Nutter.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Redmond's got a question.
Certainly. Yes, Mr. Redmond.
You don't like opposing Mr. Horsley. I don't like opposing either one of you. So,
that's why
there's no easy spot here.
am.
I do want to make a couple clarifying points. First off,
Yes, sir.
one is, for what, a year? We've been requiring people to abide by stormwater standards based on sea level rise and the like for an ordinance I think we passed, 2 weeks ago, something like that. So it's not unheard of that we do kind of have a forward-looking opinion about how we do some of those things. We're doing it.
Right.
I've done it.
Exactly.
In a very high-profile way. And at the same time, there is a concern, Mr. Inman's been rather articulate about the nature of changing the character of certain parts of the city. And I'm speaking specifically of short-term rentals. It's a legitimate concern, I think, to say we're concerned that the nature of our neighborhood or our part of the city is going to be changed. Now, how do you draw that line? We want to be one instead of none, and I understand all that too. It's not an easy spot nor an easy decision to make. I didn't sleep great last night, and it was this application. It wasn't another one. It was this one. So in any event, but there are, I think, some of those considerations that you mentioned that we do.
Mm-hmm.
We just do them. We have done them as part of a regular part of business. So I do think we should factor that in. Thank you. And I missed the discussion this morning. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Slow.
That's all right.
I apologize for that. But I have known of you for some time and had discussions with both of you.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chairman. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Redmond, you finished?
Yes.
Mr. Thorne,
Yes, ma'am.
do you have a question for Mr. Nutter?
I don't have a question for him, but he can stay there maybe. I think this particular application is the culmination of why this is taking place today, because the Agriculture Committee and the Ag Advisory Commission and people that live there could see what was coming. It's been allowed in the past in certain areas. There was a big venue in Pungo, which is in Pungo proper, that just does this, and that, I guess it's okay, but that's right downtown Pungo. So you don't have any, you don't have any exploitation beyond that. So I think the farm community down there is basically, horses are not an afterthought, and that's what this was originally, was a horse farm. And a lot of times what happens with those things that, they buy them, not many people make money on them. It's a place to keep horses or whatever, and they end up getting sold because it's not a very proper thing. Then you got this building that you don't know what you do with, so you try to do what you can, and I don't blame them for that. But what Mr. Nutter said, in fact, is that, that he sees a big need for this, that it's beyond what he thinks, is exactly the fact why we're doing this. We don't want this suddenly to be city to be an event destination. It's not, the city spent a lot of money on agriculture and the Ag Reserve Program to preserve open space and keep the farm community there. So we don't want to jeopardize that by more traffic, which we have to move equipment up and down the road all the time. There's a big problem with that anyhow. And so, you know, I think he just made the point that that's why this ordinance needs modification. I think Don can probably tell you more because he has a little better background on some of that stuff if he wants to talk about it.
I don't have any specific questions for Mr. Nutter now.
Okay.
I think I prefer to hear from the rest of the speakers, and then we can make an analogy.
Oh, I understand. I don't believe we have any other.
I don't think there are any.
But
other
We know other speakers.
I don't
No,
believe
that's what, yes.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is the horse farm congruent with the agriculture use because you're raising the live animals?
Do what?
So if it's an agricultural zoned area and you're raising horses,
Yeah.
is that congruent?
Yeah, there's five parts of agriculture. There's agriculture, horticulture, viticulture, aquaculture, and I forgot what the other one is. In any case, there's 5 of them. And agriculture, animals come under the form of agriculture. Horticulture, of course, plants. Viticulture being vines. Aquaculture being fish.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Nutter, is it going to be, maybe you've answered this, maybe I just missed it, but is it going to be maintained a horse? Are they going to board horses?
They'll continue to board horses there. In fact, the paddock is the area where the parking would be, has served that purpose previously. And the lady next door, Mrs. Darden, that's what she does. She raises horses and boards them.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like, the fence was down on the riding ring, so I didn't know.
Oh, I see. I just think, well, they've gone through,
They may have
they're
taken
changing the
those.
barn, they're improving the existing barn. It was in pretty bad shape.
Mr. Nutter, I know it's, and I'm looking for it, I can't seem to find it right now. There's a condition from planning staff was put in here for a year review.
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess my question is, if after a year, it is not performing the way it was intended to, or it is more than what was expected, do they lose that conditional use permit?
Well-
Yes.
What would happen is he would, at first what happens, fortunately I've never had this happen, but I've
Right.
been told that what they would do is they would first try to work with the applicant to correct whatever was the problem. If that did not happen, they would bring it back for the commission to revoke the use permit.
You got a question,
Go ahead,
Mr. Nutter?
No, I just, in the informal, I'd asked, because I remember when this came up, I think it was in the fall.
October.
October?
Yes, sir.
And then again, I asked in the informal for a copy or some kind of written form on the agricultural report. What I got was a proposed draft ordinance to change it, and I just think we asked them to defer it, and now they come back. To me, that's like a bad taste in the mouth. They've come back, and now we're going to tell them there's going to be a proposed change. So I'm going to side with the plan department's approval. Just wanted to state that.
Yeah, Mr. Hornsley.
I'll give a little bit of history on the whole situation down here.
Well, I might let Mr. Nutter, do you mind to sit down?
That'd be
Because I
fine.
think, and I'm
He
going to go
probably doesn't want to hear
ahead.
my.
I know, but we're going to let him sit
He
down.
probably knows it by heart anyway.
And I'm going to go ahead and close this and open it up to the commissioners.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. About three years ago, there came some questions from some of the farmers in the area, mainly the ones, some of them in the produce business who do hay rides and U-pick and things like this. And they with family events, and families come out there, and then all of a sudden the daughter comes with them, and then they say, well, this would be a wonderful place to have a wedding. So the idea came up to a few of these people, and they said, approached the ag department and said, we'd like to look into maybe seeing if we could have weddings out there as a ancillary use to our farming operation to help us, because farming is not the most lucrative business in the world, even though some people think it is. But, so anyway, they started looking into it, and we had countless meetings with Mr. Trimmer and I, with Kay Wilson, and we tried to kind of hash out what we thought would be the best thing. And we would talk to some of the farmers, and they would talk back to us, and we could never come up with a good plan that would not be all out, deal. I mean, a few weddings a year is pocket change to some people, but, half a dozen weddings a year to some people, if you make a couple $1,000, it makes a difference to some folks. So we we couldn't ever come up with a good fix there. So it kind of went mute for a while. And then Mr. Nutter came up with his clients, and they came up with this idea, and it revitalized the way of thinking. Well, some of these people, when they saw all this happening, they said, this looks like, and it was a big deal. I think it was 50, original was 50 a year, weddings, outside weddings, and other events that take place. Pretty big outfit. And so the agriculture community says, after we discussed it at Planning Commission, and the community really realized what was taking place, they said, we better bring this before the Ag Advisory Commission. So Mr. Nutter and his clients came to the Ag Advisory Commission in January and presented their case, and then they left, and the Ag Advisory Commission discussed it, and they said, this is just too much to put in the agricultural community, and we can't have this. Said, y'all go back, and Ms. Wilson was at the meeting and said, y'all go back and get with Ms. Wilson and see if you can't come up with an ordinance. So Steve and I and the Department of Agriculture director and Bobby and Mr. Ton and I think Carolyn Smith was there. We sat for an hour one day in the CAG room trying to come up with a scenario that would fit everybody's needs. And we come up with, well, we maybe do one a month. That won't work, because that's not conducive enough for people to make a big investment. So maybe, but that wouldn't be too much on the ag community, maybe. But anyway, to make a long story short, we came up and finally said the best thing it looks to us like is to eliminate that from the use, as a use permit, conditional use. So that's what we decided to do. I asked Ms. Wilson if she'd draw up the ordinance, and she has. Well, in the meantime, we've had COVID and all this other stuff going on, and the Ag Advisor has not had the opportunity. They were supposed to meet in April, have not had the opportunity to meet yet and go over it, what was presented. So we stand that the community basically, but they were pretty hard-nosed that they didn't want it. So I think the ordinance that's coming forth will be what they are going to approve and recommend back to Planning Commission and Council. But and I'll be honest, Mr. Nutter, if this had come in earlier with lesser numbers, I may have given in early on. But this, I mean, when it came in with the magnitude it was, and then you've made some cuts, but if you're up here and you say I made some cuts, and you're still way up here, it's still way too many. I know you're thinking about the one that's in Pungo, but like Steve said, that's in a different area. That's not really in. It's in the agricultural area, but it's not out in the country part. It's in the little community of Pungo, and that's limited to 12 a year. I mean 20 a year from what I remember, and but even with the numbers you come in, the magnitude of that is just going. The people say the roads. It'll be more extra traffic on the road. You put that 30 big weddings a year. There on Prince Anne Road, and if they're going to be on weekends, that's a busy time on Prince Anne Road. People going back and forth from North Carolina to Sandbridge and Virginia Beach. That Prince Anne Road is a very busy road. And then you throw farm equipment on it during busy seasons, it really gets to be hazardous. So it's just too much for the area, and it's a commercial venture that would be taking place. I appreciate the idea of keeping a few horses to board to say that it's agriculture. That's fine, but it's just not enough. It's too far weighted to the commercial side, and I just can't support it today. I mean, it's just too much going on. So.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I'm gonna agree with Don. And the other thing, this won't be the end of it. You know, once we allow this, then they're gonna say, well, you allowed this guy to do this at X number of, people or weddings or events per day. So it's not gonna be the end of it. So at some point in time, this thing just has to stop. So, I mean, if nobody else has got anything, I'm gonna make a motion that we deny.
Before you make that, I have a question, and then I'll get to Dave, Mr. Redmond, but,
Okay.
so the ordinance, I mean, we obviously haven't seen it, so, Ms. Wilson, if you could speak to what's coming ahead so that we can understand whether this is the only one that's going down there, or does that change? What does the ordinance change?
What the ordinance changes is that today, if you wanted to put an assembly use in the ag, it would be a conditional use permit. What the Ag Advisory Commission would like to suggest to City Council and the Planning Commission is that it now be a prohibited use.
So there wouldn't be any more?
No more.
There would not be any
So
more.
this would be the only one with a yearly conditional use permit on it?
Well, there are, I think,
Well,
three
there's
or
one-
four
But
others
But this
from
would be the
prior.
last one.
This would be thank you. This
Yes.
would be the last one.
This would be the last one.
Yes, ma'am, but somebody's got to be last, right? And I think that was the one before. I don't think it's this one. So I still move that we,
Mr. Redmond had one thing.
oh, you got one more question?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
I don't think
ma'am.
we're done yet.
No, I don't think we're done yet. Just a couple points I would like to make. So I think Mr. Horsley and I have served together here 14 years. And it was probably about 13 years and 11 months ago, I learned that in matters in this part of the city, it makes good sense to defer to his judgment because he knows it better than I do. That's the decision that I came to. Now, sometimes you just feel really strongly about something and you just can't, you don't agree. But I have learned that he knows this better than I do. This looks like a fine wedding venue. It looks like it'd be a great place to get married. There are lots of places in Virginia Beach to get married. And to George, to your point, I do think they have worked, both sides. Not really sides, but I think there have been discussions that have been ongoing and lots of different permutations about that. I don't think anybody's tried to double-cross anybody. I don't think there was any any kind of ill will or ill intent or yanking the rug out from under anybody. It's just sometimes we get these things and they're hard decisions to have to make. But I do think there is a legitimate concern in the agriculture community that it remain agricultural, and I share it. I mean, I really do. It's a wonderful part of the city. It's a wonderful industry to have. So many cities around us don't have anything like it. I feel like they're deprived. I feel really privileged that we have the agriculture industry in Virginia Beach that we do, and I want to keep it and maintain it. I don't know that this one thing is a threat to it, but I know that the people who know it best are concerned about it, and that gives me concern. Mr. Nutter does a marvelous job of framing his cases, and what he says is very appealing. But to my judgment, I feel like I just have to defer to the folks who know this better, and based on my own judgment, that this industry is so critical to us and this way of life is so critical to our identity as a city. So I'm going to follow Mr. Horsley's lead and oppose the application. With full knowledge, I think that everybody involved in this debate, which has gone on for a long time, really has acted in good faith.
Thank you. Mr. Williams. And Mr. Edmund.
I'm like Dave, guys, I really want to see something happen here, somehow somebody just work together. Mr. Horst, I'm going to ask you a question. I know you said if there were lower numbers, you might think of maybe supporting if it was maybe 10, 12 a year, if it was down that low. Would that be something we just completely?
I don't think they would entertain any numbers like that.
Okay, I just want to ask the question.
Freeman and then Mr. Wolf.
Well, that's sort of along the lines I was going to talk about. What David just said is I am concerned about the volume of, potential volume of events, 30 events a year, and the fact that how late it can go. The music has to stop at 10, but party people have to clear out at 11. I'm not sure how well that can be really monitored way down there, but you all know the sound travels more at night than any other time, and I worry about the impact on tranquility of the life down there. That amount of entertainment going on that particular location. I realize it's probably about as far off Prince Anne Road as you might want to get in that respect, but still, I think the sound would travel a lot.
Here are some results from a search. Here's a summary from Positively Present. Despite our WHO.
Let us know the results.
Forgive your mistakes. Forgive
Sorry,
other people.
Yeah, well, I think Mr. Wall.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, yeah, I've got two things. So the first one is, maybe this can be answered by Mr. Bond, but what are the by right uses, right? Not uses, but, assembly uses, on a property currently in the agricultural district? It was mentioned like before, they can, it's not like you limit all weddings in Pungo, period. Nobody can have a wedding on any property in Pungo. That's not, it was mentioned you can have 4.
The city code allows for up to, special events for up to 4.
Up to 4 with the conditional use permit.
No,
Just
4
without.
special event permits are permitted.
Oh, special event, not conditional, yeah,
Yes.
special event permits, okay, special event, that's right. Okay, so that kind of, it's not like, this cuts out all weddings on Pungo and farm property and barns. The next thing is that, this seems like a great spot. I mean, the aesthetics of the building and the property itself, look like they'd be perfect venue for a wedding. But at the same time, I could see the commercialization, of this area, as well as, you hear this, many times. You go, well, this is just one, just this one application. What's going to hurt? But it also it kind of sets the standard, and this is the standard for fairness. Where do you draw it? Are we fair for the next application? And so if we are trying to maintain the agricultural area, then it just appears that we would need to maintain it as best we can. And as hard as it is, for that one application that comes before us, that says, well, I'm going to do this, it's hidden, it's like, it's true. But, we have to look at it in the bigger picture.
So I agree with a lot of what has been said here today, and I will say though, Dave, being a father of a 25-year-old who's actually going to get married in a barn in Pungo, it was very difficult, and I almost had to spend the money to have that wedding in Charlottesville in a barn instead of Pungo. But that was before I knew Don, and maybe I could have had it at Mr. Horsley's farm. But I think at this point and I totally trust the judgment of our two commissioners that live and work in Pungo and have been there for really, for generations. But I would like to hear from the applicant, what are they willing to do? Because it sounds like, sitting here right now, it sounds like this vote may not go their way. And I would just like to hear if there's some sort of compromise. We did, as George said, we basically asked them to defer it, they deferred it, and that deferral didn't really work out in their favor. So I just would like to hear kind of if there is any kind of compromise.
Mr. Nutter, you want to address that question, please?
Thank you. I'll try to. And you all know me. I'm compromised as part of this business, to be perfectly honest with you. There are, however, certain limits that prevent that, or prevent the degree to which you can compromise, in that this isn't something that's thrown together like a barn you put in a normal farm. This is a very expensive building, lots of sound attenuation throughout the building. The sound system, somewhat that Mr. Inman you talked about, it's a special sound system that goes around in low levels around that structure. In fact, they've had it turned up as high as they could get it, and no one could hear it at the street. No one. So they've really taken great lengths. But the problem we have is, with that kind of investment to do the right thing, we couldn't cut much more, to be perfectly honest with you. I mean, we thought if they were let 20 at another location, there was no limits on the one at the Kellum Farm right here, right down the street, which is surrounded by residential. There's no limits on the amount they can have. And you can claim it's not agricultural, but that's in the middle of residential. So we felt like 30 was a number that they could still sustain their business model going forward. In fact, we reduced the number of people there because the average wedding in Virginia Beach is 120 people. That's the average wedding. So, you know, if we have to go to 125, 130 or something like that, we could probably do that. But generically, I'll tell you, these are not they're not loaded with people. And but there is a demand for them, I can tell you that. And again, I still think the right answer, if you want to stop this, and that's why we deferred this so long, is to wait for an ordinance that would do that. So we've done that. I just didn't know it was literally in July. Mr. Horsley, I did not know that. I've been following the city attorney's office, but I didn't know that was the case. So, but we were working with you all to reduce the number, defer this 9 months so that we could have it so you wouldn't have any more, if that was your desire. So I think that's a big compromise. Those are big compromises in and of themselves. Whitney, I understand. I wish we could had more to give, but to give it, to be honest with you, it just takes a certain number to make it work.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Emmett?
Mr. Nutter, I realize in this in this COVID environment we're living in, it's likely a really crazy question, but I mean, do you have has the applicant anticipated possibly getting this approval and booked some events, or has some tentative events booked, or what are they?
Yes, sir. They've had a lot of requests. Ironically, the first request was from, I think I said earlier, a large family in Pungo who wanted to have 350 people at the venue. And we told them that was way more than we could accommodate, number one. And number two, we told them that the number we'd limited to was 250 previously. And that's why we went down to the 150 and allow us to have 5 weddings a year with up to 250. Because and those are families down there who want to have those weddings. So, but otherwise, I'll tell you, the average wedding is about 120 people. And again, and what we found in these is, and Mr. Whitty's going to find out when he goes to his son's wedding, is that not everybody comes and goes at the same time. They disperse over, because the people in my age level start to leave a little earlier. And people who are a little younger, there'll be a small group of them who stay till the bitter end, the last dance, if you will. So, but most of the wedding party has left long before the end of the wedding. So it's a very staggered situation.
Have I missed something in the conditions? Is this conditioned to be weddings only?
No, sir, it is not. It is corporate events as well. They've had a number of corporations want to go out for a day event at the barn, have dinner there and go home. And many of the companies' names you would recognize.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes, ma'am. Could I repeat the motion, please?
Oh, we will. in just a second. Anybody else?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Minor, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Okay, go ahead,
Yes,
Mr.
yes, ma'am. I make a motion that we don't adopt this permit.
Okay. We have a motion by Mr. Barnes, second by Mr. Horsley.
To deny.
To deny it. Michelle?
Okay.
You want to call, I'm sorry.
I was saying
I'm
abstaining.
All right, oh, I'm sorry, I've got to ask if anybody needs to abstain from this vote. No? All right, then we'll go ahead and call for the vote. Michelle?
I do need to make, we both do, looks like they're using town bank for financing.
I didn't see that.
So, Madam Chair, I need to disclose that I am on a board at Town Bank, a financial institution that they have listed.
I'll also disclose I'm on the Town Bank Advisory Board for Virginia Beach and don't have sufficient financial interest or any decision-making power over loans and such. Don't consider I have a conflict, and I will be voting.
Do I need to disclose more?
Great, thank you.
Okay.
That's it, we'll go ahead and call for the vote, Marshall.
Okay. If you are in favor of a motion, say yes, and if you're opposed, say no. And this motion is to deny the application. Mr. Alcaraz?
No.
Mr. Barnes?
I'm opposed.
No.
No.
You have this,
No, I'm not.
You're not.
I'm not.
so your
No,
answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Costin?
No.
Mr. Graham?
No.
Mr. Horsley?
Yes.
Mr. Inman?
Yes.
Ms. Klein?
No.
Mr. Redmond?
Yes.
Mr. Wall?
Yes.
Mr. Weiner?
Yes. We got it.
And Ms. Oliver?
Oh, that's my turn. Yes.
Okay. By recorded vote of 7-4 and give me 1 second.
Take your time.
Okay, by recorded vote of 7-4 and 11 against.
No.
There's too many fours.
Yes, that's what I said. By recorded vote of 7-4 and 4 against, agenda item 7 is hereby recommended for denial by the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Mr. Lanfair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item on today's agenda is agenda item number 11, Casey Krumke for a conditional use permit request for short-term rental at 133 Atkiss Avenue in the Beach District. The applicant's representative is Alexis Taylor. Ms. Taylor, you have up to 10 minutes. Please state your name for the record. Thank you. Casey Krumke. We have, Casey, are you on the WebEx?
Can you hear me? Good afternoon. This is Alexis Taylor. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can be heard.
Hi, my name's Alexis Taylor. I am representing my boyfriend, Casey Krumke, on our property at 133 Atkiss Avenue for a conditional use permit for a short-term rental. We have a single-family home, a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 3 parking spots, 1 parking spot per bed. We're on a corner lot by a dead-end street, about 1.2 miles from the oceanfront. We're wanting to use our property for Airbnb. We did this last year before the changes were made to obtaining a conditional use permit, and we got our permit through the city, paid the $50 fee, and we had great success with it. So we're hoping to do it again. There are several other homes around us that also work as short-term rentals. This was our personal home. Casey is in the military, which required us to move to Norfolk. So we are hoping to be able to continue to keep this house and use it as a short-term rental.
Okay, do you have any questions at this time? If you'll just stand by, Ms. Taylor, and we will be back with you. I do believe we have a speaker, is that correct, Mr. Landfield? So we have a speaker, and then we will touch back with you, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have one speaker, Daryl Sutterfield. Mr. Sutterfield, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Welcome.
My name is Chief Petty Officer Daryl Satterfield. I currently live at 133 Kiss Avenue. I signed a year's lease, which will actually run out in April of next year. And also in my lease, I have I can renew my lease. Since seeing this sign put up in my, in the yard, I have tried to contact my property manager, say it was put up May 26th, and since I've tried to call Remax Realty numerous times, I understand due to the COVID, they have been hard to reach. Actually, it's been impossible to reach. So, I live there.
One second. This is a new one. This is a new one. I
Yes.
just kind of have to.
So, my thing is, if a property manager's not giving them the money they should be making, that's not on me.
So you currently live there?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've signed a year's lease?
With conditions I can renew. I'm actually in the process of retiring, and when I retire, I will be leaving the area. But I will be there at least until April of 21. So, I live there.
So let me ask you, so have they given you notice?
The first thing that I found was the orange sign in my yard, and that was done May 26th.
Right, but have they given you notice to terminate your lease
No.
early?
No, like I said, I've tried getting with Remax, and nothing.
Mr. Fairman?
Well, obviously, they can't terminate his lease. He's got a
Right.
lease, and they're obviously getting themselves set up for when he leaves, I guess.
Short-term rental.
But you'd think you'd tell him what's going on.
You would think they would have the courtesy to tell you
Yes.
that they were planning on after, I am assuming, and we will find out, after your lease is up, that they would want to go to a short-term rental.
Right.
Mr. Weiner?
How long have you lived there?
I moved in April.
So so past April of
Yes.
this year, 2020?
Yes.
Okay.
So it'll-
And in my lease, I have a option to renew.
Okay, but before you were there, they were doing short-term rental.
I don't know.
Right, I'm just saying, okay. So now you're living there for a year at least, okay.
Anybody have any questions? We're not sure what to ask. This is the first for us, so you'll just have to give us a second. Yes,
Can I
absolutely.
refer to staff for a minute and the only thing that we can do is the owner leases the property.
This is between them.
Exactly.
Right.
This is
It's like
between
the
them.
Yeah,
and They'll
exactly.
work it all out eventually.
Right.
Um,
Doesn't really have
Yeah.
anything to do with the application.
No.
Right.
I would
anything to do with
assume
us.
that your option to renew is probably not an option.
It's in my lease that says I can.
Well, if it's in his lease, it's in
It's in his lease.
Right.
It's in my lease.
Right.
So if I have to stay, like I say, they don't let me retire, the longest I will be in is April of 2022.
Okay.
That's my max. I will be out by the military by then.
Right. Mr.
I
Weiner?
would definitely make an attempt to either go to your leasing agent, you know what I mean? That's your first step, is get to your leasing agent.
And I have,
Okay.
Okay.
a lot.
Well, who were we talking with on
Who?
virtually?
That's the owner.
That's
She's
the owner. But she must.
The owner's girlfriend.
She leases it through a company, Remax?
Remax, yes, ma'am.
So Remax handles it, and then they're gonna,
That's where you
Well, she's the applicant, let's ask her what's.
all right, we will. Thank you very much. If you can get Ms.,
No, I was just gonna say, there's nothing to prevent someone from getting a conditional use permit
No.
for short-term rentals, even if they don't lease it on a short-term basis. They may have a lessee in there, but you can't go through the process and spend money and have it in place. I mean, they may be anticipating, like the last applicant was anticipating, that there's gonna be a change in the status of these down the road, and they might be trying to get one, kind of get in before the doors begins to close. So, I mean, I don't know that what we're talking about is necessarily.
let's ask her.
Right.
Ms. Taylor, are you available?
Yes, I am. Hello?
Ms. Taylor, obviously you have a long-term renter in your home currently that seems to have some questions. Yes.
Madam Chair?
Mr. DeHaan.
Sorry, we have to, because it's a WebEx, we have to delay
Oh,
3
sorry.
seconds to allow it to switch over, so I apologize.
No, sorry, my fault.
Madam Chair, would you like to restate the question?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Taylor, it appears that while you are applying for a conditional use permit for a short-term rental, you have a long-term rental in your home that seems to be concerned about his lease and the option to renew. Can you speak on this, please?
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so this looks like this is definitely a mix-up in communication. So what happened was we used this house for Airbnb last summer, and then all of the changes went through, and we were told that the process to get a conditional use permit could take months. So we knew that we would not be able to do Airbnb without getting approval for that. And because we moved to Norfolk and Casey wanted to keep this house, we decided to talk to a property manager and get someone in for a long-term lease. So the only reason that we're applying for this short-term rental is for after he's done living in the home. We're just doing this to get ready for the future because we know that this is such a long process now that we just want to be ahead of the game. So it was never our intention to kick him out of the house, or we're well aware that he's there and that he has a lease with us. We're just doing this to get ready for when his lease is completed.
Ms. Taylor, I have a question for you. Did you state that you had been operating this house last year as an Airbnb?
We did. We went through the city, and we got the tax forms, and we registered it through the city. And then we saw that all of the rules changed for that, so we had to do the full conditional use permit application. That was never told to us last year. So we did it during the summer.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Taylor? Anybody? Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no more speakers for this item.
Great. Sir, if you don't mind coming up to the podium, please, just for a quick second. I hope this answers your questions.
It does.
Okay, good.
All right.
To your satisfaction?
Yes.
Okay, great.
All right.
Well, glad we could be of some help.
Thank you very much.
It is help. Great. All right. Well, I'll close this and open it up to the commission for a motion or discussion. And is there anybody, I don't think anybody needs to abstain from this vote.
Madam Chair, if there is no discussion, I'll move approval of item 11.
All right, we have a motion on the floor, and we have an approval by Commissioner Weiner, second by Commissioner Horsley. And Michelle, we can go ahead and open the vote.
If you're in favor of the motion, say yes, and if you are opposed, please say no. Mr. Alcaraz?
Yes.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Mr. Costin?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Horsley?
Yes.
Mr. Inman?
Yes.
Mrs. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Redmond?
Yes.
Mr. Wall?
Yes.
Mr. Weiner?
Yes.
Mrs. Oliver?
Yes.
By a recorded vote of 11 for and 0 against, agenda item 11 is hereby recommended for approval by the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Can we take 1 minute break?
Let's take a 5-minute break.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. Good afternoon, and thank you for our 5-minute break. We are going to move on today to agenda number 5, and Mr. Landfair, will you be kind enough to get us started?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Oh,
Ms. Oliver.
sorry.
Just as a reminder to the commissioners and those that are speaking, please make sure that you speak into your microphones clearly. We do have folks that are watching in other buildings and paying attention to their turn to speak, so please speak clearly and into your microphone. Also, I will note for the record, Mr. Barnes is at the meeting.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Landfair.
The last item on today's agenda is item number 5, Thalia Road Partners LLC for conditional rezoning from the B2 Community Business District to conditional B4 Mixed Use District at 4216 and 4220 Virginia Beach Boulevard in the Lynn Haven District. The applicant's representative is Mr. Barry Frankenfield, and he will be joined at the mic by Mr. John Gibson for 10 minutes. Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr.
Hello,
How are
Planning Commissioner. And I'm good. I'm hanging in there. This is my first venture into the private sector, so we'll see how this goes. I'm Barry Frankenfield. I'm a local landscape architect. Some of you might know me as the retired planning director. I was fortunate enough to hand the reins over to Bobby Tahan, who has, by all accounts, done a fantastic job keeping everything going in this very, very difficult time. We also want to thank your staff that has done an excellent job on the report, and we really appreciate all the work they've done to balance out, again, the somewhat difficult issues on this project. You were told this morning, please note that there's some minor revisions to the proffers. They will be reviewed by council, and they are simply to clean up some math areas in the size, the amount of apartments, and the size of the square foot of the retail. My comments will refer to slides 3 and 6. I won't speak to those slides, but I may mention something about them for you to look at. But as a landscape architect, I always look at the appearance of a project. Is it attractive? The design on this project is very attractive. The buildings are brick and cement, well-done architecture. The project replaces an old warehouse and a business that is out of date. And the site is well done with a large buffer, a 20-foot buffer, as well as a space with the parking lot. And again, the townhouses are sized to be lower and transition up to the higher site. The project is socially equitable with the workforce housing and environmentally appropriate. It's the right mix of the product for the economics of the time. In fact, the project represents a $45 million investment with approximately $400,000 a year as potential tax revenue. The project is a mix of townhouses, apartments, and retail, and you asked in the briefing, they are all rental product. They will have a requirement for workforce housing, and this is not low-income housing. This is simply if you are of an income $40,000 for a single, $80,000 for a family, you can rent at these apartments. The units are no different. They're all the same. Everybody can rent them at the same price, so there is no significant difference in the product. So let's talk about some of the issues and concerns. I'll start with stormwater, and I'm going to give you the Barry Frankenfield version of stormwater. Dirty water, pollution, flooding is not increased by this project. It's a simple fact that redevelopment reduces flooding, improves the quality, and is a much better project. It's the existing development that has to be retrofitted. Venture has provided a detailed stormwater report, and in that report, they have shown that this project will meet all existing regulations, and regulations that have been asked of them, such as the increased rainfall, will meet the 100-year flood containment requirements and responds to the 1.5 feet of potential sea level rise. There is no impact of the stormwater to pollution to water quality. The applicant has also provided detailed reports for parking and traffic. This project meets your parking ordinance requirements because it has a shared use agreement, and your zoning administrator has approved it. The product mix exceeds 70%, either single bedroom efficiency or studio, and it also provides a tremendous opportunity to share with the retail on the property. Thalia Road, Virginia Beach Boulevard, and the intersection are all under capacity. So there is no significant traffic input. Your traffic engineers have supported that. Looking at character, which is a big issue, is this the right character? Does this belong here? Looking at the boulevard from the beach to Norfolk, this is not out of character. You all know what the boulevard looks like. You know what's on the boulevard. It's everything from car dealerships to big box to apartments, retail strip shops. On page 5 of your handout, we show what we understand to be the Thalia district. Now, what we did is we took all the places named Thalia and we put a line around them. So if you look at that district, well over 50% of that district is rental. So rental is not out of character with this district at all. So finally, let's talk about the B2 zoning, which exists. B2 zoning allows big box, allows retail, and drive-through restaurants, and other things. But this is a conditional rezoning. What you see is what you get. You will get no big box, no drive-through, and no change to what's approved. So that's the overall summary that I have. It's a well-respected local development group. There's no increase in pollution, excellent traffic facilities, appropriate parking, and the apartments that are consistent with the character of the boulevard, and it's a great housing project for a variety of incomes. With that, I would like to introduce John Gibson, who is the managing partner of the Venture Group, and he'll give you a little more information on this preliminary discussion. And I thank you so much for your time, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, good afternoon. I'm John Gibson with Venture Realty Group, and I'm here today in clear support of the Boulevard at Thalia application. As you know, we desire to rezone 2 properties to feature 261 apartments with 6,500 square feet of new commercial space to adjoin the existing Aldi and the out parcel. Once completed, we will transform a tired retail facility into a vibrant, upscale, mixed-use community in full compliance with city regulations. To help achieve our vision, Venture has partnered once again with the best professional firms in the 757 to produce this opportunity. For 18 months, our team of experts have studied this and examined and confirmed the redevelopment plan using tried and true fact-based science and logic, not emotion. Our goal from day one remains our goal today, and that is to produce another award-winning mixed-use community by redeveloping the portions of the properties that are both economically and functionally obsolete. We've listened to the public and those who oppose us. We've adjusted our initial plans by reducing apartment counts and reducing commercial footprint. We've increased our internal parking capacity, yet we've maintained a similar impervious ratio to the existing obsolete condition. We've provided expert analysis on traffic impact, shared parking, and even engineered a 100-year stormwater solution. We've revised architectural elevations and incorporated a workforce housing solution. As to the latter, we intend to partner with VHDA and utilize their 80-20 mixed-use program. Simply put, 20% of our apartment homes will be reserved for community members who make less than 80% of our city's median income. In all candor, this is not unique. Virginia Beach recently did this with the Amata Hoffler project at the oceanfront on 27th Street. Norfolk has also used this program when the Bank of America building was converted and redeveloped into the Luxury Icon apartment project. Despite COVID, we've continued our public engagement by creating the Boulevard at Thalia website. We've updated the website frequently, and we've published all our third-party reports on it. We've answered emails, phone calls, and once again operated in an open and transparent manner despite being shunned by the Thalians. It's interesting to note most of the studies and reports I've referenced are all optional, not required for this rezoning hearing. But that's not how we roll. Once again, we've gone over and beyond the city requirements because we strive to be a leading development firm. Venture is known for many award-winning projects from the crossings at Red Mill, the Amerigroup National Support Centers, the Marketplace at Hilltop, and Red Mill Commons, to name just a few in Virginia Beach. We have won numerous Garden Club awards, Planning Commission awards, and even national acclaim. Our track record is outstanding, and our proposal today will uniquely unify divided properties by utilizing great architecture and space making to craft vibrant uses today. The B4 mixed-use zoning we seek is significantly less intense than redevelopment by right. The wayside shops are currently less than 30% rented. The furniture store no longer needs so much space. Our plan capitalizes on these facts, yet make no mistake, change is coming to the boulevard. Today, you have the opportunity to embrace the change, the diverse change we offer, or await the by right big box sprawl that will be many times more intense. Your vote for the Boulevard at Thalia supports fact-based logic while creating jobs and adding over 5 times to the city's current tax base and $45 million in new investment from the private sector. We believe you should disavow the promotion of fake news and do not support those who have perceived rental competition from us. Vote for a project that is 100% consistent with the City Council's stated land use objectives, including stormwater, mixed use, and workforce housing. Vote for a project that is consistent with well over a decade of similar Planning Commission and City Council rezonings. Vote for Thalia Road Partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lanfair, where's my thing?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are 54 people who have signed up in advance to speak on this application. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to make comments. If you're not affiliated with the applicant, following your comments, please exit the chamber using the door on your left as the room's capacity is limited. Madam Chair, the next speaker is Bennett Atwell, followed by Wendy Drucker. Mr. Atwell is a virtual speaker. Mr. Atwell, please pause for 3 seconds so we can unmute your mic. Please start by stating your name for the record. Thank you.
Yes, this is Bennett Atwill, and I am the Business Development and Operations Manager for the Rental Housing Division at Virginia Housing. And today I am here to answer questions that you may have regarding our financing programs. I am not here to advocate for the property, although I hope that we will have the business. But I am here to answer questions if you all have questions for us.
Do we have any questions? No?
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, the next speaker is Wendy Drucker, followed by Tara Seacrest. Ms. Drucker, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
I am Wendy Drucker, and I'm the Managing Director of Drucker & Falk, an 83-year-old Newport News-based company specializing in the management of multifamily apartment communities. I have been actively involved with Drucker & Falk for more than 39 years. Our apartment portfolio consists of 37,000 apartments across 13 states with 30% of those located in Hampton Roads. Each apartment community we manage is fully staffed with professionals, both on the management side and the maintenance side, and our teams hold coveted industry and professional designations. I pride myself on the fact that on any given day, approximately 100,000 people come home to a well-managed, well-maintained apartment that they and their family call home. I first met John Gibson in 2003, consulting on the development of the crossings at Red Mill and Virginia Beach, an apartment community that they still own and we still manage today. In 2014, Drucker and Falk again worked with John Gibson and his team to develop Venture Apartments in Tech Center, a Class A apartment community in Newport News. With stellar interior and exterior finishes, including Nest thermostats, stainless steel appliances, built-in microwaves, full-sized front-loading washers and dryers, a saltwater resort pool, grilling stations with big screen TVs, a fitness center, yoga and TRX studio, pet spa, gaming room, and of course, professional on-site management and maintenance. Venture has been recognized nationally for resident satisfaction. Apartment living is not what it was 20 years ago, and it is no longer housing by default. Residents choose to live in an apartment due to the maintenance-free, resort, and amenity-rich lifestyle that apartment communities offer today. It is a way of life. It is a choice that people make and enables cities and the business community to attract and retain their valued workers and citizens. Now working again with John Gibson and his team on the Boulevard at Thalia, we have leveraged our collective experience and expertise to design a community that will appeal to a wide range of renters, ranging from those starting out in their careers looking for a studio or a one-bedroom apartment, to empty nesters who are looking for all of the convenience and customer service that renting an apartment community provides them. As an active member of numerous national apartment management organizations, Drucker and Falk prides itself on the level of professionalism that we provide each community that we manage on a day-to-day basis. I thank you for your time and look forward to your supporting this development.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the speaker?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Tara Seacrest, followed by Allison Mack. Ms. Seacrest, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tara Seacrest, and I'm the Director of Property Development and Marketing for the locally based Drucker and Falk. And one of my main areas of expertise in multifamily development and new construction. It's quite common to find me in a hard hat and safety glasses out on a dirt field and not in a suit and heels, since I've been doing this for over 15 years. I play an active role in assisting developers and owners with over 30 different multifamily projects containing over 5,000 apartment homes. As a management partner, it is critical that the on-site property management company that is going to be located on the property day in and day out is involved in the development from day one. We provide our guidance and expertise on operational items such as resident selection criteria, trash collection, community rules and regulations, just to name a few. I can say with great conviction that Drucker and Falk has been highly involved with almost every aspect of the Boulevard at Thalia since the beginning. With over 40,000 apartment homes across 13 different states, we have access to a tremendous amount of data, including parking ratios. We have the privilege of managing everything from 1950 communities with an abundance of parking lots to historic rehab apartment communities located in downtown Richmond that have very limited to zero amount of resident parking. Drucker and Falk has found that 1.5 parking spaces per unit is more than enough for parking, and anything above 1.5 is considered additional. The Boulevard at Thalia has 553 parking spaces, which equates to 1.57 spaces per unit. The on-site management team will execute the parking plan. Each apartment address will be granted one parking space. When a new resident signs their residential lease agreement, They will also be signing an addendum that provides the parking guidelines in great detail. Then they will receive a resident parking decal that is specific to them and their apartment address. This decal will provide them the ability to park within the apartment community. Residents who wish to have another parking space will be granted an additional space as availability arises, and a wait list will be created if need be. A vendor partner towing company will be selected to closely monitor and enforce the strict parking policy with the apartment residents. A shared parking plan is very common in urban locations and is currently in place at local communities such as the Mayflower Apartments at the oceanfront, the Wainwright Apartments in downtown Norfolk, and the Cosmopolitan, Encore, and Premier Apartments, all located very close to us in Virginia Beach Town Center. On behalf of Drucker and Falk, we agree that the provided parking analysis and the current number of parking spaces per unit is more than sufficient. Thank you for your time today, and I look forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are going to restrict today on time. Sorry.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Allison Mack, followed by Ben Willis. Ms. Mack, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Allison Mack, Manager of Marketing and Property Development for Drucker and Falk. Please reference slide number 7 in the handout as I will refer to those demographics. At Drucker and Falk's professionally managed Class A communities, in accordance with all federal, state, and local fair housing laws, all of our residents are required to meet our resident selection criteria in order to call our communities home. Applicants are required to have an income requirement of at least 3 times the monthly rental amount, have a positive rental and/or mortgage history, and have a credit history that positively reflects their ability and willingness to make timely payments as required by the lease, and the ability to comply with lease terms and community policies and guidelines. Additionally, a public records and criminal background check is conducted on each applicant. In my previous role with Drucker and Falk as an on-site property manager for 10 years, it was my responsibility to manage a team of 5 to 8 employees daily to ensure that we were leasing apartments in accordance with the resident selection criteria and all fair housing laws, that our buildings, their individual homes, common hallways, and the grounds remained pristine and clean at all times, and our residents were satisfied with the level of customer service provided by my team, which included 24-hour maintenance, upkeep of amenity spaces, monthly community events, and package acceptance. In my experience managing Class A multifamily projects in Hampton Roads, the demographics that I've personally experienced are millennials and empty nesters who are looking for the maintenance-free and amenity-rich lifestyle that these communities offer. Over 80% of my residents were military, business professionals, or worked within a skilled trade, such as teachers, nurses, and police officers, with 42% of them making between $50,000 and $75,000 per year. At the Boulevard at Thalia, we project the same demographic based on the location and unit mix we will offer. With 76% of our homes being efficiencies, studios, and 1-bedrooms, we anticipate seeing at least 75% of those homes occupied by only one individual. I'm looking forward to another successful partnership between Drucker and Falk and Venture Realty to bring the vision of the Boulevard at Thalia to life and offer the current and future residents of the City of Virginia Beach and the Thalia community a phenomenal Class A apartment community that they can call home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Not this time.
Okay.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Ben Willis, followed by Blaine Denny. Mr. Willis, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Ben Willis, one of the current property owners. My family has owned the property in question since 1950, when it was abandoned after World War II. That's 3 generations. We've operated Willis Furniture Company when it moved from downtown Norfolk. In the 35 years I've been involved in the company, we have witnessed and experienced much change in Virginia Beach and in our area. Over that time, the needs of our family and the operating business have changed and evolved. The proposal before you has been made after much study. Long term, I think it's the best use of the property and preferable to other permissible uses. I urge you to vote in favor of the proposal, and I appreciate your consideration and thank you for your time.
you have any questions for Mr. Willis? None? Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Blaine Denny, followed by Billy Allman. Mr. Denny, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'm Blaine Denny. I'm the managing partner for the 7 family members that own the smaller of the 2 parcels under consideration for rezoning today. And I speak in favor of the proposed rezoning to B4. Our 25,000 square foot building is a colonial building that was designed some 40 years ago to accommodate small shops, locally owned, and retail. The time has long passed for that concept in retail. In August of 2018, our group voted to sell our 2 acres on Virginia Beach Boulevard. And when the proposal arose to recombine the 2 properties into one for a more substantial project, we thought that would be a meaningful and fitting end to our ownership. I'm surprised that there's been so much opposition. Our property was for sale before the proposal before you today was ever developed, and it will remain for sale if the proposed rezoning fails today, or we'll redevelop the property ourselves. Our property does not join the Thalia residential area on any side. So the varied uses permitted by B2 will not be a consideration for the Thalia Civic League. Already on site, there's a sub shop, there's a pizza shop, there's Mexican fast food. Regardless of the outcome today, our building will not stay as is for very long. I urge you to vote in favor of this rezoning. Thank you.
We have any questions for Mr. Denny?
Just one real quick
One-
question.
yes.
What is your current occupancy?
Oh, gee, it's about 30%.
Okay, that's all.
It's not good. It's a tough sell these days.
Thank you.
Thank you, Blaine.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Billy Allman, followed by Mike Gaddy. Mr. Allman, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Billy Allman, landscape architect for the project. My slides begin on page 8. I've lived here all my life. I've been visiting Thalia since the early 1950s. My aunt and uncle lived in Thalia Drive. But if you get up in the air, as the aerial shows you, and fly from the ocean front all the way into downtown Norfolk, you have the same uses from the boulevard to commercial to business to residential, runs all the way into downtown Norfolk. This is the edge that the boulevard has on the north and south, and it transitions from Lincoln Park to Birdneck Point to Lynn Lear to Laurel Manor, Hilltop Manor, Pointer Woods, Chesapeake and Colony, Kings Grant, Malibu, Birchwood, into Thalia. Now I'm on number 9. The thread of this forested area is that transition zone between the commercial and business into that residential property, and that's a big part of what we are doing. And now I'm on slide 10. As landscape architects, we're trying to make the view into our project as pleasing as possible. Most people will ask, what am I going to see? On slide 11, you'll see that forested edge as it runs right into the Willis property. On slide 12, you'll see that what our goal is try to enhance that edge so that that doesn't change in terms of what people actually see from the north looking south. On slide 13, you can see another photograph of that beautiful buffer. On slide 14, more specifically, it's our goal to preserve 20 feet or more of this forested area, including the understory, to keep that forest system intact. On slide 15, as we've tromped through the woods there, it's very clear to us that the real screen from the neighbors is in the understory, not the canopy trees above. So our real goal on slide 16 is forest preservation. That's a big part of what we're doing. We've been doing forest preservation plans for over 40 years, from Norfolk Airport through small residential projects employing ISA certified arborists to do root pruning, chain link fence protection, canopy reduction. Slide 17 gives you a glimpse of the woods, what we're trying to do since it's all Hardwood forest is to be able to add understory evergreen trees like American holly and sweet bay magnolia. On slide 18, the rest of the property would be landscaped similar to our past work using sustainable green-blue infrastructure systems. The remaining the site will be covered in canopy and shrubs and perennials. Planting design nowadays has a lot to do with rainwater management. That'll be a big part of our emphasis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Mike Gaddy, followed by Steve Froncillo. Mr. Gaddy, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Mike Gaddy, and I'm the civil engineer of record for this project. I'd like to take a few minutes to discuss our overall stormwater management strategy for the site. As you know, the existing site is currently developed with existing buildings and large parking areas. This equates to an overall existing site impervious ratio of 73.2%. Under the existing conditions, only approximately half of the existing impervious area is being treated by a BMP. The existing BMP was constructed in 2007 as part of the requirements for the retail shops out front. We are aware that the existing BMP may need to be evaluated as to its functionality. We will continue to work with the development team and city staff during the site plan review to investigate and recommend improvements to ensure its functionality as designed. Under the proposed conditions, the site's impervious ratio will only increase slightly to 75%. We plan to reduce the amount of area draining to the existing BMP and redirect it, along with other areas of the development, to a new, larger BMP system. We are proposing the large BMP system within the rear parking area of the development as shown on the proffered plan before you. This proposed BMP will consist of a pervious pavement system and a large area of underground stormwater chambers that will filter pollutants and provide for a large amount of storage capacity to attenuate storms up to the 100-year storm event. Along with the construction of this BMP, we propose to purchase additional nutrient credits to help achieve the nutrient removal requirements required by code. These nutrient credits will be purchased within the same watershed and will be used to convert existing pollutant-generating farmlands to areas of reforestation. This proposed stormwater design will meet all the requirements of the Virginia Beach Stormwater Ordinance. Although not required, we chose to prepare and submit to city staff a preliminary stormwater analysis. This analysis was prepared with the more stringent requirements of a project that would be located in the Southern Rivers watershed, to include 20% increase in rainfall patterns and a potential future sea level rise of 1.5 feet. The development team has agreed to include this 20% increase in rainfall as a proffered condition. In addition, we have provided a complex swim model showing our development will not cause any adverse impacts to downstream or upstream stormwater systems. In fact, due to the large amount of underground storage, the hydraulic grade lines within the area will be lowered for all storms up to the 100-year event. Thank you for your time, and I can be available for questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Gaddy? Yes, Mr. Wall.
We've had other projects with added storm chambers or the underground storage, and it's surprising that they raised the elevation of the parking lots, and I think it was a detriment to the neighbors. Do you expect? What are your expectations of the parking lot that is near the rear of the property, over which the
Sure. Typically, the design of these chambers are a function of the elevation of the groundwater. And based on the research that we've done, we don't think that's going to be a problem. So we're not proposing to raise the grade of that parking lot in that area.
Okay, so that's the expectation, is that grade, the parking lot's going to stay the grade of the ground surface currently?
Yes.
The general?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that it? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Steve Froncillo, followed by Tom Smith. Mr. Froncillo, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Froncillo. I'm a senior traffic engineer with Volkert, and I prepared the traffic analysis and the parking analysis for this project. Both of these studies were submitted for review and were approved by city staff. The traffic study analyzed the intersection operations at Virginia Beach Boulevard and Thayer Road for existing conditions and conditions with the proposed project. Under existing conditions, the analysis shows the intersection operating at an overall level of service C during both the AM and PM peak hours. With the added traffic expected with the proposed redevelopment, the overall intersection operation is expected to remain at an acceptable level of service C or better during the AM and PM peak hours and is not expected to produce any adverse impacts to the intersection operations. The traffic study also included analysis that compared the estimated trip generation of the proposed project to the number of trips that could result from a potential by right redevelopment under the current B2 zoning. The two potential by right scenarios were evaluated. The first scenario assumed that the entire site would be redeveloped with a big box store. The second scenario assumed that the Aldi grocery store and the existing retail located in the front left corner of the site would remain similar to what this project is proposing, although the existing furniture store and the remaining retail would be redeveloped with office uses and a restaurant and other retail uses. Both of these scenarios were shown to generate significantly more trips than the proposed project. The big box store would generate approximately 1,700 more trips than the proposed redevelopment, and the office in new retail and restaurant scenario would generate approximately 3,000 more trips than is compared to the proposed project. In summarizing the traffic study findings, the proposed rezoning is not expected to have any significant impact on the current operation and will most likely have a less of an impact on the site if it were to be redeveloped under the current B2 zoning. I thank you for your time, and I will stand by for any questions.
Anybody have any questions? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Tom Smith, followed by Bruce Berlin. Mr. Smith, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Smith, and I'm the principal at TS3 Architects, which is located here in Virginia Beach. I'm also the lead designer and here to speak in support of the Boulevard at Thayer. The new community has a total of 261 apartment homes distributed in 3 buildings across the 9.2 acre site. For reference, we are referring to buildings as Building 1, which is the U-shaped building, which is adjacent to Aldi's along the boulevard, Building 2, which is the bar-shaped building that's in the middle of the site, and Building 3, which comprises of 4 individual buildings, which is located on the back end of the site. There was a conscious decision to step the massing of the 3 buildings down from Virginia Beach Boulevard towards the middle of the site. Building 1 is a mixed-use building with first-floor retail and community amenity space, including an elevated pool on the second level that addresses the boulevard and serve as a buffer to separate the quiet residential area from the busy commercial street. Building 2 is designed as a smaller version of Building 1 without the retail and the amenities. Building 3 on the back side of the site are only 3 stories and are broken up into smaller masses that are much closer scale to the single-family homes that, as we address the Thayer community. The smaller townhome style in the rear of the site is set back approximately 121 feet from the closest house. After the December meeting with the Civic League, we changed the building elevations from a contemporary building to more of a traditional building, incorporating more colonial design elements. The building facade is divided into small sections that break down the overall scale and size. These individual masses are distinguished in changes of material, color, height, and the physical plane. We treated each vertical element as an individual composition to reduce the overall scale of the building. The building facade is also articulated horizontally to define a base, a shaft, and a capital for each volume defining in the mass. The horizontal delineation is also defined with changes in material color and with accent trim and masonry banding. The base of the building is defined with masonry veneer, a durable, solid material. Moving up, the material palette is lightened with the use of fiber cement siding. On the top floor, mansard roofs with dormer windows and several different variations of cornice articulation are used to accentuate the top of the building. And in all levels, the material change in color help reinforce, again, the base, the shaft, and the capital. Window varieties, balconies, bay windows, and panel siding are some of the architectural elements that are composed on the building to provide interest and rhythm. These elements are also provide a connection with the outside to activate the exterior spaces adjacent to the building.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Bruce Berlin, followed by Ann Crenshaw. Mr. Berlin, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, my name is Bruce Berlin with Venture Realty Group, here to speak in support of the Thalia application. Specifically, I want to address parking for our project. We have heard concerns from some of you about our shared parking analysis prepared by our transportation consultant, Volker. It is important to provide some context. Back in 2011, the City of Virginia Beach appointed a Green Ribbon Committee to review the parking ordinance and provide changes that would decrease the size of parking fields in the city. These changes specifically identified a series of measures to reduce the impervious surface area, to include motorcycle spaces and the promotion of shared parking. In 2017, this body heard a very similar B2 to B4 rezoning request, the water boxes, that also featured shared parking. At Planning Commission, there was literally no discussion of shared parking. Believe me, we went back and listened to the tape. It was simply accepted as a good thing. We followed the city's guidelines and obtained a shared parking analysis as laid out in Section 203 of the City Code. If you read the parking analysis, you will see that we provide more than enough total parking at 553 spaces, with an excess of 61 spaces at peak time during the week and 59 spaces on the weekends. Your city staff agrees that with the interpretation and your zoning administration also has approved the plan as well. Some have made the claim that we should disregard your policy and simply require the typical apartment standard. Just think of how illogical this would be for the project. You've heard that we have 76% one-bedroom studio and efficiencies. If we applied the basic apartment zoning standard, we would have to assign each of those 200 apartments 1.8 spaces per home. Think how inefficient it would be to assign 2 spaces to a 490 square foot efficiency or a 550 square foot studio. Not only would a larger parking field produce excess stormwater runoff, it would also be cost prohibitive to construct. We agree with your staff's recommendation to build 1.57 spaces per home and hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for Mr. Berlin? No, thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Ann Crenshaw, followed by Mike Culpepper. Ms. Crenshaw, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Crenshaw. I'm a partner with the law firm of Kaufman and Knowles in Virginia Beach. I'm proud to represent this first-class apartment community. I have a long-standing personal passion with affordable housing. I served for 10 years as a member of the Virginia Beach Community Development Corporation. Thereafter, I was appointed to the Housing Advisory Board for the City of Virginia Beach by council, and have served there almost 6 years and currently serve as its chairman. A particular concern of mine is the burden of housing on the residents and folks who want to come and live here. It impacts business being relocated here because our cost of housing is high. In 1980, Virginia Beach was the fastest growing city in the United States, excuse me. The current growth rate for the city of Virginia Beach is approximately 1%. The number of young people under the age of 19 is steadily declining, while the number of people over 65 is steadily increasing. The rent per unit has steadily increased for apartment communities, making it difficult for those who make between $40,000 and $70,000 to live in the city of Virginia Beach. This is a unique project which has been more thoroughly described by those ahead of me. In fact, the current storybook for the comprehensive plan for the city of Virginia Beach contains a chapter on housing. It makes clear that the percentage of renters is increasing in our community. This first-class apartment complex does not adversely impact the single-family housing located in the Thalia neighborhood. I direct your attention to slide 23 of your handouts, which designates the Thalia neighborhood. We have undertaken research through ERSI demographic and income comparison profiles of the Thalia neighborhood, and the results of that indicate that 61% of the residential units in the neighborhood are rentals. In summary, this has met all the tests. You will hear some numbers shortly about the number of applications for multifamily apartment complexes which have been put before you and put before the council. There's absolutely no reasonable legal reason under the applicable ordinances to deny this application. If this application is denied and treated differently, one has to ask why.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Mike Culpepper, followed by John Cummington. Mr. Culpepper, please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. My name is Mike Culpepper. I'm a principal with Venture, and I'm here obviously in support of our application. But I am specifically here to address the campaign of misinformation that has been waged on this project for the better part of 8 months. During that time, we have been accused of participating in a deep state conspiracy on fringe political websites. We have been accused of draining into a lake located a half-mile upstream of our project. We've been accused of polluting the lake next to Mount Trashmore, failing to share with the audience that the lake is polluted because it sits next to Mount Trashmore. We've been accused of producing roughly 200% of the residents we actually will produce, and they've said some fairly spurious things about folks who live in apartment communities around our city. And those are beyond the scope of this meeting, but it deserves to be said, because it's the product of the political climate that we are in today that has folks feel so much animus about a project that they will do and say darn near anything to ensure that their political objectives are achieved. Unfortunately, as the applicant, we don't have the luxury of writing fiction. We are bound, like this body, to policy, and the policies were part of the application that you are actually seeing today. That is to say, the design for the project you see is not only consistent with your policy, it is literally the product of your policy. Your comprehensive plan, which memorializes your land use policy, which contemplates this type of development. Your stormwater policy, which contemplates net zero impact. Your parking policy, which promotes shared parking. It goes on and on. Your housing policy, which promotes affordable housing. But not only is this consistent with and a product of your policy, it's the product of 10 years of consistent interpretations of land use applications that have multifamily in them. If you look at the last 10 years like we did, you will find there were 55 applications that pertain to multifamily development. Of those, 2 were withdrawn, and of the remaining 53, all of them were approved by City Council. All of them. And so today, this body should look at your policy. You should look at your consistent interpretation of that policy for the last 10 years and make a decision based upon the facts and based upon policy. And I would ask you to please ask yourselves that if the opponents of this project do not care about those policies, then please ask yourself what is motivating the animus toward apartment dwellers who might live in their neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is John Covington, followed by Hugh Johnson. Mr. Covington is a virtual speaker. Mr. Covington, please pause for 3 seconds so we can unmute your mic.
Mr. Lanford, Mr. Covington, unfortunately, due to time, had to move to another meeting, so he will not be able to speak.
I see. Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Hugh Johnson, followed by Mark Schofield. Mr. Johnson is a virtual speaker. Mr. Johnson, please pause for 3 seconds so we can unmute your mic. Please start by stating your name for the record. Thank you.
My name is Huff Johnson. I've been a Thalia resident for close to 33 years. It's been a great place to raise our family. I'd like to express my support for the Boulevard and Thalia project proposed for the Willis Wayside site. If the city wants to have thoughtful, strategic redevelopment along Virginia Beach Boulevard, this is a great opportunity to move forward. Furthermore, I would suggest the city consider rezoning to multi-use on the boulevard west all the way to Prince Anne High School. That would connect Town Center with the Central Library as its eastern anchor and extend the pedestrian feel of Town Center. This project is designed as a first-class project. I like it. If it's not approved, I fear a haphazard, aesthetically unpleasant alternative. I've known the developer for over 40 years. They are proud and capable of delivering a quality project to the marketplace. Their resume speaks for itself. I support the staff planning report and the project as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for our speaker? No?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Mark Schofield, followed by Rick Boyles. Mr. Schofield, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
He was also unable to attend due to time.
I see. Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, the next speaker is Rick Boyles, followed by Louis Hasty. Mr. Boyles, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, staff. We appreciate your assistance in this project. My name is Rick Boyles. I'm a Virginia Beach native. I've lived in the Thalia area for all of my life. For the first 8 years, my family lived in Thalia Village. In 1963, we bought land, built, and moved to Thalia Acres over near Steinhilbers. I moved back into the family home about 28 years ago after the death of my parents. So call me a 65-year Thalia resident. I'm the Vice President of the Thalia Civic League since January 20th of this year, and I'm Chairman of the Thalia Civic League Rezoning Task Force since November 18th of 2019. We appreciate the opportunity to be heard publicly, and I want to thank all of y'all. After going through this process for the last 7 months, I have a very, very deep respect for the job, as difficult as it is, that all of y'all have to do. As you saw during your van trip on May 21st, the property that's subject of this proposal is an ongoing commercial center with millions of dollars worth of recent development in the Aldi's and the remodeling of the Willis showroom. The buildings and grounds are well kept. There's no evidence of blight, deterioration, or dilapidation, as was recently propounded in a postal mailing to the Thalia residents last week. Some of the vacancies that Mr. Denny spoke of may very well be a result of all of this rezoning activity. We had several of the tenants that have moved out tell us that they weren't going to stick around to find out what was going to happen here. This group is not against development. The Thalia group is not against development. We understand the need for controlled growth in the city. The comprehensive plan created the SGAs, though, as the place for this type of development. This little piece of property, this little sliver, is not in an SGA. The Pembroke SGA starts 250 yards to the west. The Rosemont SGA starts 550 yards to the east. Mr. Frankenfield is here on behalf of the applicant. He was in charge of the SGA department at the time this was done. It might behoove us to ask him how and why we left this little sliver of Virginia Beach Boulevard out of the SGAs. The applicant's asking for a rezone of this property. It's located at the edge of a suburban area according to the comp plan. Contrary to what Mr. Denny said, the residents of Thalia Forest property lines do abut the Willis property. We don't believe the change on a small parcel of land such as these two parcels here is a good idea. And in fact, we believe it might very well rise to the level of spot zoning. We don't want to go to spot zoning. Again, both of the SGAs on either side of this property allow for exactly this type of development. I don't know that anybody in the Thalia neighborhood has any objection to the type, quality, style, and nature of property that Venture Realty builds. But we do have some objections. The biggest one's probably going to cause the problem is parking. We have determined by looking at the applicant's Volkert parking memorandum of May 5th, 2020, that there are errors in their math. They did not look up the appropriate number of parking spaces for restaurants. They used the math for retail businesses. So that created a need for an additional 39 spaces on the restaurant side. And they also did the math incorrectly with the townhomes, which created the need for another 3 spaces there. So instead of them being 60 spaces short according to code, they're 102 spaces short according to code. We don't have any objection to shared parking. Shared parking is great. There's no problem with shared parking. It's a great concept. Shared parking is based on the math, and if you start the math off incorrectly, we end up with incorrect math. And unfortunately, that's what's happened in this case. The initial calculations that were used by the Volkert folks appear to be incorrect. City zoning administrator has used the Volkert math. The applicant's using the Volkert math, and in fact, the math appears to be wrong to us. We see that the applicant has counted the 32 driveways and garages that are part of the townhomes in their shared parking calculations. Well, those spaces are in fact reserved. They're reserved for the townhome residents. I can't drive up to your townhome and say, hey, can you open the garage and let me drive in? I want to go get some tacos over here at Tijuana Flats. So those spaces are reserved and have to be removed from shared parking calculations. We've got some other problems with that same situation. Handicap spaces are reserved spaces. The spaces for the 25 motorcycles are reserved spaces. They're reserved for a particular class of vehicle. Additionally, Ms. Seacrest, who talked a little bit earlier at the community outreach meeting, stated that access to the building was by key fob, and I will quote that the building is locked, including parking garage. So if in fact they're going to key fob the parking garage, you've got another 157 reserved spaces that have to be removed from the shared parking calculation. The bottom line is we don't object to Volkert's internal capture adjustments for people who are still on the property that won't use a car. We haven't objected to any of Volkert's suggestions for massaging these numbers, other than we think they've started off with the wrong number. Our calculations show that we're going to have 8 spaces excess at 6 o'clock every night. We're going to be short 5 spaces, 7 o'clock every weeknight. We're going to have an excess of 12 spaces at 8 o'clock every weeknight. If you count those reserved spaces back into those numbers are going to get worse. Additionally, in order for Volkert's numbers to work in their shared parking demand table, a couple of conditions have to be true. No one's parked illegally. No one's parked in a space that's not for their type of vehicle. That all 10 handicap spaces are taken up by 10 handicapped drivers for the entire evening. And that all 25 motorcycle spaces in the shared parking inventory are in fact taken up by 25 motorcycles for the entire evening. I'm doubtful that that's ever going to happen. Those spaces then cannot be part of the shared parking agreement, or inventory. So again, we've got some math problems here that have to be worked out on the parking. Additionally, the ULI shared traffic manual calls for an adjustment for employee parking. We went around, did an inventory of all of the existing businesses to ask them how many staff members they were. We've come up with about 48 employees that should be, on this property if the 6,500 square feet of retail goes through. There's no provision in any of the shared parking agreement for those 48 employees, which is really a 1-to-1 ratio. The staff report, we gave you some paperwork, our executive summary report and our rebuttal of the staff report. They've made a big deal out of the by right development. Quite frankly, the consensus of the neighborhood is that we'll take a by right development over a potential 678 new residents in the neighborhood. Irrespective of their numbers, HUD says that you can put 2 heads in a bed, and if you're living in a 1-bedroom, 400 square foot studio, you can still have 2 people in that apartment, and there's nothing they can do to legislate that away. Therefore, we have to look at people as opposed to necessarily apartments and the type of apartments. Actually, the neighbors also said that we would like if we go with a by right development, we would like to see if we can't get a Dairy Queen, a Arby's, and a Chick-fil-A as part of his by right development. Stormwater is the last thing I want to touch on real quick. The applicant has propounded at least 3 preliminary stormwater proposals to DSC. The first one came back, they were using the Aldi's grocery store as a part of their catchment. We reviewed the PC Swim computer models, and they were storing 1.5 feet of water in Aldi's. They can't do that in a stormwater model. So that came back, they sent it back again, corrected that problem, but this time 2 hours worth of 100-year rainfall disappeared off the computer model, never to be found again. That stormwater model went back to them, and the current one that DSC has put their approval on right now, if you will note, says something to the effect of the proposed conceptual stormwater management strategy has the potential to successfully comply. That's not exactly an approval, as we've already heard here today. So our conclusion here is the applicant's probably got a good project, but he's trying to shoehorn it into the wrong piece of land. There's not enough physical real estate to create enough parking spots for his project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Louis Hasty, followed by Hobie Ritzel.
Thank you.
Mr. Hasty, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
My name is Louis Hasty. I live in Failure Shores. I've lived there for 32 years. The reason I'm here today is to ask that you vote no to the rezoning of this property. The Failure neighborhood is a suburban area, and we would like it to remain that way. The aforementioned wayside property has been described as a so-called blighted area. On the contrary, it is actually quite attractive, aside from the fact that the warehouse and surrounding buildings have not been maintained for years. So is that your definition of a blighted area? No, it just wasn't maintained. So in essence, we strongly oppose the subject rezoning as we believe it does not meet the Virginia State Code requirements to be designated as a revitalization area. And that's based on a code by the state of Virginia. So before you vote today, make sure you read it, because if you vote and then you're opposing the code as it reads, then you haven't done your due diligence. We actually understand that maybe a planned specialized Virginia Housing Development and Redevelopment Authority financing of the project. If this commission were to recommend rezoning of this land, I believe it would serve to set a precedent that would adversely affect the entire city of Virginia Beach going forward. And just the mere thought of approximately potentially, the mere thought of approximately 678 new residents moving in to a 7-acre parcel, and you guys have been out there, you know what it's like. It's just too many people in too little space. So again, thank you for listening, and make sure you remember who got you here. It's the taxpayers, your constituents, and the citizens, and that's what we are. That's what we represent. I represent my family, I represent myself, and there is no antagonism. As I said, this gentleman here, I haven't said anything bad about anybody. I haven't even met with you guys. I went to this gentleman over here and shook his hand at the meeting, and we talked about it. One meeting we had at Civic League, one meeting. But there's I don't know of any conspiracy. I mean, come on. This is just he said, she said. Do the right thing, go by the code, and make Virginia Beach good. Don't mess it up by adding more people in such a small, confined area. So, thank you.
Mr. Hastings, I believe there's a question for you. Mr. Inman?
Hi. In your remarks, you mentioned the figure of 678 residents.
Right.
And a previous speaker also mentioned that.
Right, that's right.
Can you explain how you calculate 678?
Well, I cannot because I use his, okay, you're smiling. I'm saying.
No, it's okay.
I will during my
Well, let me finish.
As long as
I'm still
somebody
talking.
explains.
I'm answering your question.
Yeah, we
I got those numbers from Mr. Boyle, and he did his numbers. So if you need an explanation, it would really be for him to explain it to you. But potentially, that's the number. And of course, the PUD thing could be 2 people instead of 1. And people have people coming in, you know, it's gonna be people coming and going. This is gonna be a mess. It's a mess already. You try to get in there, coming off the boulevard, and trying to you're hung out to dry, as they say in NASCAR, you're hung out to dry. When you take it left, coming off the boulevard, coming from town center, and you're the 4th car or the 5th car, and people are going into Tijuana Flats, and they're coming out of Tijuana Flats area in Aldi's, you're sitting out in the boulevard, and there's 4 lanes of traffic coming at you. And I took a picture of that the other day, showed it to one of my neighbors. I mean, that's the facts. You need to do your due diligence. You need to listen to the citizens. If you need an explanation of the numbers, I'm sure he can come up with that information. Okay? Anything else? Any other questions?
Thank you
I'm very passionate about this. I mean, you know, I know I sound like I'm a little nervous. I am. I don't like talking in front of a group like this, but you got to listen to your citizens, your taxpayers, and your constituents.
Thank you very much. Bill?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Hobie Ritzel, followed by Rona Marsh.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much for hearing us today. I appreciate all of your time. My name's Hobie Ritzel. I'm a longtime resident of Virginia Beach, and I've lived in Thalia for 3 years. I'd like to ask you to vote no against this proposal. There are 3 primary reasons why I ask this, and I hope to give you some insight into what it's like to live in Thalia and in that area. The first reason that I'd like to ask you to vote no, if you could refer to the map, is really the way that the parking is utilized right now and how we anticipate that's going to be utilized when residents are in this building. And that is, if you look at parking lot 1 and 2, I don't think they're up here, but the parking lot next to all these and then the one adjacent to Virginia Beach Boulevard. During peak times and most of the day, those parking lots are pretty much full. If you see when in building number 1, the logical place for most of those residents, if they don't have parking underneath the building, is going to be to park in the 2 parking lots adjacent to Aldi's and the retail center right up with the boulevard. That's going to create a lot of additional traffic. So they're already full right now. We anticipate they're going to be filled up even more and much quicker. The parking lot number 6 to the north of that, just below the buffer area, that's pretty far away from the rest of the buildings. We don't anticipate a lot of people are going to park there. they're going to congregate more around the two parking lots next to Aldi's and the Boulevard. The number two reason that I oppose this is because it's outside the strategic growth area. Anybody who lives in Thalia knows that you avoid the traffic and avoid going through town center at all cost, virtually any time of the day because of the traffic. We really don't want that traffic coming into our residential area. We do everything we can to avoid that. We will go across Virginia Beach Boulevard and Thalia Drive to avoid town center. We're building up in those areas already with additional housing. You can imagine whether it's 400 or 600 additional residents using that area and the traffic that'll create right around Thalia Drive. The third reason, as the previous speaker said, is the potential for traffic and accidents right at the corner of Thalia Drive and Virginia Beach Boulevard. If you are turning north onto Thalia Drive from Virginia Beach Boulevard, taking that left, as the previous gentleman said, it'll take 4 or 5 cars before that backs up, and that backs up pretty frequently right now. That's from people turning into the Aldi's and Tijuana Flats. We anticipate with 400, 600 additional cars, say that's half of those that are going to turn in there, it's going to create a log jam, and that's really got to be addressed before anything like this goes forward. So super concerned about that. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Rona Marsh, followed by Joanna Walhop. Mrs. Marsh, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Mrs. Rona Marsh, and I'm opposed to this rezoning. I also happen to be a certified fraud examiner, and I have high ethical credentials that I have to adhere to. So I will be using as many true documents that I got from the Venture website and presentations to determine how to explain this all to you. The first is a handout that you should all have, which was a memo that was sent by Caitlin Alcock about the August 15th, 2019 meeting. That was almost 10.5 months ago. And on the back of that, under the word zoning, it says loading spaces. On-site loading spaces are provided. That's what they want, appropriate on-site loading spaces. And the difficulty is, right now, we don't have any on-site loading spaces for the people who are in those 10,000 square foot of shops. We don't have anything for the FedEx, which needs to drive their trucks up every day. We don't have anything for the pizza company. So we have no on-site loading, and those people going into Aldi have to jockey around these people that are loading and offloading there. There's no on-site loading spaces. You would think in 10.5 months the design would have been altered to get what zoning recommended. Zoning also recommended under parking. They said it does not appear to have the minimum required number of on-site parking spaces. Wow, we've all been talking about that. And we went to the Venture website and looked at Venture Tech, and Venture Tech, which everyone talks about so favorably, has several people who are not happy with the parking. There were more that were given to Mr. Landfair, and he was supposed to share those with the applicant, but I picked a couple that just stood out to me. The only thing I dislike is the parking situation. So people like the building, but they don't like the parking that Venture does. There was another man, Mr. Wilbur McDonald, and he got a response from the people at Venture Tech, but he didn't like the crime in the parking lot. And so we know already from Venture's development up in Newport News that they have parking issues. And so they don't handle it well there. You can go online and read these unless they remove those. When you talk about how we get to the 678, Mr. Inman, the actual leasing agent at the outreach did a measurement for us where she said it was 678 residents. And so we figured it out. If you have 339 bedrooms and you multiply it times 2, you get 678 residents. So it's based on the number of bedrooms. So we feel they need 655 parking spaces. They're only providing 553.
I'm sorry.
I know. So did you understand how I got the 678?
I'm sorry.
Okay, good.
I just.
Do we have any questions, Mr.?
I do.
Okay.
Do you live in Thalia?
I live in Thalia.
Okay, because I thought I'd seen you here before.
I am very active in stormwater, and I
Okay.
speak about stormwater issues.
Okay, I was just confused because I knew I'd seen you and I was like trying
I live on
to
Linville
connect the
Crescent.
dots. It's fine.
Anyone else vouch for me living in Thalia?
Oh, I
Because
believe you.
do.
I was just curious.
I'm actually on the board of directors in Thalia.
Okay.
Dee,
Yes.
Yeah, oh, Mr. Redmond.
Ms. Marsh, can you come back, please?
Yes, sir.
So you're referring this is about parking spaces that you said and loading spaces you're referring, is this the memo that you're referring to?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you recognize this is after a pre-submittal meeting. So
Yes,
this was
I do.
before- Can I finish? This was before they actually submitted the application. This application has gone through a number of changes since then. So when you say, well, you don't have a number of required parking spaces, doesn't have this, that, this is all, several iterations before then. I don't know that this is terribly relevant, what comes out of that. You have a pre-submittal meeting precisely to address the kinds of concerns that staff has before you submit an application. So, I don't know that that's terribly relevant to what we're talking about. The pre-submittal meeting that might have occurred in October was a very long time ago and a very different animal than what we're looking at today. And I will say this too, it's funny, we've gone this long today and absolutely no one, not one single person who's spoken either for or against this project has said anything about the staff report. Did anybody read the staff report but me?
We did.
Yeah, I read the staff report and it's very frankly is very favorable towards parking and some of these other issues that traffic and all the rest of it. And in my view was pretty darn comprehensive. So I'm looking forward to hearing more about that. I haven't heard any of it yet, but it was, I actually called Mr. Lanfear yesterday and told him it was one of the more thorough staff reports that I'd seen in a very long time. So I'd kind of like to see if we can get into that. It speaks to a number of these things that you said, and that's long after a pre-submittal meeting and all of that stuff when far more specifics about the project occurred. I think we ought to talk about this application, not about, the stuff about the pre-submittal application.
We did provide you an executive summary rebuttal to that, and on page 13, it goes into that. So we did read it very closely.
I understand that, and I'm just saying, we're talking about the pre-submittal meeting in in the fall of 2019. I don't know that that's very relevant. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Joanna Walhop, followed by Denise Saucier. I'm sorry for the pronunciation. Ms. Walhop, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job on the name. My name is Joanna Walhop. I'm a 23-year resident of Thalia, and this is not my area. I will be honest, I did not read the staff report. I am here just as a parent that has raised my children in this neighborhood and as a resident. According to your own city website, the city's long-range plan was to divide the city into 3 categories: rural, suburban, and urban, also known as strategic growth areas. It also says that the City Council recognized the need to accommodate future growth and preserve the established, stable residential neighborhoods in our suburban area, allowing the city to grow while preserving the rural and suburban areas. This project is not currently located in a designated SGA area. So the principles for your suburban areas: create and maintain neighborhood stability and sustainability, protect and enhance natural open spaces and places and buildings of cultural and historic significance, and integrate into development as appropriate. We are a suburban area that has historical significance. Camp Ashby, once located on this land, could have historical artifacts or even unknown graves on this site. Nothing has been done to try to preserve the remnants of that history. If anything, that history has been systemically destroyed to allow for commercial growth. We were all sick to our stomachs when that beautiful white building was taken down. We also have an elementary school and a high school within 1/2 a mile of this project. Princess Anne High School currently has 271 students in their non-transportation zone. There are also many other students who choose to walk or bike that are in this same transportation zone. The increased traffic pattern will put these walking and biking students at risk. Also, the current parking and entry situation at Thalia Elementary School is already lacking, and this development will only exacerbate that situation. There are 105 full-time staff members at Thalia Elementary, and there are only 85 parking spaces. So do the math, that doesn't even allow parking for parents. Come on any given day when there's a event at Thalia Elementary, and you will see the overflow in the parking. There is a shoulder gravel lane that was self-made to allow for parents to turn into the elementary school for parent pickup. That's totally unacceptable in my opinion, that issues like that would not be addressed before allowing another huge development to be placed in that area. There's already a bottleneck area when entering the neighborhood with just the current businesses that are there. If one tractor trailer pulls into the neighborhood, I'm sorry?
Thank you, your time's out.
Okay, well, thank you all for your time.
Mr. DeHaan, at this time, may we take a 5-minute break, please?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Here's the red. If you're in mid-sentence, I'm going to have to ask you to stop. So please understand where we are with this. And with that, Mr. Lanfair, let's get started again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next speaker is Denise Saucier, followed by Tom Metcalf. Ms. Saucier, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
I'm Denise Saucier, and I did some research to find large apartment complexes that have been built since the comp plan of 2003. Out of the 30 I found, 14 of them are located outside of SGAs. Of those 14, most are only 3 stories. 5 of them are 4 stories. None of them are 5 stories high, like the proposed complex at Thalia. Only one of the 14 has a density as high as the proposed development, but it's a senior complex, which would have a limited number of drivers, and it's adjacent to another apartment complex on a major roadway, not at the entrance to an established single-family neighborhood. Only 3 of the 14 are on mixed-use parcels: the Pearl, the Cascades, and Nexus. The Pearl proposed a reduced parking plan, but it was only 17 spaces short of code. And you've already heard that the plan at Thalia seems to be 102 spaces short. The Cascades has a designated road separating the apartments from the retail center on the corner, a well-planned design. And Nexus is similar in lot size and the number of units to the proposed complex, but it only has 17,000 square feet of retail, half of the 35,000 proposed at Thalia. There are 28 access points to the 14 complexes, 22 of which are on 4 to 8 lane divided roadways, and 2 of which are on a major 4-lane road, which is divided in many sections. The only 2-lane road at any of the 14 complexes, which is also an entrance to a single-family neighborhood, is Monument Drive at the Cascades. But the Cascades has designated access points onto Centerville Turnpike and Lynn Haven Parkway. And the neighborhood that shares the Monument Drive access has 4 other routes to major roadways. It's also a wider, newer road with curbs and sidewalks for its entirety. Thalia Road is an old, winding 2-lane road that is the main access for hundreds of single-family homes and an elementary school. If the proposed complex is approved, it will also be the main exit point for hundreds of apartment residents, since they will only be able to go west at the Virginia Beach Boulevard exits. We have observed that drivers don't want to cross 4 lanes of traffic to get to the left turn lane if they want to go east or south. Exiting onto Thalia Road positions them to cross the boulevard, turn left, or turn right on red at the light. We also witnessed that most of the drivers that enter the parking lot from the boulevard exit onto Thalia Road. If approved, the new development would set 5 new precedents for apartments in suburban areas of the city. It will violate the norms for height, density, parking, location, and accessibility. This is not good planning, nor is it fair to the hundreds of Thalia residents who chose the neighborhood for its stability, character, low density, and light traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for our speaker? No. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Tom Metcalf, followed by Dolores Swanson. Mr. Metcalf, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Metcalf. I'm a 20-year resident of Thalia, and I'm here to oppose this proposal. Like many of you, even today, I received numerous informative communications about the project. I've attended meetings, I've prepared for these hearings only to have them postponed, and I'm just hoping that this isn't a lost cause and we're going through the process of talking to you here. The applicant performed one single community outreach meeting with the Thalia neighborhood, and that was on Monday, 2 December, which was attended by approximately 175 Thalia residents. This meeting resulted in limited neutral and no positive support for the project. The applicant was made aware that the Civic League and members of the community opposed the proposal, had created a rezoning task force, and had created a website to keep the neighborhood involved. The applicant presented his proposal and plan, informed the residents that it was much better than the big box stores he could develop by right using the existing B2 zoning, but change was coming. He had various members of his staff stand up and talk to us. Since that time, no additional community outreach meetings have been initiated. In response to the Thalia Civic League talking points, the developer put out a multicolored "Learn the Truth" about the boulevard. I'm sure maybe many of you have received it. All the Thalia residents did. In that publication, it states that they called 2 officers and asked to attend Civic League meetings and were prohibited from doing so. Since no officer received any phone call, and all of our Civic League meetings are open, and in my 20 years, we have never prohibited anybody from attending, I'd just like to know if that's a true statement or not. Without doubt, you will hear concerns or have heard concerns. Some of them will be emotional, some about the proposal not within established SGA, parking, traffic, the impact on our schools, the density, stormwater, spot zoning. While the applicant may have presented some truth in here as far as contacting and everything else, it may not have really addressed. If I ask you how fast a Ferrari can go, and you tell me how fast a Ford can go, that yours would be factual, but it wouldn't answer my question. I would think that we would have...
I'm sorry, but your time is up, but thank you
Yes.
very much.
Thank you.
And
Have a good day.
remember to exit to your...
Yes. To my, out that door.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Dolores Swanson, followed by Eldon Swanson.
Good afternoon. I'm Dolores Swanson, the proud owner of the first residence ever built in Thalia. Seeking more privacy than their Norfolk home on Graydon Avenue provided, Abe and Minnie Lowenberg Camp built this country home in rural, remote Princess Anne County in 1920. Fast forward 100 years. Like the Camps, folks who buy homes in Thalia are seeking to enjoy the generous lot sizes and privacy that the suburban lifestyle affords. And one of the first questions that prospective buyers and parents of school-aged children ask if a realtor wants to sell them a home, tell us about the schools. We know that the Virginia Beach Public Schools are excellent, and residents want to ensure that the adjective excellent continues to describe our school system. This proposed development will have significant impact on our schools. According to the Virginia Beach City Public School 2019-2020 Building Utilization Report for Elementary Schools, the maximum capacity for Thalia Elementary is 536. As of November 22, 2019, the current enrollment was 574, which is 38 students, or 6.8% above capacity. In a report from the Virginia Beach City Public Schools demographer, this development is projected to add 27 new students to Thalia Elementary, bringing the student population to 601, or 12.2% over capacity. When City View 2, with its 219 units, comes online, the Virginia Beach City Public Schools demographer in January 2020 projected it would add another 24 students to the elementary school, making Thalia Elementary the school with the highest overcapacity rate in the city. The applicant states that 200, or 76.6% of its units, are one-bedroom apartments or studios and unlikely to produce any children of school age. But what about the other 23.4%, the other 61 units, 44 of which are 2 bedrooms and 17 of which are 3 bedrooms? The applicant states that this development will bring an additional $400,000 in property taxes to the city. But how much will the city have to spend in order to educate these new students? Again, the school demographer notes that the total cost of including these additional K through 12 students is a whopping $2,732,332. An NPR correspondent was asked once, "What's the difference between school and life?" "Well," he said, "in school you're taught a lesson and then given a
I'm
test."
sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Eldon Swanson, followed by Molly Howlett. Mr. Swanson, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carl Swanson, Eldon Carl Swanson. I've lived in Virginia Beach for 28 years. The last 15 of those years has been in Thalia. I'm opposed to this proposed project for a number of reasons, to include the limited capability of our existing city sewer system to support the development's requirements. The proposed development, which is located on the north side of Virginia Beach Boulevard, will be connected to the city sanitary sewer system. The sewer gravity collection system will carry the effluent from the proposed development across Virginia Beach Boulevard to pump station PS 264, located south of Virginia Beach Boulevard on North Palm Avenue. Based on preliminary estimates, pump station 264 has the capability to process the effluent from the project. To be effective, however, the sewage system must, of course, get the effluent output from the development to the pump station. Virginia Beach Public Utilities engineers have determined that the existing gravity collection system has insufficient capacity to accommodate the peak sewer flows from the development to the pump station. This situation may be further exacerbated if restaurants are included in the proposed 6,500 square feet of retail space in this development. All information used by Virginia Beach Public Utilities to determine water and sewage requirements is based on preliminary estimates. The true impact of our water and sewage infrastructure cannot be calculated until the applicant provides a more detailed engineered site plan. If this application is approved, increasing the capacity of the gravity feed lines to PS 264 likely will be a major endeavor. It may involve replacing or upgrading one or more mains. A critical part of this effort is to route the increased effluent from the project south across 8 lanes of Virginia Beach Boulevard. Such a process would be expensive and disruptive to users of that major roadway. City staff estimates that the applicant will be responsible for providing capacity enhancements if necessary to serve their development. To avoid any ambiguity, I recommend a statement of acceptance of responsibility should be included by the applicant in the proffers or other appropriate documentation. Water requirements for the domestic and fire needs is another area of concern. Based on estimates, the city does not anticipate that there will be insufficient water capability or capacity to support this proposed development. However, if calculations provided during site plan review do reveal insufficient capability or capacity, the applicant will be required to make system upgrades to ensure required capability. The lack of a clear commitment by the applicant to be responsible for any required public utility upgrades
I'm sorry, sir, but your 3 minutes.
is a
are up.
significant shortfall in the application.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Molly Howlett, followed by Michael Kinnett. Ms. Howlett, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Ms. Howard, if you just take 1 second. So just a reminder to people that have spoken that they need to go ahead and exit the building so we can bring in the next ones, or the room, I should say. Thank you. Go ahead.
Excuse me. My name is Molly Howlett, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak in opposition to the rezoning, Thalia Willis Wayside. When we were looking to move to a neighborhood over 6 years ago, my husband and I looked at Thalia for many reasons, one of them being it was a neighborhood with a family feeling, and we wanted to live in a neighborhood where people knew their neighbors, everyone looked out for one another, as well as the school district. We looked at Thalia, even though we didn't have school-age children, but hoped that one day our son would move to the area and maybe raise his family. I, too, have chosen to look at the educational effects of this proposed projects. I'm not going to rehash the numbers that were already gone over, but there is major concern that Thalia Elementary is at overcapacity. The addition of potential students from this project will push capacity potentially over 6%. With additional information that has been shared, people from the other proposed projects in the area will also enhance and add to the overcapacity of these schools. Information that has already been covered also addresses the fact that when you come in and out of our neighborhood during school times, the traffic, it can back up, back past Edinburgh Road. Traffic can back up out onto the boulevard when parents are trying to come in. They are trying to move buses, they're trying to move daycare vans, the whole 9 yards, and it just is very dangerous for the parents who live close in the area and are trying to walk their students over into the school. There's also should be consideration for the homes that are being knocked down over on Thalia South that are being replaced with 2 and 3 townhomes on a property lot, which will also add to the overcapacity of this school. These kids are then within the walking zone, and there's no sidewalks, and traffic in the busyness of this area is going to be very dangerous for these families. I vote that you oppose this project and keep our school districts in the excellent rating that they are, and that our neighborhood gets to stay what it is, a nice, quiet neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I want to reiterate that if you have spoken and you're not part of the original group of the party on either side, the applicant or the citizens, please leave the room because of the COVID virus and the restraints we are under. Okay?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Michael Kinnett, followed by Gail Kinnett. Mr. Kinnett, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Michael Kinnett.
Kinnett.
The comprehensive plan mentions quality or high quality, and it's repeated numerous times. How do you translate high quality? This fails the quality metric requirement, as there has been no quantifiable metric standard provided by the staff or the builder to the commission or to the public from which to judge quality. I could not find it. Compatibility with surroundings is another standard. There's absolutely no visible surrounding structure surrounding this property that use concrete fiberboard panels, exterior insulation, and finished system. There's nothing traditional about concrete fiberboard panels whatsoever. The panel colors are to be placed to create a contrasting appearance which further reinforces the facts of incompatibility with surroundings. Material, shapes, colors, contrast all fail to meet the compatibility of surroundings requirement. Attractiveness of the site and building. It is the considered opinion of the Thalia residential area residents from which the project is named that the development's buildings are unattractive. Thus, the proposal fails to meet the attractiveness requirement. Sufficient amount of open space. As with quality, the project fails to meet the metric of open space because there are no metrics provided. Effective buffering has 4 criteria which are mentioned without quantifying them: type, size, intensity, and relationship to the surroundings. There's no type buffer. It goes immediately from 1 single-family homes to 3 stories. Size, no buffer. Single-family home, just straight to 3 stories, large dwellings. The proposed, as far as intensity, well, if you're in a residential home, that project is going to look very intense right next door. Relationship to the surrounding. Suburban residential housing homeowners specifically moved away from urban apartments and townhomes when they chose to take on the responsibility and expense of an individual suburban residential home. Homeowners rejected a relationship with apartments and townhomes. Also, suburban residential right up against a major urban artery is not a reasonable relationship to surrounding uses. Multi-bedroom units where children live placed close to a major urban artery with 45-mile-per-hour speed limits endanger children. This proposal fails to meet this metric as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Gail Canet, followed by Gwen Bushnell. Mrs. Canet, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Gail Canet. Thank you for listening to the citizens who have put their roots down in Thalia. I am one of them. Today, may I please speak to the environmental impact of removing the many large mature trees on the property under consideration. Mature trees control stormwater runoff and act as mini reservoirs by, number 1, intercepting and holding rain on leaves, branches, and bark. 2, increasing infiltration and storage of rainwater through the tree's root system. 3, reducing soil erosion by slowing rainfall before it strikes the soil. And 4, incorporating rainwater into the biomass. In May 2020, a survey was conducted using the iTree tool, the National Tree Benefit Calculator, on the northwest corner of the property in question. Only mature trees between the existing paved parking and the existing buffer zone were surveyed. 4 oak trees, 5 sycamores, and 7 loblolly pines. Crepe myrtles, crab apples, and several small and unhealthy landscape trees around the parking lot and retention pond did not factor in this study. Calculations are based on tree size as circumference at 4.5 feet and tree species. For just these 16 trees, the rainfall intercepted by slowing runoff and allowing root systems to absorb the water, as well as evaporation from leaves, needles, branches, and bark, amounts to 35,847 gallons per year. Stormwater runoff avoided, 3,707 gallons per year. Atmospheric CO2 reduction, that's greenhouse gases, 5,513 pounds per year. Now multiply these numbers by a factor of at least 3. Why? The survey did not include that protected and heavily forested and vegetated buffer zone 50-plus feet deep between Thalia Forest Lane backyards and the survey area, nor did it include the 4 massive red oaks and 13 pine trees on the Virginia Beach Boulevard frontage. And we have said nothing about shade value or noise abatement. Commissioners, do these matter? Root systems provide filtration. Removing these webs of containment raises levels of phosphorus and nitrogen to the watershed. Refer to the 2019 Chesapeake Bay Clean Water Blueprint. Each bay jurisdiction is responsible for meeting their pollution reduction goals. EPA imposes consequences for missed goals. No permeable pavers, complex underground stormwater systems, or purchase of nutrient credits provide these ecological and aesthetic benefits. We like these trees. Please utilize the green infrastructure in place. Protecting and enhancing open spaces is mandated in the comprehensive plan for suburban areas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Gwen Bushnell, followed by Sharon Walagora. Ms. Bushnell is a virtual speaker Ms. Bushnell, please pause for 3 seconds. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was
Okay.
going to be virtual, but I'm here.
Well,
Hi,
here she
good
is in person.
afternoon. Good afternoon. My name's Gwen Bushnell. I've been a Thalia resident for over 20 years. When my family and I moved to Thalia, we chose it because of the single-family homes, the large lots, and the mature trees that she was just talking about. I'm opposed to this project because it's too high density for this location. This area is not a strategic growth area. I do not feel that this is an appropriate location for 261 apartments that are in 3 buildings, 5 stories high. This is completely out of character with the neighborhood. There are no other 5-story buildings anywhere near except at Town Center. In addition, the applicant's proposal states on page 5, under the shared parking analysis, that, quote, of 261 proposed dwelling units, a minimum number of 200 efficiency studio flat, and/or 1-bedroom units are proffered, therefore limiting the amount of parking needed. In reality, quite often 1-bedroom units are shared by a couple, and therefore there would be 2 people sharing an apartment, and most likely they would have 2 cars. This affects the parking situation and the traffic situation. I know that the applicant has done a traffic study. However, I live in the neighborhood and I know firsthand what the intersection of Virginia Beach Boulevard and Thalia Road is like even now at peak traffic hours, and it would get much worse. This is a safety issue, particularly with the elementary school being so close. I would call your attention to the bottom of page 4 of their proposal under a traffic impact analysis, which acknowledges that, quote, the redevelopment will result in an increase of the number of average daily trips for the site as the site is currently developed. It goes on to state, staff does have concerns about the potential for queuing of traffic on northbound Thalia Road from the Virginia Beach Boulevard signalized intersection. The applicant is aware that at some point, the future traffic engineering staff may require that the existing southernmost vehicular access point on Thalia Road be modified from full access point to a right-in, right-out access point. This modification will be necessary if it is determined that the queue from the traffic signal backs vehicles up through this point of ingress-egress, causing a safety issue for left-turning vehicles in and out of the site. Well, I can tell you that I think it's already an issue, and so I would hope that you would vote no on this proposal, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Sharon Walagora, followed by Donald Meyer. Ms. Walagora, please state your name for the record. Thank you. Madam Chair, if you just pause for a moment, we're going to check the lobby.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. Madam Chair, we'll move on to the next speaker, Donald Meyer, followed by Cindy Kolasinski. Mr. Meyer, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
My name is Donald Meyer. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? My name is Donald Meyer, and I'm a 24-year resident of Thalia, and I would like to strongly oppose the spot rezoning of the Willis Wayside property to allow for high-density residential apartments. This is a radical departure from the agreed-on existing high-density commercial development areas which are existing in the city and the Pembroke and Town Center regions, completely contrary to the rural suburban character of Thalia. Thalia is a pastoral world unto itself with low-density housing, heavily forested, tree-lined streets with natural drainage areas more reminiscent of country lanes than urban centers. It's an incredibly quiet neighborhood, home to many varieties of raccoons, fox, herons, wrens, robins, and osprey. An article in National Geographic actually states that Thalia has one of the highest concentrations of night herons in the United States, and certainly the largest colony of yellow-crowned night herons in Virginia. The community is a few short miles from the mouth of Chesapeake Bay and the Atlantic Ocean beyond. It's bounded on the north by the eastern branch of Lynn Haven and the west by Thalia Creek, literally a stone's throw across Thalia Road, which borders the proposed spot rezoning area. The proposed rezoning would put an unprecedented 5-story apartment building right at the entrance to this unique pastoral subdivision in the immediate area of an elementary school, church, and existing single-family residential homes. It would destroy the character of the existing neighborhood and set a dangerous precedent for future spot development along the Virginia Beach Boulevard. Others have spoken to the impact of this project on traffic, school capacity, etc. However, I find it curious that the planning staff have noted a lack of compliance with the drainage on the property by the previous development associated with Aldi's Supermarket. They quote that the new apartment project may be able to address these issues if approved. In fact, the proposed exotic drainage solution for the current project points to the overall drainage impact on the entire watershed of Thalia Creek and the critical wildlife habitats mentioned previously. What is the rationale to put a 5-story multi-purpose apartment building in a historic subdivision outside of the SGA? The area is already filled with fire, rescue, school, church, and boat launch facilities and does not need any more high-density development. This rezoning sets a bad precedent and should not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Cindy Kolosinski, followed by Alex Kolosinski. Ms. Kolosinski, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Cindy Reckling-Kalasinski. I've lived off and on in Thalia for over 50 years, and I'm one of the many families and generations that have lived in Thalia over the years. My family moved into Thalia in 1965, where my father opened the local gas station. My mother was a school nurse at Princess Anne High School and Malibu Elementary. I spent my formative years with my friends running and riding the streets of Thalia without a care in the world. After college, I left Virginia Beach, and my parents remained in Thalia, as did many other families that are still in Thalia today. In 2005, I returned to our great city of Virginia Beach and bought a home 6 houses from my parents so I could raise my children near my family and also in the neighborhood with great tradition of schools and neighborhood. I want to give you a sense of the family traditions and the families that are in Thalia just by a few of my neighbors. Next door to me, my neighbor has been in Thalia since 1962, one of the original owners in Thalia. Across the street is a second-generation Thalia family. Behind me is a family whose mother, sister, and daughter are all in Thalia. And one street over is a family that has 4 family members living on the same street in different homes, yes, all on one street. Yes, Thalia has many families that have been there for many years. And my daughter has even recently in the past year bought a home in Thalia. Not only are we rich in family history, we're also attracting and welcoming new families with young children and families with multiple generations under one roof. On any given day, you can hear the sounds of kids playing, dogs barking. You see neighbors of all ages walking and running in the neighborhood and riding their bikes. Before long, we will hear the grand sound of Princess Anne Marching Band as they prepare for football season. Virginia Beach has grown. Town Center has evolved, but Thalia remains one of the most desirable suburban neighborhoods in proximity to downtown Virginia Beach. On behalf of the Thalia families, present and future, I ask that you sincerely vote no to the rezoning and help preserve, protect the integrity and the stability of our great neighborhood. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Alex Kolosinski, followed by Shannon Stanton. Mr. Kalasinski, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
My name's Alex Kalasinski. I'm going to leave my notes in my pocket, and I'm also, in the interest of time, I actually am representing 5 of my neighbors as well, so there are going to be 5 less speakers here because of me.
Thank you.
You're welcome. My notes have 3 points. I just want to get to one point. I've served on the board of the Virginia Beach Community Development Corporation for 4 years. And during that time, I watched us, as Virginia Beach Community Development Corporation, bring projects to the Planning Commission and also to the City Council. And they were workforce, one was a workforce project. They were obviously a Section 8, and one was a veterans project. And in each one of those situations, we had to do all the work that the applicant has done. We went through all those, all the requirements that planning requires. And what's interesting is that in the case of all 3, what trumped everything that happened that we put, the facts, was the reaction of the neighborhood. The neighborhood basically said, I don't want this for these reasons, and those projects were then scrapped and we moved along. And in the case of the workforce housing, there were, it was going to be a very, that got to the council, that was going to be a very robust project. And again, the neighborhood said no. It was in the Green Run neighborhood came in and said no. What I would like to emphasize here is that you've got a groundswell of people who've said no to this project and are bringing a great deal of information. And what I'm pointing out to you is that the precedent that our city has had is that we have agreed with what neighborhoods want. And that's what you've got here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Shannon Stanton, followed by Vicki Gray. Ms. Stanton is a virtual speaker. Ms. Stanton, please pause for 3 seconds so we can unmute your mic. Please start by stating your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Stanton, and I'm a resident of Thalia since 2003. First, I'd like to thank the panel for hearing our comments and concerns regarding the Willis Wayside proposed rezoning. As I listen to all the perspectives shared today, I appreciate the efforts to address concerns. However, I'd like to remind the panel of the primary question that I believe needs to be answered. The city has gone to great length to deliberately plan for its growth by codifying strategic growth areas within a sustainable framework, the comprehensive plan. In doing this, the city can continue to grow within its current and projected resources. Daily operational decisions must be aligned with that strategic vision. So an objective decision tree is probably key to determining if the proposed project is in the best interest of the city, economically, socially, and environmentally. The first question of that tree, I think, is, does the project comply with the comprehensive plan? Bottom line, I believe the proposed project falls outside of the scope in that the property is not in the geographical boundaries of the strategic growth area. You know, once we start to expand the parameters of our deliberate plan, it's a slippery slope resulting in second and third order effects that are unintentional but are reality. And I believe numerous small considerations granted are, we slowly veer our course without immediate notice. And over time, we realize we've arrived to a place we cannot maintain or restore. So I'll close with this. You know, you've been given the authority to make recommendations to the city council and ultimately result in decisions for our city, our family. Therefore, each of you are a responsible and accountable member of this family. And many times in my own family, we've had to say simply, it's not in the plan. So thank you for your time, and I hope that you oppose the project.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Vicki Gray, followed by Mark Korumhas. Ms. Gray, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Vicki Gray. Along with my husband, we have loved living in Thalia for 29 years. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. We are opposed to the rezoning of the Willis Wayside property. I'll restrict my comments to the impact of this proposal on the character of the Thalia community and to access points to the property. Our neighborhood loves the town center, a strategic growth area. We bike there, we enjoy restaurants in the plaza, but then we love crossing back over the Thalia Creek Bridge on the boulevard and returning to our suburban community. We greatly appreciate that in the city's own plans, they specifically state the value of suburban areas like Thalia, and that Thalia is not designated as a strategic growth area, one of the only two such areas along the boulevard. We are sad to see an institution like Willis Wayside go away, but that's Mr. Willis's decision. We know that the property will be developed commercially and may not be the vendors of our choice. But we believe that putting 2 5-story apartment buildings on this corner will make us appear more to be like town center's strategic growth area, and the suburban character of our little area will be lost forever. We're asking just because you can approve the project doesn't mean that you really should approve the project. Regarding access points, the planning staff finds the project consistent with the comprehensive plan. I would note on page 4 of the report, last paragraph, the report does acknowledge there could be a traffic problem with cars stacking up, turning onto Thalia Road from the boulevard, and that in the future there may need to be a right turn only exit at the first Thalia Road access point. One of the nice development features of the newer and redeveloped areas of the city is the controlled access and exits from shopping and neighborhoods onto the road system. That standard appears in the May 2016 Comprehensive Plan Reference Handbook. It appears that the Thalia Wayside project intends to keep the 4 existing access points to the adjacent roads. If you approve this application, please take this opportunity to reconfigure the access points to 1 major entrance at the east end of the property onto the boulevard and add a traffic light. I know that would put 2 traffic lights close together, but with the excellent timing of the traffic lights on the boulevard, this is surely something that could be accommodated by your engineers. Thank you for listening to myself and to our neighbors.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Mark Korumhas, followed by Barbara Duke. Mr. Korumhas, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Korumhas. I'm a 38-year Navy veteran, still serving, 26-year resident of Thalia, and I have to tell you, I've gotten an education this afternoon during this. I have a great deal of respect for what this commission does, and I'll tell you, I don't envy a single one of you. Having said that, I'm going to confine my comments today, and I've got some printouts, and also to the Volcker report, which was mentioned earlier today, traffic analysis report. If I can just put those up here, perhaps you can pass them forward. And I want to talk about 3 particular findings that I had when I went through the Volcker report. I am by trade a systems engineer, so bear with me. The first is that the traffic impact analysis, or the TIA, doesn't address some major safety concerns that I think that the committee should be, that the panel should be aware of. Number 1, a safety metric was never considered in that study. There was a level of service metric, or MOE, that is in that study, but never a safety measure was ever looked at. The second thing is the linchpin of the analysis, if you look at right now, is a single traffic complex signal. That tells me, as a system engineer, it is also a single point of failure. You may want to think about that as you go through and you look at this. The only traffic modification that's mentioned in the Volcker report, in the TIA, is a possible modification to the existing single point of failure traffic scheme. On to my next point. Traffic operations in this report were made using a tool called Synchro Professional 9.2. Let's talk about that for a minute. Synchro 9.2 takes a number of inputs, data inputs, and it runs it in, and it's probably a very good model. The question is this: on the input side of data, we have only 8 hours of data collected over 2 successive days in a holiday period. That seems to be a remarkable paucity of data, because when you turn the crank on this, you'll get answers that are precise when you read that report. I don't think they're very accurate. And I think if you carefully read that report, you'll draw the distinction between precision and accuracy. Another thing in this Synchro Professional 9.2 you might want to ask, there must be some allowances for environmentals. There aren't. Blue sky, 24 hours, no rain, no precipitation, no day-night. What validity you're going to get from that? I'll conclude by saying I don't envy your task. I would invite you to take another look at that Volcker report and move forward. I thank you all for your time and your attention. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Barbara Duke, followed by Dot Wood. Ms. Duke, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Barbara Duke, and I've lived in the Thalia area for over 30 years. I'm here today to oppose the project proposed by the Thalia Road Partners. As a former land use planner for this city, I appreciate the service of the Planning Commission, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to be here today to share my thoughts on this project with you. I'm opposed to this project because in my analysis it does not fully conform to the comprehensive plan. The staff report states that this project is compatible with the suburban area guidelines for aging shopping centers, but this is not a complete analysis. The shopping center is correctly described as aging, but it is far from dilapidated or blighted. There has been redevelopment, recent redevelopment on the site. This site is a vibrant and vital part of the community as it is. The current B2 zoning allows a variety of uses that are preferred by the community. It is important that this high-density mixed-use proposal also be evaluated in the context of the surrounding area. The comp plan clearly states that high-density mixed-use developments, such as the one proposed, are most appropriate within strategic growth areas. This site is located between the 2 SGAs known as Pembroke Town Center and Rosemont. This project has higher density and height than any other multifamily development existing along Virginia Beach Boulevard for miles. The Thalia project also has more density, building height, mixed use, and impervious surface than the several residential projects recently approved within the Pembroke Strategic Growth Area. Why is this highly dense and intense use being contemplated here? The approval of this project does not just accomplish a rezoning. It represents a de facto change to the boundaries of the SGAs, otherwise known as SGA sprawl. If the city's desire is to expand the Pembroke SGA or the Rosemont SGA to provide high-density mixed use for this site, this should not be accomplished by a simple rezoning. This site and the surrounding area, which happens to be about 5 or 6 properties that are not included between Pembroke and Rosemont, this site and the surrounding area should be studied as part of the revision process for the update of the comprehensive plan that is currently underway in the planning department, and through which some of these issues, like traffic, schools, utilities, could be vetted. The approval of this rezoning is not in keeping with the smart growth policies clearly outlined in the comprehensive plan. I urge you to make a decision based on your policies. I respectfully appeal to your judgment to deny this application today.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Dot Wood, followed by Sharon Pollard. Ms. Wood, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
My name is Dorothy Wood, and I'm really nervous to be here, and surprising since I chaired this for 8 years or so. It's good to see you all. I've been a resident of Thalia for 55 years. I must have moved here very young. And I've had so I know what a hard time you're having here today. And when you retire, you'll get a clock with your name on it. So look forward to that, right, Don? I certainly recognize a property owner's right to develop land and use it as he can legally. After all, property rights are the cornerstone of our republic. However, when seeking an expansion of his legal ability to improve his property, a developer has the obligation to minimize the impact on the surrounding neighbors, especially the residential neighbors. And if you look around, like my next door neighbor's third generation, Cindy Reckling, who just spoke to you, was one of the Cub Scouts and Girl Scouts in our neighborhood, as was David. We are a neighborhood where people all come back, and I love that. Of course, I'm the oldest one, I think. I have no problem with the developers. They're good people, they're my friends, and I bear them no ill will. I wish they wouldn't tear down the historic buildings, such as I think was a hospital or a POW, but I guess it's their right. There's no need for them to add to the massive increased residential density. They have unrestricted B2 zoning, which gives them dozens of variable by right uses that are compatible with our neighborhood, like office buildings. Thank you for your service and listening to us. I humbly request you reject this application and develop this in a more reasonable manner. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Sharon Pollard, followed by Becky Upton. Ms. Pollard is a virtual speaker. Ms. Pollard, please pause for 3 seconds so we can unmute your mic. Ms. Pollard, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
My name is Sharon Pollard, and I request that you not approve this proposal. My husband, Johnny, and I have lived in Thalia Acres for 43 years. In that time, we have seen a lot of changes in our area. In August of 2018, we noticed major traffic changes after Aldi opened on the Willis Wayside property. When turning left from Virginia Beach Boulevard onto Thalia Road, we have been forced to stop in the middle of the westbound Virginia Beach traffic because 1 or 2 cars are slowly turning into the Aldi parking lot. Since the majority of today's drivers see no need to use signal lights, there is no advance warning that those cars are turning, and therefore we have had no opportunity to avoid blocking the boulevard. This issue will only be exacerbated by the addition of the residents of the proposed 261 apartments and the cars they will own. In addition to the residents' cars, there will be further traffic congestion generated from the cars belonging to the families and friends who will inevitably be visiting those apartments. Add to that the businesses that will be on the property, and add that to the above-mentioned traffic issue, and we are looking at a serious bottleneck. There are not enough parking spaces planned to accommodate the business workers and their patrons, as well as the apartment residents and their families and friends. This fact will contribute to a traffic backup simply because a parking place cannot be found, particularly during peak traffic hours of the day. When school was in session, I was told that the backup in the right turn lane on Thalia Road at Virginia Beach Boulevard reached all the way back to Thalia Elementary School at about 7 or 7:15 in the morning. This backup encouraged people to get in the straight lane and then turn right onto Virginia Beach Boulevard from that straight lane. Not only is this situation a safety issue, but it also hinders the already overburdened school bus situation, which will be further hampered if the buses are not able to arrive at their destinations on time to deliver and pick up the students. As you can imagine, additional cars generated by this apartment business complex proposal would further add to these already existing problems. Another safety issue that concerns us is the lack of space in this mixed-use complex for a large fire truck and other necessary equipment that would be needed during a 5-story building fire. According to the proposed plans, there seems to be very little road access, particularly for the apartments in the second building. Again, we respectfully ask that you vote.
3 minutes is up. Thank you. I'm not in charge.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Becky Upton, followed by Lynn Holmbeck. Ms. Upton, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Becky Upton. Good afternoon, Madam and Planning Commission. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. I've been a longtime Thalia resident. I appreciate this opportunity very much. And I respectfully request that the Commission disapprove the recommendation of the applicant's request. I have 3 points for your consideration, and the first one I haven't heard yet this afternoon, I don't think. And that is, I wonder what is the science behind coming to the conclusion that Virginia Beach has built enough apartments. I think that at some point in time, we will come up to capacity of the number of apartments built. And my concern is the city not overbuild, and then those apartments not be occupied, and somehow we will end up with some sort of a ghetto. I don't know what science there is behind that, but there must be some kind of a determination what is the overall capacity of the city for apartments. My second point has already been talked about a lot, and that is the traffic. And as you know, the Thalia neighborhood backs up on the water, and the exit out of the Thalia neighborhood is only available on a couple of streets to go from the Thalia neighborhood to Virginia Beach Boulevard, and it backs up, and we've had a lot of discussion about that. My third point also has been discussed, and that is that I believe it's a very big safety issue. The ingress and the exit in and out of the Thalia Wayside is not conducive or safe or easy. And there's been a lot of discussion about how hard it is to get out of that area, and if you've been there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And if you haven't been there, I would respectfully request that you go there and you can see what we mean about the traffic coming out of Aldi and trying to get onto the Virginia Beach Boulevard and backing up the traffic. It's a very large safety issue. So in summary, I respectfully request that you disapprove their request. There's been a lot of people who have asked you that, and each one of us standing here represents numerous other people in the neighborhood who didn't have the opportunity to come and speak to you. So in summary, I'd ask you to disapprove it because of what is the strategic plan for growth for apartments? I'm not sure that's been looked at. And the traffic on the streets, we've had differing opinions of whether or not there is a traffic problem, and there must be exact numbers behind that. I'm not sure we've arrived at that. And then thirdly, the safety issue of coming in and out. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Lynn Holmbeck, followed by Barry Fick. Ms. Holmbeck, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Lynn Holmbeck, 12-year Thalia resident. Thank you for the opportunity today to talk about property values and apartment vacancies, which I hope you'll take into consideration in deciding on this proposal. Property values. The applicant states that the increase in home values from 2015 to 2020 for homes directly adjacent to 4 Class A apartment communities has increased over the roughly 3% higher than the city average of 14. In fact, these complexes are located within areas that were primarily developed after 1970, while Thalia was primarily developed prior to 1970. It is reasonable to assume that the resort oceanfront areas and newer areas still being developed would appreciate at a slightly faster rate than older areas of the city like Thalia. And although Thalia is an older neighborhood, the median real estate price is second only to the new and still developing Red Mill Nemo area. The applicant promises that the proposed complex will be a Class A community. Fact of the 29 apartment complexes built in the city since the 2003 comprehensive plan, all of them have fitness centers, swimming pools, and clubhouses, regardless of the price range, and most have reasonable closet space and modern kitchens. All these high-end finishes and best-in-class amenities that they speak of are run-of-the-mill today. Third, what have increased values for homeowners and increased revenue for the city of Virginia Beach? The average single-family home in Virginia Beach is $338,000. The average value of an apartment unit is $127,000. While one might presume the high-density apartments increase the tax base, the continued unrestrained development of these complexes will discourage potential homeowners from settling here and investing, resulting in a long-term negative impact on home values. Finally, regarding the impact from actual strategic growth area development, the Pembroke SGA plan calls for 1,500 apartments in the Gateway Waterfront District, just to the west of Thalia Creek, and only a few hundred yards from the Willis site. The Waterfront District will offer casual places to eat, art galleries, and performances. Fact, this proposed development within the Waterfront District, within an SGA, and easily accessible to the well-planned urban lifestyle of Town Center would negatively impact this proposed 261-unit apartment complex in the Willis Wayside neighborhood. Moving on to vacancy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Barry Fick, followed by Jean Lemoyne. Mr. Fick, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Derek Fick. I'm a current resident and a property owner of the area known as Thalia Shores and have been for the past 23 years. I'm here today to strongly oppose the conditional rezoning request to change the existing zoning district of B2 to B4 submitted by Thalia Road Partners. The current use of the subject property with its commercial tenants fits the general area and blends in with the residential area nearby. Should the rezoning to B4 be authorized, the property will be subject to a 5-story structure, significant traffic congestion, a heavy stress on the current wastewater and sewer system, an overload of the Thalia Elementary School nearby, and will generally not harmonize with the surrounding neighborhood. This property is not within the strategic growth area as defined by the city's comprehensive plan. Should the rezoning be authorized, I ask the question, what is the value of strategic growth planning if it is modified by this kind of rezoning? An additional significant concern has recently developed with the Virginia Beach City Council's approval of a sea level rise plan that directly affects the subject property. The intersection of Thalia Road, and it is Thalia Road, not Thalia Drive, as represented on some of the graphics. That intersection of Thalia Road and Virginia Beach Boulevard and portions of the subject property are within a FEMA-defined flood zone, which is subject to the possibility of 1.5 feet of sea level rise by 2050. If the rezoning is authorized, there is a greatly increased flood risk to this project due to that sea level rise. What better way for the city to begin acting on the City Council's sea level rise plan than to continue existing zoning where rezoning enables a project with a higher level of risk? Please deny this request for rezoning. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Jean Lemoyne, followed by Gregory Lemoyne. Ms. Lemoyne, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jean Lemoyne. I live at 400 Thalia Road in Virginia Beach. My property borders the Thalia Wayside, and I wanted to say this project is too large for the site. There are parking issues already and storm drainage issues. The parking lot on the slides that they're showing now is actually larger than what they started off with. And we are in danger of losing large trees, over 40 of them. There's large loblolly pines, white oak, sweet gum trees. We have fox, owl, osprey, bluebirds, other wildlife. The wood is thick with lots of undergrowth. There would be loss of habitat for all kinds of wildlife. An article in the pilot says, soaking up water is not all a tree silently does for us. Every day, big trees out there are taking in toxic carbon dioxide and putting oxygen back into the air. Trees conveniently store this and release the oxygen back to earth. In essence, if you have two big trees in your yard, they will provide enough oxygen for your family of 4. Trees provide food for homes of hundreds of insects, animals, birds and insects. Caterpillars are the main food source for baby birds because, like human babies, they can only eat soft food. So I'm gonna cut to it here. There's another part of this article says, Bill Johnson, who is in charge of the city public works staff, told me about several homeowners who had cut down large trees in their yards after Hurricane Isabel blew through. A lot of the trees were a casualty in that storm because of the homeowners did not want trees falling on their houses in the next hurricane. However, after the trees, the homeowners' yards flooded in the next storm. We have 3 large trees in our front yard and 2 large trees in our backyard. Our yard still floods in heavy rains. I've sent pictures into the board's members. My concern is that when a lot of these large trees are cut down, our flooding will become worse. If the project is approved as it stands, we will lose a lot of our buffer between Virginia Beach Boulevard. And we would also have privacy issues in the Thalia Forest neighborhood. For some of us, it would be a safety issue. 3-story townhouses with rooftop balconies face some of our backyards. With most of the woods gone, there would be people looking over our back fences. With townhouses, there would be an increase of school children. Some of the teachers at the elementary, of course you guys already know about that. So I'm going to cut to the chase and say I just hope you guys vote against this. This is not for this site.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Gregory Lemoyne, followed by Alan Manglemock. Mr. Lemoyne, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gregory Lemoyne, and as my wife pointed out, our lot abuts the proposed development right next to the buffer of trees. I have a concern at a meeting that that we had with the developers in December. Their intention was to put a temporary fence 20 feet from the property line and then clear out everything beyond that, and then use a root cutter to cut all of the roots of those trees that extend beyond that. So what they would essentially be doing is cutting the roots from the trees on the side away from my house. And we have a very big concern about wind damage from that and trees falling toward the house from them being cut. Also, as she mentioned, our yard floods coming from there. Taking out that wide area of trees, which provides a big buffer against the rainwater, would likely cause our to flood even more. We're also concerned about the traffic peak hours, the congestion, just as you've heard so many times before. And we are concerned that it's being proposed outside of a strategic growth area. The city council determined those strategic growth areas several years ago, and they deliberately left ours as a suburban area for a reason. Anyway, thank you for your time.
I have one question for you, sir. Where's your house? And
400 Thalia Road, it's right next to the lot. If you-
wait, do we have a, exactly where is it? Do we have a map? I'm just curious. Is he-
To the top left of that blue square, the first house right there.
And the tree was cut?
No, they are saying that they will be cutting the roots of the trees.
Okay, they have not done that.
They haven't done
Okay,
that.
I've misunderstood. I just wanted to clarify that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Alan Manglamott, followed by Jeff Garrington. Mr. Manglamott, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Manglamott. I've been a resident of the Thalia neighborhood since 2006. I wish to strongly object to the proposed rezoning of the Willis Wayside property from a B2 Community Business District to a B4 Mixed-Use District, and to the proposed project to build mixed-use residential and retail structures to accommodate some 261 family units to include a building with 4 stories above ground floor parking. Such a project may be suitable for to support the planned Pembroke and Rosemont strategic growth areas as mentioned before, but the Thalia neighborhood is not a part of either of those. The introduction of 261 family units and approximately 10,000 square feet of retail space creates both a parking and traffic congestion issue for a small area with a single traffic light and barely a handful of access points from Virginia Beach Boulevard. The proposed project estimates 339 residents, and you can be sure that every one of those residents will drive a car. A cursory examination of the neighborhood within 1 mile of the site will show that the parking overflow will spread to the nearby public streets, as is currently the case. My home is on Thalia Forest Lane. Okay, it's the first street directly behind the proposed project, and it would, for obvious reasons, become default overflow parking due to its proximity. We see that already when Thalia Elementary School has any kind of an event. Everyone parks along Thalia Road and on Thalia Forest Lane. In addition, excuse me, the traffic congestion issue affects access to Thalia Road, Thalia Elementary School, and the nearby Princess Anne High School, particularly during peak traffic hours. Anyone that lives there knows exactly what I'm talking about when you're trying to go to work early in the morning or you're trying to come home when the school secures. With approximately 97,000 square feet of vacant retail space within line of sight of the proposed rezoning, what is the point of adding the additional proposed retail space, especially when the current available retail space is within walking distance? If the currently available retail space, such as the former Farm Fresh in Collins Square, less than 1 mile from Willis Wayside, cannot or will not be utilized, what sort of retail businesses does the developer expect to attract that wouldn't be better suited to Pembroke Mall, which is also within walking distance? The proposed rezoning and the subsequent building project, in my opinion, will change the very character of the Thalia neighborhood for the worst. We purchased our home with the ambiance of the neighborhood and the nearby schools in mind. The last thing we wish to see is a 5-story structure less than a football pitch away and visible from my front porch. Please reconsider the rezoning of this property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Can you come back for a second? I think I have a question for you. I think you're about the 4th or 5th speaker that I've heard mention the parking situation at Thalia Elementary School.
Yes, sir.
My daughter at one point went to Thalia Elementary School, so I'm well familiar with it. My question is, has anybody chosen to raise any of these issues with the school board and school administration, or merely to us? Because it seems to me if there's an existing unsafe condition at Thalia Elementary School, at least as it's been described, it seems to me it would be an important point to make to them.
I don't know of any initiative that's been done on that part.
Have you?
My daughter we can pretty much walk there.
Yeah.
So we escort her all the time. So it's a different issue for us. It's totally different for everyone that's got to park along Thalia Drive, and people that end up going into the cul-de-sac, park their vehicles, bring their kids, walk their kids over, and then come back.
I
That's
understand
what's
that. My
happening.
point is, if you think there's a parking problem at Thalia Elementary School, I would urge you to contact the school administration.
Sir,
That's the folks who run.
Sir, if you put an additional 300-some cars in that area, we're going to get that overflow parking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Jeff Garrington, followed by Mike Doherty. Mr. Garrington, please state your name for the record. Thank you. I'm sorry. Madam Chair, we'll move on to the next speaker, Mike Doherty, followed by Monica Lenker. Mr. Doherty, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, City staff, good afternoon. My name is Mike Doherty. I have lived in Thalia for 31 years now, and I'm here to speak in opposition to this proposed rezoning project. My specific interest here is in proffers. We talked a little bit about them earlier. I'd like to amplify a couple of our points. Proffers are used to protect the city and the taxpayer. The applicant's proffers do not show commitment to the plan that's being proposed, nor to ensuring that any shortfalls in project planning and implementation are fully the applicant's responsibility. The proffers do not address the most elemental of Thalia neighborhood's concerns that we've talked about. I'm not going to repeat those. There's no reason. But as examples of proffers that we think would be nice to be included in that project, a proffer could clearly state the applicant's responsibility to maintain the stormwater management plan. A proffer should be recorded to, at minimum, ensure annual testing and performance validation of the new stormwater management system, since it's a new and really untested system, especially in view of the newest city standards. We talked a little bit about parking before, and the applicant talked about some of the controls he's going to put in for parking. So I'm not going to discuss that, but it really would be nice to see those items addressed in a proffer. The entrances exits on Thalia Road are a problem as well. And I really just want to talk about a little example of a problem I've had with traffic. I was trying to turn left from Virginia Beach Boulevard onto Thalia Road. I was in the left-hand turn lane. There were a bunch of cars behind me. The car pulled up next to me on the right-hand, or in the left-hand lane to the right of me. The left-hand turn lane got the green arrow. I went. That person went as well. Tried to go around me and get in front of me and cut in front of me to get it onto Thalia Road. That's an example of what I think is going to be innovative parking, or pardon me, innovative transit into parking. And I'm really concerned that that's going to happen more than once. As far as public utilities and water and sewage, it would really be nice to have a proffer in there that says anything that they discover during the project, they're going to pay for and fix. But we don't see that. And as far as the architecture and design of buildings, it would also be really nice if we could have a little bit of a proffer in there to try and get those things a little closer to what our neighborhood looks like. We do not have any mansard roofs. In conclusion, the proffers are disappointing and do not address or attempt to ameliorate the problems that we see. We'd like to see this happen because we'd like to see this as a first-class project, but we really would like to see us, most of all, not in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Monica Lenker, followed by Alan Wakefield. Ms. Lenker, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Years. I'm asking that you vote no on this project. My main concern is the traffic. I don't have any mathematical numbers for you nor statistics, but what I do have is me looking out the front door for 17 years at the traffic on Edinburgh, especially in the morning when people are going to work And in the evening when people are coming home, it has increased over the years. And I know with these new apartments, it'll get even more congested. So I ask you again to please vote no. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Alan Wakefield, followed by Blair Ferguson. Mr. Wakefield, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alan Wakefield. I've lived in Thalia for 34 years. Today I'm addressing you on some of the issues in the Thalia rezoning. Some of them I haven't heard, and some again have been repeated. I won't just go over and repeat them again. The first one is the number of cars in excess what is allotted to the rezoning. I already have difficulty when I go into Aldi's because the handicap places are normally taken already, and the other places, the other parking places around it are also usually filled. This is many times during the day. Number two is people have mentioned the congestion on Thalia Road. I am handicapped, which adds to the need for less cars. I ride a scooter sometimes, and it's very difficult because the traffic is already more than is what reasonable should be there, and on top of what this would do. Number three, the number of students at Thalia Elementary will most likely increase above the stated number, so more teachers and more money will obviously be needed. I'm a retired teacher, and so I know what it's like to have a couple more kids in the classroom and how much more difficult it is and the amount of work it is for the teacher. There are also many, number four, there are also many uncounted costs to this also. One is the livability decreases because of the height of the building. Now when we look at, we see some in town center, but now we're going to look over and see this 5-story building, which is really, to me, I moved into Thalia because it had no high buildings and this kind of stuff. The height of the building, the loss of trees and natural canopy they produce is another. Someone's mentioned, like, obviously the trees, I used to teach earth science, they take in carbon dioxide and give off oxygen. And the ability to not have unwanted noise introduced into our neighborhood. We'll have much more noise because of the more commercial and more apartments within. I live on Cedar Lane, so I'll definitely be able to hear a lot of that. Thank you for listening to me today, and thank you for doing this, but I would appreciate it if you would turn down this rezoning.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Blair Ferguson, followed by Denny Nored. Mr. Ferguson is a virtual speaker. Mr. Ferguson, please pause for 3 seconds so we can unmute your mic. Please start by stating your name for the record. Thank you. Mr. Ferguson, please start by stating your name for the record. Thank you. Madam Chair, I think we'll need to move on to the next speaker.
I agree.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Denny Nored, followed by Paul Johnson. Mr. Nored, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
This is Denny Nored. I am a local historian and former Thalia resident. I'm going to try to condense some history in 3 minutes. In early 1640, 2 gentlemen were granted land in Thalia. One of them was Adam Thorogood, and another was Lancaster Lovett. In the 1800s, Somerville Plantation graced Thalia, and that manor house was built by a Norfolk merchant for his son, Charles McIntosh. Somerville Plantation stayed in the same family for 5 decades. Charles McIntosh was a commander of the Virginia Navy during the Civil War, and he was mortally wounded on an ironclad in Louisiana. I see references to Thalia as far back as 1893, when it was named as a post office in Princess Anne County. Moving forward, in the 1920s, the Norfolk Jewish community built Lynnhaven Golf and Country Club in Thalia, and that country club hosted a restaurant, cabins, dances, and a 9-hole golf course. In 1937, a TB hospital was erected on the boulevard. In 1939, Thalia Acres Inn was built by Robert Steinhilber on the burned site of Lynnhaven Golf and Country Club. Jeannie Steinhilbert's house is the oldest in Thalia and predates even the country club days. Its base structure was built in 1908. In the mid-1940s, the TB hospital building became headquarters for Camp Thalia, renamed Camp Ashby, and it was converted to a prisoner of war camp for Germans. Also in the 1940s, there was a notorious madam from Norfolk who built her home in Thalia. That home is approved to be listed on the Virginia Landmarks Register and National Register of Historic Places. In the 1940s, Thalia also had a horse racing track and an airstrip to train Civil War cadets. Few neighborhoods can boast a rich fabric of history like Thalia. And from the Planning Department website, I quote, that one of the principles for suburban areas is to protect and enhance natural open spaces and places and buildings of cultural and historic significance. I maintain that this project is incongruent with the Planning Department's principles and respectfully propose that Thalia remain a suburban site, a historical site. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Paul Johnson, followed by Aaron Rowe. Mr. Johnson, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Johnson. I'm a 20-year resident of Thalia, a retired Virginia Beach school teacher. I retired from Thalia Elementary School. I'm currently back in the classroom pre-COVID. I'm a Title I math tutor at Betty F. Williams Elementary. And I say that because every afternoon during the school year, I drive home on Virginia Beach Boulevard and turn left into Thalia Road. Not during rush hour, between 2:30 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I often have to wait for one cycle of the light. But if you're lucky enough to get through, you end up on Thalia Road waiting for people to turn into Aldi. You've heard it from many speakers, and that is a real problem, not just at rush hour, but at the time I come home at 2:30 to 3 in the afternoon. Now I leave for work from Thalia down Thalia Road past Thalia Elementary to turn right onto the boulevard. This is the time in the morning when parents are dropping off their students, and there is a police person there to escort the buses in, but the parents coming in north on Thalia Road, waiting for their turn to get in front of Thalia. It's not that there's not parking in Thalia, it's the children that are delivered by their parents or caregivers that cause the traffic problems. Now, if I'll answer your question, the city has built an extended parking lot for teachers on the north end of the school. It's a gravel lot. Yep. But the parking for Thalia Elementary is fine, but it's the parents that create the problem. But there is one issue, and that is on weekends. When everybody's home in their apartments, right? The shops are still open in the proposed site, and all the activities are going on from the Thalia Malibu Recreation League on Thalia, on the big ball fields just south of the school. Those people park in front of the school, but they will not park way over where the teachers park. They go into the neighborhoods and park. And you know where they're going to be parking if this building is approved, or where they park now? They park in the Willis Wayside or the Willis Furniture parking lot just north of Aldi. And there's a lot of them. If you drive down Thalia Road on weekends, you will see softball. You will after COVID, but softball games, one after another, all day Saturday and all day Sunday. And all those people park over there. Let's see what I want to say. I just got to say something. The threat from the developer about building a big box store there, there's no room for a big box store on that property. That's a red herring that's been thrown out, so we don't even listen to that.
Thank you, sir, very much. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Aaron Rowe, followed by Boo Burrows. Ms. Rowe is a virtual speaker. Ms. Rowe, please pause for 3 seconds so we can unmute your mic. Please start by stating your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, please continue.
Thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Erin Rowe, and I am a Thalia homeowner. We bought our home last year, and we love this neighborhood. My husband is about to retire from the military, and we chose this community to be our forever home where we're going to raise our young kids. So as new residents, we are opposing this rezoning. It's not just the lifelong residents you're hearing from today. And I'll keep this short and sweet, as many of my points have already been discussed and addressed by speakers more eloquent than me. We are concerned about the traffic and the associated safety concerns of putting hundreds of new residents at an already congested intersection, Thalia Road and Virginia Beach Boulevard. As the previous speaker said, at school drop-off time at Thalia Elementary, Thalia Road is already backed up as parents drop their children and neighbors are leaving for work. Hundreds of new residents trying to exit this apartment complex onto Thalia Road and then onto Virginia Beach Boulevard is going to be a big safety issue and is going to create problematic traffic congestion. I believe the city should stick to the approved strategic growth areas for these large multi-unit residential projects. I'm not opposed to residential development there in the form of maybe townhomes or something on some sort of a smaller scale, but putting a 5-story building along Virginia Beach Boulevard in this location where everything surrounding it for miles up to the town center is 2 stories high, I think it's going to be an eyesore. I just think this is the wrong place for a large apartment complex and ask that you vote no on this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Boo Burrows, followed by Deanne McClung. Mr. Burrows, please state your name for the record. Thank you. Sharon DeCandia. Madam Chair, the next speaker is Sharon DeCandia, followed by Mrs. Kapp. Ms. DeCandia, please state your name for the record. Thank you. Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ula Capps. That's why he calls me Mrs. Capps. I want to thank you all for listening to all of us, and I know it's very late, but this is very important to us. I am a former school bus driver, so I can attest to all the traffic problems that they have been saying, okay? And it is a real problem. Add more homes, and it's going to be a disaster. People don't drive like they used to, where they signal, they let people go. They just go. Point one. Point two, there is 36% apartments compared to 64% to homes that people are buying. In other words, the trend is not going into the apartments, the trend is going into homes, single homes. I've been in Thalia since I was 8 years old, and I'm years now, okay? I like hearing the band. I don't like hearing the noise. You put that building up, you take the trees down, the noise comes flooding in. My house already floods since the last 5 years with all the building that's been going on with town center and everything, my yard has been flooding. It's only going to get worse. I live about maybe 100 yards away from the creek, so it is going to get worse. I like to stay in my house until I die. Simple as that. I do not think that this is a good project. I don't want the eyesore. I am nothing against the builders. They have their job. Our job as a citizen is to tell you guys what we want and we don't want. And since you've already planned the city, you've got that down. So I'm just asking that you keep to that plan and not let the developers push you into anything else. I appreciate your time, and I hope that you all stay healthy. Thank you.
Ms. Capps, I just want to thank you for being a bus driver.
It was the best years of my life, the best years.
Well, thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Dennis Hobbs, followed by Alexander Smith. Mr. Hobbs is a virtual speaker. Mr. Hobbs, please pause for 3 seconds so that we can unmute your mic. Please start by stating your name for the record. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name's Dennis Hobbs. I'm a long-term resident of Thalia, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you on this topic. I oppose the Willis Wayside rezoning and the plan as it stands. Basically, what I'm hearing is this whole effort is just so wrong in so many ways. We've heard various people talk, items like architecture and size, trying to fit this behemoth into a postage stamp lot. We had stormwater, school impact, parking, traffic, environmentals, utilities. It's not in an appropriate zone for this type of development. It's a pure urban concept, as they stated. The numbers, what we have here is a lot of people, what I'm hearing, we're all using numbers different ways to justify our goals. But my understanding is, and experience is numbers are misleading. You know? When you look at such things as like the 400K in taxes, sounds like a big benefit. But the things I questioned in a lot of the presentations was, what's the recovery period on that? Or do we ever recover? Do we constantly pay for this mistake? All that aside, this thing just doesn't fit. The style smashed into a postage-sized lot with 5-story, 60-foot buildings. I tried to visualize that, so I actually drove down Pembroke office building. That's like sticking one of those 5-story Pembroke office buildings on that lot, or that new construction off of Wichita in the Boulevard. I believe those are apartments. I can't even imagine one of those on a lot that size, no matter how they decorate it or try to camouflage it to fit into that environment. This thing backs onto residential, large suburban lot homes. It's right up against those people. I dread the thought of them looking out their back window at 60-foot buildings behind them. I hope their taxes go down appropriately. As for renderings, in my experience, are utopia. That's the golden vision of what it'll look like. Did you notice there's only 1 or 2 cars spaced around most of those things? And even the one across the front of the building, it has every other space filled in. It won't look like that. We can guarantee that. We've heard them say a number of times it's short on spaces. So what do? We work the numbers. So all is okay. Trust us. They even stated, I guess, the Planning Commission staff supported that. The parking concept they use is acceptable in urban, and it's common in urban environments. I heard that as a quote. So I still oppose these giant 5-story, 60-foot buildings on that little corner. I see nothing all the way to Malibu Towers or west to Town Center of that size. It destroys the suburban environment, impacts the neighborhood. I question.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Alexander Smith, followed by Randy Lenker. Mr. Smith is a virtual speaker. Mr. Smith, please pause for 3 seconds so we can unmute your mic. Please start by stating your name for the record. Thank you.
Hi, I believe I may have been slightly misclassified. It's Alexandra Smith, and I am not in opposition to the project. I am in fact in support of the project. I am a resident of Thalia, and I more than welcome high-density housing coming to the area. It benefits us, the community, it strengthens nearby business, it increases the local tax base. It presumably feeds a need for housing because otherwise this would not be built. I've heard the concerns of local residents and the Civic League, and I feel that they are vastly overstated. Most of them are aimed at minor issues that have already been addressed in revisions or reports. The city comprehensive plan is not, dogmatic. It's not required that it be followed to the letter. Strategic growth areas are not the only places where things can be built. I have a son, he goes to Thalia Elementary. We are not concerned about the impact that this building of apartments will have on the local schools. If people are concerned about funding, they know where the city council is. I would suggest that they go talk to them about allocating more money. Ultimately, I think the biggest concern is traffic, and traffic can be fixed. The entrances to the area can be improved. I don't believe that that alone is a sufficient reason to shut down housing for a few hundred people. Ultimately, I think a lot of the objections simply boil down to NIMBYism, and I don't think that that's worth shutting down affordable housing for a large group of people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Randy Lenker, followed by Virginia Wasserberg. Mr. Lenker is a virtual speaker. Mr. Lenker, please pause for 3 seconds so we can unmute your mic. Please start by stating your name for the record. Thank you.
Commission members, my name is Randy Lenker. I appreciate you taking the time to hear my concerns today concerning this project. I'm asking today that you would vote no for this. I've lived in the Thalia neighborhood for over 30 years. My greatest concern regarding this project concerns the fact that the one objection that's been overlooked today concerning this is the amount of traffic that will be created on Edinburgh Drive. If you go back and look at the traffic study issues, most of the things that you've heard addressed today have dealt with Virginia Beach Boulevard and Thalia Drive, which are all correct. The issues, the parking and the driving issues on those roads will be exasperated by this project. But the other route that comes into that area, which nobody has discussed today, is where people turn down Lynn Shores Drive to Edinburgh, down to Thalia Drive, and then come into that area the back way. The amount of traffic that we will see on Edinburgh Drive will increase dramatically, and nobody in this residential neighborhood wants to see those types of traffic increases either on Edinburgh or Thalia Drive. So we would ask you to please vote no on this, and I thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Virginia Wasserberg, followed by Sandra Scheineberger. Ms. Wasserberg, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
I have some things to give the commissioners. So.
You can go ahead and get started.
Okay.
Please state your name.
Okay. My name is Virginia Wasserberg, and I do not live in Thalia. I live in an apartment
in Brenneman Farms Apartments. I'm a resident of Virginia Beach, and I serve on the National Executive Council of Higher Ground, which is the nation's largest flood survivor network. I co-founded and lead Stop the Flooding Now, a group that has been honored in 2018 by the Virginia General Assembly for local flood advocacy and education work. We already have polluted waterways in Virginia Beach. Why? Because decades of short-sighted planning and development policies have consistently favored development interests over the public health. A violation is clear. The staff report states that the phosphorus removal requirement to be 2.5 pounds per year. This development does not meet this reduction, and its counterpart falls far short. More phosphorus in Thalia Creek will seriously increase water pollution that has already compromised the public health of residents that fish at Lake Windsor. You see, Thalia Creek is tidal, which means it flows into Lake Windsor, and it also flows into the Presidential Canal in Windsor Woods, which has flooded residents before. Good community floodplain management practices of communities that participate in the National Flood Insurance Program, which Virginia Beach is one, adhere to Title 44 of the CSR, Section 60.3A2. This ensures that floodplain permits must be obtained and comply with ESA standards, ESA, environmental services. So please deny this application on the basis that phosphorus reduction requirement is not met and its counterpart of nutrient credits keeps Virginia Beach in the archaic development practices that many communities across this country are getting away from today. And just because you can do something, just because you can purchase nutrient credits and pollute other waters, doesn't mean that you should. Thank you very much. You could see in the pictures that I sent to you the warnings not to eat the fish in Lake Windsor. Thank you. Mr. Landfair.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Sandra Schöneberger, followed by Mac Rawls. Ms. Schöneberger, please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Sandra Schöneberger, and I live in Princess Anne Plaza. And let me quickly say that we have had children hit by cars in our neighborhood. As a matter of fact, there were 3 children that were in their own yard that were run down, put in critical condition, and it was by somebody that came from the direction of the very nearby apartments. I just want to point out that you have an opportunity to develop responsibly and be known for that. So it'd be nice to see that happen. The Thalia plans state that many of the existing mature trees will be removed. Many to me likely means hundreds or at least 100. And I'd like to share some safety concerns and health concerns about removing trees. And I'm going to read a few excerpts from some research. If you really need to add more apartments when we already have so many vacant apartments in Virginia Beach, please consider another location. Perhaps, there is a vacant lot on Independence at North Witch Duck. It's already paved, so you wouldn't need to remove trees there. That's just one example, just throwing that out there as an idea. So the research I have here, here's an article titled, Trees Are Key to Fighting Urban Heat. It really looks like you're planning an urban heat island. And smog is definitely a health and safety concern. That is kind of it's not fiction, it's going to happen. Anyway, I'll read this here. If you live in an area in cities that are seeing more extreme heat days, but you don't have tree cover to cool down, that can literally be a life or death issue. And then I'll skip. It just puts people at a greater risk from heat waves when we're not getting the benefits of trees. I'll move on quickly. This one is called The Racist Housing Practices from the 1930s, linked to hotter neighborhoods today. And let's see, research found that neighborhoods with higher temperatures were often the same ones subject to discriminatory race-based housing practices nearly a century ago. The extra heat can have dangerous and sometimes deadly health consequences. Extreme heat kills more Americans every year than any other weather-related disaster. It's always up 5 degrees cooler under a tree, in case you never noticed that. Anyway, the urban heat island, that means that it tends to be hotter than rural surroundings. And this study says that these are the result of more concrete added and fewer trees and green spaces in these hotter areas. Next, I have, here's a quote. It says, "Before I knew it, I was gasping for air." This. Why, do you really need to interrupt me? I was trying to give you some more information about this. Anyway, there's also major safety things going on with that. Well, thanks for cutting off my last 30 minutes. That really was inappropriate. I'm sorry you did that. So, thanks.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Mac Rawls, followed by the last speaker, Ada Schimmer.
Thank you.
Mr. Rawls, please state your name for the record. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Mac. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long day. I'm Mac Rawls. I'm a resident of Thalia and have been one for 55 years now. I'm also a current member and former chairman of the Virginia Beach Historic Preservation Commission. Just as a matter purely of subjective information, members of our commission met with the owner of the Willis property, Ben Willis, 7 years ago to seek to save one of the most iconic historical buildings in Virginia Beach. Our mission was to help Mr. Willis obtain readily available historical preservation funding that would make the building a centerpiece for other commercial development of the property. Our offer was refused. Instead, the owner totally demolished the building and embarked upon his third unsuccessful development of the property, turning this once majestic site into a hodgepodge of architectural styles and a general eyesore. B4 zoning was originally conceptualized in regard to strategic growth areas with the intent of creating compact business living areas less reliant upon automotive transportation. It is not at all applicable to Thalia, which along with Thalia Elementary and the Virginia Beach EMS headquarters is mainly served by only one outlet to Virginia Beach Boulevard. If you want to make Virginia Beach a better place in which to live, this is not a way to do it. We are currently satisfied with the existing B2 zoning and urge you not to change that designation. If you do, you will create a precedent that will be hard for all of us to live with in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we now have the last speaker, Ada Schimmer. Ms. Schimmer, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Well, welcome. We're glad to see you.
I bet you are. My name is Aida Schimmel. I've been a resident of Virginia Beach for approximately 60 years. You can see that I do not support the proposal of the building at the corner of Thalia Road and Virginia Beach Boulevard. I don't live in Thalia. I frequent there a lot, though. I shop at the Aldi's. I have worked at Thalia Elementary School. I do not think the people that live there are asking that the road gets widened or that they lose property to that. All their concerns are very valid. I know the people that want to develop it have big money and big power, but I have to say It is an environmental disaster that they're proposing. It's too much development on too small of a piece of property. It is a traffic nightmare, and it's an environmental nightmare, and it really does not match. It does not go with the whole feel and atmosphere of that community, which is very much like an environmental type of oasis. So I would say that this property should not be used for that. There are other locations, though, that I think would accommodate that very well. One lady said on North Independence or Independence and North Witchduck Road, great big empty area where there used to be a shopping center. This would work well there. Also at the corner of South Independence and South Plaza Trail, across from Brenneman Farms Apartments, which are already 4 stories high, there's empty space there. Farmers Fields, that I think there's a for sale sign up there. It's also adjacent to a medical facility. And then there's a shopping center at the very end, Brenneman Farms. So all of these, those 2 places, for example, could accommodate something like this very well. This proposal is horrendous. It is literally too much on too small of a piece of land. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Oh, by the way, about the trees that are going to get cut down, Virginia Beach publishes this themselves about the value of the urban canopy. And this project is going to destroy those existing big trees. They'll probably replace them with a monoculture of small trees, but if anybody would like to save this, may I leave it here for anybody?
You certainly can.
Okay, because I think Virginia Beach writes very well, but most of the time that they don't enforce the developers to do anything like this. I thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that was the last speaker for this item. We've been checking with the clerks, and we don't believe there are any more speakers either downstairs in the lobby or waiting across the street in Building 19 who wish to speak.
Okay.
As such, with no known speakers, we believe the applicant now has the opportunity to rebut.
All right. Mr. Frankenfield.
All right, once again, I'm Barry Frankenfield, a local landscape architect. I'd like to thank you all for your time and patience. I'll take most of the comments, but I will quickly bring up our traffic person.
Barry, will you lift your mic up for me?
Okay, I'll
Thanks.
quickly bring up our traffic person to answer all those very difficult traffic and parking questions. There's 2 big issues. I could stop with these 2 statements. Refer back to your staff report. It's all good, tells you the answers of almost everything. And the second thing is, this is about Virginia Beach Boulevard. This is not about the tree-lined country lane Thalia neighborhood. This is about an 8-lane road, sometimes 12 lanes, carries the most traffic in our city for commerce and development. This type of development is totally appropriate on this location. Stormwater. Comments, potential to comply. The staff report always says potential to comply because they have done a preliminary study. The study may change. A preliminary study costs $30,000. A full study costs a lot more. So you have a preliminary study, staff says it has the potential to comply. I will guarantee you it will comply. It will not get approved if it doesn't apply. So it will meet all the regulations. It also, as I told you, it will comply with 1.5-foot sea level rise. And also, one other comment I heard, as part of the plan approval, there's a maintenance agreement. That maintenance agreement will be enforced by city staff. So that developer is required to sign the maintenance agreement, and that stormwater facility will be addressed. Occupancy. We feel the occupancy and the school increase is tremendously exaggerated. Drucker and Falk representatives can and will, if you like, speak to the average number of occupants in units in typical apartment complexes. A very, very high number are single persons. They are not 4 persons per bedroom. It just doesn't exist. And the schools, you'll see the schools, the staff report showed that a very, very low number of children typically in their apartments. Sanitary sewer, whatever needs to be done is going to be done. If they need to jack under the road and bore and put new lines in, that'll happen at the developer's expense. There is no risk of overloading the system. The pump station has been improved and can meet the capacity. References to ghetto and blight. Apartments are not ghetto, they are not blight. This project will never be in that condition at all. Maybe there's a confusion. Virginia Housing indicates one of the criteria for mixed-use residential is to remove blight. That's one of the criteria. Another criteria is to provide a high-quality economic development project which provides mixed-use housing. So that's one of the other criteria. Trees. You can't have a better person working on the trees than Billy Almond and his group. They're going to preserve what they can. They're going to put more trees in. This is going to be a leafy neighborhood, which is a pseudonym for a very attractive neighborhood. So you look at that plan, I can tell you the architecture, the building, the planting, it will not look like the plan. It will look better. There's no doubt in my mind that it will be very good. Now, my favorite, SGAs. SGAs were first discussed in 2003. I have no idea why there's a space between Rosemont Road and Pembroke. None whatsoever. I can't even figure out who drew, and she's laughing at me, but I can't figure out who drew the plan, why that happens, because most of Virginia Beach Boulevard is covered in SGAs. In fact, your discussion on the comprehensive plan leads to the conclusion that more high-density development is totally appropriate along major transportation corridors. So all the SGAs are different. There's SGAs that have no residential allowed or recommended. So to say that it should be in SGAs is just, I don't know how else to say it, just doesn't make sense to me. When we did our research, out of the last 10 years, 55 rezonings to apartments came forward. 2 were deferred or withdrawn. 53 were approved. Of 53, 39 were not in SGAs. 14 were in SGAs. So the trend, the policy, the direction doesn't say that all apartments need to be in SGAs. Parking and traffic, I'm going to ask Steve if he'd come up. Well, I'm assuming you might have some questions, right? So, and him to talk, but we have a great project, great group, supports economic development, and it's appropriate for Virginia Beach Boulevard, which is what's the issue. Come on, Steve.
Good afternoon again. I'll answer any questions that you may have regarding traffic. Just to a couple of points that many of the citizens brought up. First is the entrance, the first entrance there to the site. Many of the citizens brought up the fact that it's very close and it creates some conflict. It's very true. It is close to the intersection. It's not an uncommon situation. You can drive up and down Virginia Beach Boulevard and you'll see the same type of configurations. If we were designing that today, yes, we would design it farther back from the intersection so we could get away from all the conflict there. This situation has been noted in the traffic study and within staff's report, and it has been acknowledged by the developer. And this is usually taken care of during the site plan review process because the city staff has the ability now to change the design of that intersection. And they have recommended within the staff report mitigation for that by making it right in, right out. I think the other concern too was traffic safety. Looking at, when I first started talking with the city regarding the scope of the traffic study, we always talk about traffic safety and some of the issues that particular intersection has. According to their records, it was listed, I think it was number 50 of the top intersections for accidents, and it wasn't a concern really as far as being one of the top intersections that have crashes there. So a detailed analysis wasn't done regarding the traffic safety on the study, particularly because this was a limited traffic study, because it really didn't even require a traffic study due to the down zoning going from a B2 to a B4. Another issue that was brought up quite frequently was the school traffic. And again, this is not a unique situation. I think any of our school districts, any school, you'll see that same type of traffic pattern and traffic situation where at the beginning of the school day and the end of the school day, you'll have that 5 to 10 minute period where you get that flood of traffic. And yes, it takes 2 or 3 cycles to clear and everything. But again, that's not a unique situation to this project. And
I'm sorry, but your 10 minutes are up. If you have questions.
Thank you.
I pushed the button and
Did I miss
badly
that?
earlier.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, ask questions.
Okay.
George.
Sir, were you the one talking about the parking, or was that Mr. Berlin?
it was Mr. Berlin, but
Okay, I have
But
parking.
Steve did the study, so
I did the
he's-
study.
Okay, so a lot of questions were brought up about the numbers and the mathematics. Can you clarify that?
Sure. You know, if we went straight by city code on the number of parking spaces required, we would be 60 spaces short. The developer requested, a reduction of 60 spaces. So there was a lot of numbers thrown out there, and I'm not sure how they came about those numbers, where they were saying we were 104 spaces short. If we went strictly by city code, it would have been an additional 60 spaces. Now, the reductions came in the fact of the shared parking and the fact that this development is a mixed use, and it will facilitate the shared parking. And there's reductions that were there that were taken, and there's also reductions in the fact that internal capture, which is basically the residents, so one example would be a resident, when he goes shopping at the Aldi's, is not taking up a second parking space. So there's reductions due to that, the fact that they're already there on site. So, yeah, as far as the math and everything, like I said, we followed standard methodology put out by the Urban Institute for planning. So I'm not sure where their math was coming from.
Thank you.
Mike, do you have a question?
Yeah, when you do a traffic, you did a traffic study, correct?
I did.
How do you go about doing a traffic study in terms of physically observing the traffic in the particular spot that's, how do you do that?
Typically, the first step is I do contact your city traffic engineer, and we discuss the scope of the study. The scope of a traffic impact analysis is well laid out. It's within your the Virginia Beach guidelines from Public Works on how you do that study, and it's pretty consistent wherever you go on how you do a traffic impact study. So the first step is, yes, I talk with your city traffic engineer to discuss any types of issues. We discuss what intersections will be evaluated and what types of issues that may occur. Like I said, if there's a specific traffic issue or something, we would discuss that. And then, yes, I do go out to the site and I observe traffic during the morning peak hour and the afternoon peak hour. And if it was a specific site that has traffic, maybe on a weekend or something like that, that the city traffic engineer would note, I would also observe traffic in that period too. So we define the scope of the study, and I do observe the traffic, and then we set up traffic collection, data collection, and we usually hire a subconsultant to do that traffic collection that specializes in traffic collection. And the day that they go out to collect traffic, we make sure that it is a weekday between Tuesdays, schools are in session, and we do it between the peak hours in the morning and in the afternoon. And I will go out again during the collection of traffic to make sure that there's no types of situations such as construction activity or an accident that may have changed traffic patterns during that time when we're collecting the traffic. So, hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it helped. How many, can you give me a guesstimate of how many hours were spent by you or your subcontractor observing traffic flows and traffic patterns at the particular intersection in question?
So the subconsultant collected traffic over 2 days during the 2 peak hour periods. Each peak hour period in the morning is from 7 to 9, and the afternoon is from 4 to 6. So he basically 4 hours a day for 2 days. I was probably out there for a total of 10 hours total. I work at the Virginia Beach Town Center. I frequent that shopping center, so I'm there in the afternoon, so I do frequent that shopping center now and then. But total time for myself, I would say probably 8 to 10 hours of observing traffic.
What period of time was this done? what month?
I'm always out there during the peak hours, so I would typically get out there around 7:30 and go to 8:30. And you can tell when the traffic is starting to, you're trying to hit the peaks. And then again in the afternoon, I would be out there anywhere between 4 and 6. And, you know, sometimes I'll go out there early just to make sure maybe there's something going on, that traffic is out earlier. But for the most part, I'm out there about 5 o'clock in the afternoon looking at it.
And I would also like to know what time of year this was done.
It was in December, December timeframe.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yes, Jack.
I'm not necessarily opposed to a shared parking plan, but I think, you know, they did bring up some good points, or, you know, a point about the parking study. You know, it was pretty specific, you know, what they had. The ULI may account for employees, so that may be maybe a non-issue. Is that because those are, you know, they bring up some very specific points, you know, employees, the townhouse parking, and handicap spaces, motorcycle spaces. So can you address any of those, or maybe some
Sure.
of the city staff can?
Sure. The parking ratios that we use for each of the land uses includes employee parking. Those ratios include all parking for that specific land use. So it is built into that parking ratio for employee parking.
Okay. Even the townhome?
Yes.
What about, is the parking under the structures, is that going to be locked? Is that going to be
I would have to defer to the,
Okay, because then that wouldn't be shared parking.
Can I move over here? No, the Drucker and Falk talked with me. The reference was a key fob will be required to get into the building. The parking structure will not be locked, not be gated.
Do I
have to stay?
What about, one person brought up, I think it was Terrace Seacrest, talked about towing contractor.
Right.
Would that be part of this? Because it seems like that, like, how do you?
It's part of the service.
Like a shared parking strategy.
That's good. You know, oh, Terrace here. Okay. I'm off the hotspot for a minute.
And maybe it was just your general question.
Sure. So when in multifamily, when you hire a vendor partner, which is a towing company, you give them your parking policy. And so the decal that would be on your car would indicate that you're a resident of that apartment community. So that's how, and it's very common, I mean, even in garden-style apartment communities with surface parking or gated communities, almost every single apartment community has a towing company vendor.
Okay.
Answer that.
Yeah.
I have a
question. You're with Drucker and Falk.
Yes, sir.
So what is the occupancy rate what is the vacancy rate for multifamily of this class?
Class A right now in Virginia Beach submarket.
Yes.
Right now, the vacancy has been excellent, even considering COVID. Right now, on average for Class A, it's 95% occupied. So you're looking at a 5 to 4% vacancy, which we're really pleased with everyone being able to stay in their homes, especially during COVID.
Okay. And a few of the residents spoke to, they said that the trend was to go to single family versus multifamily. Is there any sort of data on that?
I really know a ton about apartments and multifamily, so I couldn't speak to the single-family rental aspect to it.
Have you seen demand for apartments?
Oh, yes, there's absolute demand for apartments. And again, even speaking, we have lease-up communities right now. All of our other lease-up communities that are in Virginia Beach have leased up ahead of projections. Usually it takes 18 to 24 months to lease up an apartment community. And just down the street, Mezzo Apartments, they leased up ahead of schedule. 200 West reached up absorption ahead of schedule. And those are fantastic projects. So they're actually on a wait list.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Robin?
Yeah, I have
one more question. Back
Yes,
to
ma'am.
the towing real quick. So
Yes, ma'am.
I've lived in apartments.
Yep.
I've visited people. You either have a decal or you're
Correct.
posted in like a numbered space.
Correct.
So if I'm going after hours to visit something.
As a guest.
As a guest, either
Yeah.
to Aldi's or to someone in the apartment, how does the towing company know?
You're going to be able to park in an open parking space. There's going to be designated spaces for the actual, there'll be decals for the residents, so they'll know that that's a resident parking there.
But are all the spaces open?
All the spaces are open.
So how then, what's to say whether or not I'm allowed to park there?
There'll be signage that will say that this is open parking, and then the residents will actually have a decal for their car.
So there will be designated resident parking?
Correct.
So then that's not shared parking, right?
Right, well, they have the decal on their car that will say that it's a resident parking, so then guests will be able to park anywhere in there, in the parking lot. Is that correct? Correct. Right, shared parking.
Let me, I'll ask you
First, you want
or Bruce,
Sure.
do you want to speak to the parking?
Sure.
Yeah. I mean,
Portion of it.
part of it, or whoever is.
Well-
So, is there designated parking
No.
for the residents?
No, designated parking would,
Okay.
appears as if it's assigned and thus numbered or.
Reserved?
Or reserved, and there would be no reserved or assigned parking. It would go against the shared parking concept to have reserved or assigned parking.
And so, is there any designated guest parking to distinguish who is a guest and to distinguish who's not, who's just parking freely and not utilizing either the retail, the restaurant, or the apartment?
Right. A short-term guest, a visitor over a night or a weekend, does not necessarily need any form of pass, so they can park in any open space in the entire lot.
So the towing company serves what purpose?
Towing, and help me here, but towing, if a car is abandoned, if a car has been there
Okay.
for 2 or 3 days, if a car is
Right.
noticed by a resident that it's in front of my unit and no one has been by that car, that sort of thing, then Drucker would tow that vehicle.
And is the townhouse parking spaces, is that calculated into your parking, total parking spaces?
The garage? Yeah, let me, along at the garage space, let me start by the description of the townhouse space. Yes, there are 16 townhomes, and with each one, there is a space. There was a comment today that each townhouse has 2 spaces. 2 times 16 was 32, and you had to take 32 away from our number. There are 16 townhomes and 16 townhome spaces, and those are in or underneath the townhomes. That is correct.
So they are attached to the townhouse?
Underneath, you would pull in.
Right. And how many spaces are on each floor of your garage?
I would have to look at a site plan.
It's fine, I just was wondering if you just happened to know
I don't
that.
have that on the top of my head. It's shown there are parking spaces under Building 1, that's the U-shaped building, and then there are parking spaces under Building 2, which is the middle, long building.
And how many motorcycle spaces are there?
The entire site is 25, but, and Mr. Landfer and I counted these yesterday, existing now, there are already like 12, 15, somewhere in there, existing spaces in the Aldi and up front of the Willis Wayside currently.
So saying that you completed the project, how many motorcycle spaces would there be total?
There are 25 on the site.
25?
On our site plan, yes.
In
Proposed.
addition to what's there?
No,
Or total?
No, total.
Okay,
That's-
I'm just trying to,
At the end of the project,
There would be-
we would have 25.
thank you. Okay.
Steve,
Yes, Robin?
the 16 townhome spaces, is that included in the 553?
Yes, because you can park in those spaces.
So even though it's your apartment or your townhouse, I could still park there as a non-resident?
Well, you could if you're invited by the townhouse renter.
Okay.
Did those spaces include the garage also?
Well, we're talking about the same space, yes.
Right,
It's a garage-type space.
So I have a question for you. Because it's a math question. So you were calculating the 22 motorcycle spots.
25.
25, I had originally had 22. Your 16 townhouse spaces, which are open spaces to anyone, or just the people that lease the townhouse?
You would think that the person that is leasing the townhome would use that space.
But
So-
that is calculated into all
Yes,
your
it's-
parking?
Well, because it is a parking space within the 553, yes.
Correct, correct. And how many handicap spaces?
Oh, gosh.
Are required?
May I pull my site plan? 10.
10. There are 10?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. All right.
Townhouse out garage?
I think that, okay. Anybody else? No? Okay. I think we're good. Thank you. Does anybody have any more questions? Or we want to close?
I've got a question about the ball field parking. And so that spills over into, this might be for the city, because I can see where it could spill over into Valley Forest Lane. I think we've had this, we've had discussions before. Can the individuals on Valley Forest, can they petition, and this may be for Bill or for Bobby Todd, can they petition for a sign that says, there's no parking in the right of way?
Rick Lohman, Traffic Engineering. They can petition the city for that, but they wouldn't be able to park on the street either. So what we do is, and we do this around high schools particularly, but the residents need to know if they do petition the city for no parking signs, that they can't park on the street either. So you can't make it resident parking only. They would have to, it's all or nothing. So if they did want to prohibit, people from parking in front of their homes, nobody could park in front of their homes. So.
Yes, I have a question for Rick.
Yes.
Rick, you reviewed the traffic study.
Yes.
Was it acceptable?
It was, and all the points that Mr. Franchello, who I have a lot of respect for as a traffic engineer, a lot of the issues that he answered, he didn't mention a couple things. Number one, I think it was mentioned that by one of the speakers that the counts were done in December. Well, that's going to increase the numbers. They don't encourage you to do counts between, say, Thanksgiving and Christmas because traffic counts are going to be up a little bit. So the developer decided to make those counts when they did because that was the time of year that they could get this stuff done. And that actually increased the background traffic, which is going to make the study even more conservative. The other thing that wasn't mentioned, although it's mentioned in the staff report, is that the developer didn't subtract out the existing retail that's being torn down. So normally when you do a traffic study, you say, okay, what's being removed and what's being added? The neighborhood didn't agree that the retail that was being torn down was typical retail, meaning it didn't generate a significant amount of traffic like existing retail does. There are little uses in there. Those little shops, they don't generate traffic. So instead of negotiating how much traffic should be subtracted out, they just decided to not even deal with that, which makes the study even more conservative. So it shows even more traffic than will be actually out there when this is built. So I just wanted to point those things out. But yeah, everything, the counting over 2 days, the peak hours only 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon, that's standard. We know what the peak hours are out there. We have tube counts that basically say this is when Thalia is the highest, this is when the boulevard is the highest. And we picked those 4 hours because those are the highest hours. So that's very typical of everything that we do, all standard. And as far as the school, while I'm up here, just in case you guys are wondering, like Mr. Francilla said, anywhere around a school, you're going to end up with school-type problems. You're going to end up with queuing in front of the school because parents don't put their kids on the school buses anymore. Things were a lot simpler when more parents put their kids on the school bus, but now you've got to come up with drop-off plans that we have problems all over the city at elementary schools. I mean, Thorogood, John B. Dye. But it's the parents that drop off the children to the schools. And there's also issues with Princess Anne High School there because the Princess Anne High School students will sit in that right lane and they'll back up past Thalia because, they all want to get to school in the 5 minutes, before the first bell rings. And we see that at every high school in the city of Virginia Beach. So these are common problems that you see around elementary schools. They're not going to go away, and they're just expected, and they're 15 minutes in the morning, 15 minutes in the afternoon. So, and the great thing about elementary schools is in the afternoon, their peak doesn't interfere with the PM peak, which is typically, what is studied. So.
Thank you. You have a question?
Yes. We heard several speakers talk about the problem of turning left off of the boulevard, heading north on Thalia Road, and having to stop and sometimes get caught out in the middle of the westbound Virginia Beach Boulevard. Okay. Now I don't know how many times a day that happens. I take at face value from their statements that it's something that's frequent enough to cause safety concern. Do you think that's true, or is this new information for you as our traffic guy?
We see this.
What can we do about it?
We see this at shopping centers where your first access point is pretty close to the shopping center. And that's why when we review plans with new shopping centers and things like that, that's one of the important things that we look at. We would have, probably we would have liked to seen it a little bit further back when that thing was built, however many years ago. The one thing that we could possibly take a look at, I'd recommend to the developers and their engineers, is that maybe if you widen the entrance a little bit more, it'll be easier for cars to turn in. You won't have to slow down as much because when they're constricted by the entrance width, if you've got a car waiting to go out, the cars may slow down even further so they don't hit that car and they come in a little bit slower. If you widen the entrance a little bit, maybe it reduces the friction for those cars turning into the Aldi parking lot. So that's a possibility there. If it does become a problem for the residents of the apartments, they're going to get onto the second entrance and come in that one. So that option is there as well, because there are two actual entrances that go into the the proposed apartments and into the Aldi shopping center.
Off of Thalia Road.
Off of Thalia Road, yes, sir. But if maybe you widen that entrance just a little bit to make it a little bit easier to turn in, that could be a solution. A bigger radius turning in. We could take a look at these at the site plan stage, but it's a typical problem or I won't even call it a problem. It's a typical issue because cars do slow down when they turn in, and it's an accordion effect. The cars behind them slow down, and you occasionally get stuck out there.
So you're saying in site plan review that could be...
We could take a look at...
Entrance could be modified.
Sure, we could take a look at that and see how much it can be modified. I know there's some power poles out there that you'd want to avoid, but it could potentially be modified.
Just Robin. Thank you. Real world experience. I used to work in Pembroke, and so I would frequent that shopping center to get groceries on my lunch break. So I can speak to this turn, and I have had several near misses, both as the cause of the accident or the result of someone slamming on their brakes. Right when you're trying to get in that turn and you slow down and it's just an event. And so it is a legitimate issue at that shopping center.
Thank you, Brett.
Sure.
You have a question for her?
Yeah, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I thought tell me if I am and you disagree with what I say. I thought I understood you to say that the assumptions in this traffic study and the traffic study itself are conservative.
Yes.
Okay, thank
Good. Thank you, Ray.
Sure, you're welcome.
Okay. I'm gonna close this hearing, and we're gonna open it up to the commissioners. And we would like to get started.
I guess I'll start.
Oh, you wanna start?
Well,
District.
it's my borough, so
You go.
I'm real excited. It's been a long day. So I recognize everything that was, the community said, and they're obviously, very passionate about their neighborhood. It's a great neighborhood. I do have to say, I've been on planning commission for a year and a half, and this is probably, not to, I guess, to say anything bad about any other staff reports, but this is probably one of the most thorough staff reports. And I, as well as others on this planning commission, have reached out to Bill, who's reached out to Rick Lohman and to others. And I really feel like the staff report is very thorough and well thought out and answers a lot of questions. And then other questions that we had regarding the school, traffic, parking, design, a lot of things have really been addressed. So I just wanted to, I guess, recognize staff's hard work on this. And it sounds like we've kind of addressed some of the objections that we heard today. I mean, I think that, it really, it seems like this project checks a lot of the boxes. Traffic, parking, schools, the density, the design and architecture. It sounds like the developer heard from the neighborhood. They went back to the drawing board. They tried to come up with a design that maybe was more compatible with the neighborhood. I think it looks attractive. I know that it's tough to come up with architecture, I think, to complement a neighborhood, that was, built during a different time period. But I mean, to me, it appears to be attractive. I'm trying to think of anything else here. I don't know, I'd like to hear from the other commissioners, but I support it.
David, you had your hand out.
Okay, I'll go. First of all, I want to say I'm probably one of the ones in here that I know this area very, very well. I grew up in Thalia. I went to Thalia Elementary School, went to Princess Anne High School. My parents owned my family owned an ice cream store at Pembroke Mall, and every day after school, we'd walk over to Pembroke Mall in Thalia Elementary School. So I know this area very, very well. And Mr. Allman brought up some good points about developments along the Virginia Beach Boulevard, but I do have to say to everybody in here, I was in your spot here 8-9 years ago. I was out there with you. Mr. Redmond was on Planning Commission, Mr. Horsley was here, and I was up at the podium speaking to you guys about apartment complex at Princess Anne, Woodstock, and Kempsville Road, and in front of Fairfield. And it probably was more speakers than y'all. It was a really long day, and I learned a lot about that development. It's 200 apartments there, and same exact questions: traffic, schools across the street. You got Kempsville Elementary School and Kempsville High School, and if you go talk to anybody in Fairfield today, they're going to tell you, "Wow, we can't tell these people are even living there. There's no traffic coming out of these apartments. There's just no traffic. I go by there all the time. I don't even think these people work. I don't see anybody leaving or coming in." The school bus probably has 3 kids on it, maybe 2 or 3 kids. And the only reason it's a school bus because they can't walk across Princess Anne Road, Kempsville Road, because it's too crowded. So the school and traffic issue for me is, I don't think a big deal, an issue. I want to address Jack's question about the traffic or the parking on the road behind the Willis Wayside now, or that road and the parking lot. I was lucky enough to be the director of girls softball for about 10 years, and I ran the ball league, and we played at Thalia. And in the fall, the city doesn't handle the softball, the rec leagues do. So I was lucky enough to put all the schedules together and run the whole league. And I always told my coaches, don't tell your parents not to park on that road. There's so much parking behind the school. There's no reason to park on that road or where Aldi's is. Just tell them to do that. In fact, Parks and Recs even, you can work with Parks and Recs and they'll tell the coaches to do the same thing. We had a situation at Arrowhead Elementary School, parents going in through the outdoor and causing a lot of traffic in wrecks. So they worked with us on that. And lucky Thalia is they won a contest and Norfolk Tides came over and redid the whole field. So right now, Parks and Recs, the city's going to play softball there for a long time. So I would suggest getting up with Parks and Recs and having that parking taken care of. On the flooding issue, we did, and also City Council just approved the sea level wise, adopted it. And there was a question asked by a council member two weeks ago, might have been last week. What's it going to take to fix the flooding in the existing commercial developments? And the answer to him was redevelop. That's the only way it's going to get fixed, is redevelop. So I think that tells you right there. I'm a big advocate on affordable housing. I think this is a great place to have affordable housing. And last but not least, I don't think you guys want a Chick-fil-A, a fast food restaurant, or even a 7-story office building that can go there by right. You have no idea how much traffic that's going to cause. That is going to be Rick Loman's nightmare. Oh, Rick's still here. But anyway, in saying all that, I'm going to be supporting this.
George, did you want to?
Oh, yeah, just a couple simple questions for our planning director, if you don't mind. We had like 67 registered speakers, and about 12 of them called this spot zoning. And my question is spot zoning versus rezoning. Can you tell me the differences?
Typically, and again, well, the term is used very loosely at times, or based on what someone's perception is of spot zoning, so that's fair. Spot zoning typically is a term that's used when a area is completely zoned residential, and right smack in the middle of it, you rezone something that was residential into industrial. Those type of things are typically considered spot zoning, something that's completely contrary to the comprehensive plan, and as far as what is the goals and the permitted in that area.
Okay. And then about half of the speakers were questioning why this wasn't an SGA. And SGA is just certain areas that are unique where they're implementing special growth areas, but it doesn't have to be SGA, right? I mean, why? I don't know why that was said, but I just want to clear the air. That's not true.
Right. Strategic growth areas are called out specifically with because of their potential for where their locations are and what assets they have already available to them. It does not mean other uses that may be appropriate in those, maybe be appropriate in other areas. That's why the rezoning process is available to them. The applicant asked, and we analyzed based on the plan that's available to us. It doesn't say that you only have to put those in SGAs. And this, in all intents and purposes, this is a medium density mixed use development, while the Pembroke SGAs typically are high density mixed use developments, which are much larger than this.
All right, thank you.
Folks have made good points. I just want to hit a couple things that others haven't. I want to speak first off to the appropriateness of the kind of development on this site. It's an absolutely appropriate site for this kind of development. This is not Edinburgh Drive. It's not back in a neighborhood. This is a corner on an 8-lane divided roadway with a 4-way intersection, signalized intersection. It's as big as infrastructure gets around here. For a medium density development, this isn't appropriate development. Of course it's appropriate. Doesn't mean you have to support it. But the idea that it's spot development or it's some sort of, it's just some sort of oddball kind of development for a spot like that, I think is just ludicrous. I mean, and there are apartment complexes that have been developed all up and down Virginia Beach Boulevard precisely because of that, and there will be more. And the reason there will be more is because there's such demand for this use. Mezzo was just mentioned, 100% leased. It is 100% leased. Sometimes people will say, oh, we've got lots of apartments in Virginia Beach. Well, we've got lots of ones that are about to fall down practically. We've got lots of ones that are practically substandard, if not already substandard. The reason there is this kind of development in Virginia Beach is because we need more high-quality housing. And at the same time, we need more affordable housing for cops and firefighters and the teachers who work at Thalia Elementary School and other places. I think this is going to be beneficial to Thalia Elementary School, very frankly, because there are teachers who will live there. Young people who are making 40 grand a year or 45 grand a year, and that's their first job, and that's where they might want to live because it's close to where they live. This property, it's a declining property, is 30% leased. It's going to be something else. So what's an appropriate development in this place? This is an appropriate development in this place. It's entirely appropriate. So I have heard every kind of argument today, but I haven't seen one that really holds water that would cause me to say, nope, all of the things that in the staff report, they're all wrong. I've heard something now that would lead me to say I've got to oppose. It's an entirely appropriate development, an entirely appropriate place. It seems to me well-designed. I love the idea of the shared parking. We have tried to move towards shared parking. For the longest time, we had these gigantic fields of asphalt in front of everything, and it causes nothing but problems. A parking space is a terrible thing to waste. It should always be occupied. That's the best way to go about it. I wish we had more shared parking in Virginia Beach, and I hope we do. So anyway, I know there are a lot of people who don't like it. I don't agree, frankly, with the objections. I just haven't seen or heard anything today that would cause me to deny a very appropriate development in an appropriate place that I think fills a need and has a lot of other ancillary benefits, like to the folks who do work at Thalia Elementary School and lots of other places. So thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Mike?
I agree with most of what's been said before, but I want to make a couple other points. And I want to compliment the folks from Thalia who came out and wrote letters and did their research and put together a great presentation. It's a tough case for you all, I know, but, and I've sat here listening and thinking about it, and I just don't see this very commercial parcel with a beautiful tree line behind it that's not going away, that insulates you, and really it's not, I don't see it being damaging to your neighborhood or even being part of your neighborhood. It just, me, and I've lived here 45 years. I've spent plenty of time on Thalia Road going to Steinhilber's. I know that neighborhood. I almost bought a house there when I first moved here. It's a great neighborhood, and I don't think this destroys your neighborhood or causes any property value problems in your neighborhood. We have to make a land use decision. We're not making economic decisions. It's not for us to determine, will the developer be able to fill up the building? I feel pretty confident with their track record and expertise, and others that are building apartments, that if they weren't pretty daggone sure they were going to have a good occupancy, they wouldn't be investing the kind of money that they have to invest these days to make a competitive apartment complex, because it's not just putting up some rooms for people to rent. It's got to have some amenities, and it's got to be nice, and in order to compete with the other product that's has come online here in recent years. And I think you can depend on it being a very attractive development. And the number that you all were talking about, the 678 people, they're not going to be 678 people. You can't count two people for every bedroom in this community. I mean, you got 200 units that are going to be one-bedroom units. Most of those units are going to be occupied by one person, and maybe half of them will be two. But 678 is really probably a lot more like 400, 450. So the impact, that's a tremendous decline in traffic coming in and out of the community. And we need this kind of housing. I know you think, well, there's too many of them already. Well, that's not what is being proven out when the apartments come online. And the trees, I know, I'm a tree person. I love to see the trees stay, and that's an amenity. They don't want to get rid of the trees. That's something that attracts people to live there, to have an attractive environment, an outdoor environment that's attractive. So I'm going to support this application.
Jack?
I must say that the research done by the residents was, impressive. The refinement and level of detail that went into the work products that they put together was pretty good. I mean, I looked through it, I read through it, and we talked about the city's analysis, and I trust their analysis, in the stormwater, traffic, fire, schools, and utilities. But I was also very impressed by the residents, and of course what they had to say, and then of course in the research that they did. For this project, I can't say I really oppose it. Currently it is kind of a hodgepodge of uses, but I think it kind of works. Not necessarily uses, but just architecture. I'm not sure that the apartments that are going to go in there are really much different than 5-story apartments that I've seen. They've got typical architecture, the brick base, and then they've got hardy plank siding, and they've thrown in some mansard roofs areas, but it doesn't seem to be that much different than other apartment complexes of similar nature. I think it does generally meet the concepts of the comprehensive plan. You're focusing along the boulevard corridor. The mixed use is desirable. I think that big box, we are transitioning. I've heard many times here that just the shopping trends are moving away from larger retail. Currently the coin shops, there's 30% vacancy, so it's there's some change that's probably going to come no matter what. So you ask why do they want to build? What does Venture Realty want to build right there? And it probably is because of part of it. It's a desirable place to live. The people that live there, have a history. They come back. It has character, established, mature landscaping. It's an excellent place to live. So that's part of the draw. They're not putting it off of Euclid, even though we do have apartments off of Euclid that have been built recently, which is the Pembroke SGA. I think that the parking study is slightly flawed. I think that some of the numbers that are used in there, I think that there are flaws. But we've discussed, people have mentioned that the shared use is an appropriate type of parking. The density appears to be high. The buffer is somewhat preserved. I'm a big proponent of buffers and screening, maintaining that. And people mentioned before, it's like, well, all I have to do is 15 feet. And it's like, well, this is not a by right development. So properties that are listed really don't have a lot of teeth in them, concerning the landscaping, preserving that. It's just kind of fluid. So that's not necessarily a fan of that. But they are preserving the corner where the individual was talking about where he lived, I believe. That is going to be more than 20 feet at the corner of Dahlia. Currently there is no buffer, from what I can tell, right behind the warehouse and the home. So they are going to enhance that added landscaping. In short, it probably will affect the neighborhood to a certain extent. I'm not sure it's going to be negative, but I don't think it's going to affect the stability and the sustainability of existing mature value neighborhoods. Somebody being support.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I don't want to belabor it, but I think I think staff and the applicant have worked very, very closely to come to, with this report today. It's been mentioned before today. I think they've done an outstanding job of putting it together, and I've got all the confidence in the world. Mr. Frankenfield, his comment that kind of stuck with me. This is Virginia Beach Boulevard, and we need to think about it as being on Virginia Beach Boulevard and not being in the neighborhood of Thalia, even though it is at the kind of the entrance of Thalia. But this is on Virginia Beach Boulevard, and I agree. I think it fits there. And why it's not an SGA, if Mr. Frankenfield can't answer that, I don't know, and I don't really know if it makes any difference whether it's an SGA or not. So I appreciate the neighborhood and what they've had to say today, and I told somebody yesterday that I didn't know how I was going to vote on this because I wanted to hear what everybody said today, and I think I've made my mind up now that I think the project is good enough that I'm going to support it. I think it'll be a fine project in that location.
Whitney.
Anybody else?
Anybody else? Because I'm going
Go ahead.
I got something. So don't go anywhere, Whitney. You can't go to unfinished. So I've spent a lot of time on this. Matter of fact, my agenda for this application looks like I've been studying for an exam. And I've gone around and around with this, talked to Bill. And so basically, in summary, we've summarized everything. The trees are great, Billy Allman's awesome, Fincher's fabulous, they always do a great project. I never have an issue with them. It's a good use for the piece of property. I think that the existing, what's going on now, is outlived its term. And so at the end of the day, we're gonna rezone something from a B2 to a B4 mixed use. And you got 9.3 acres. Willis is gonna be torn down along with the shops on the other side. You got Aldi's that's 19,054 square feet. You got the other retails, 10,224 square feet. They're gonna add another 6,500 square feet for a total of 35,778. Now, assuming that it's all gonna be retail, we're not gonna add any restaurants. So we're gonna, give that to it. It's about 250 square feet. Divided into that gives you 143 spaces. We've got 161 units, and we revised our proffers. Is that correct, Bill?
Mm-hmm.
So we're not gonna expand it to, what was it? Where is that? We're not gonna expand it to
It was 165.
165.
Sorry, 265.
265, so we're going to stay at 261. And that gives us 143 spaces, because the first 50 get 2, and the rest of them get 1.7. So they're offering 553 spaces. They need, by code, 613. But now we're talking about shared parking. We've got 22 motorcycle spaces total that we're adding in there.
25.
25, see, my old number was 22. So we had 25 motorcycle spaces. Now, some of the pictures I saw had cars parked in the motorcycle spaces because there already isn't enough parking. We haven't factored in handicap. And I was assuming that the townhouse parking wasn't part of this, because you're adding that in, and that's not shareable parking. So on the good end of it, we're 60 spaces short. But we're playing with numbers here, and it's a math problem. At the end of the day, this is just a simple math problem. Shared parking, not shared parking. You can't share parking if you don't have enough parking, period. I can get to 82 stretching it. We don't have any reserved parking for any of the residents or the guests, although we do have decals, which is fine. And then if we add in the restaurants into the retail that they're adding into it, now we're at 100 square feet per parking space. That's another ballgame. So now you're going to add in more parking. So do we put a condition in that says that, of course, now we say we're 50. The restaurants are seating for 50, so do we add a condition in that says all restaurants that go in the future only seat 49 people? I mean, is that where we go? I love the project. I think the project's a great fit. I think it should go on Virginia Beach Boulevard. I think we need affordable housing. God knows that my oldest is getting married. She's not living with me. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just trying to figure out the numbers. We don't know how many spaces we have on the garage floor. We do know traffic eventually is going to be a problem because it's in our staff report. It says it right there. Staff does have concerns about the potential for queuing of traffic on the northbound Thalia Road in the Virginia Beach, and that it actually wants to have that addressed, but we'll do that later, which I think it should be done now before we get there. It's a math problem. I mean, either we add to the garage or we cut back on the units. At one point, where do we draw the line? Are we setting a precedent that says that there's just no such thing as a parking ordinance? Or how do we define the shared parking so that there is enough shared parking? We didn't even address the loading and unloading of Cisco. My husband's in the restaurant business, and those trucks take up an enormous amount of time, and they don't come in on clockwork, and they don't deliver food when you think they're going to at 2 o'clock in the morning, because there's many times Cisco comes rolling in right at lunchtime. So where does that truck go? We already have problems coming in and out of the parking lot. Robin said it herself. She's had a couple of near misses from slamming on her brakes. I'm not worried about the school. The school will take care of itself, and I'm not worried about the trees, and I'm not worried about the facade of the building. But, if we do this, are we just generally saying there's just no such thing as parking ordinance? What do we do? Because everybody else in town pretty much has to sort of fall into a slot, that it works. And in my mind, when I've been working on these numbers for days, I've been working on them, and now I find out there's even more. I didn't even factor in Cisco truck and all of that. I want this project to go, but I can't, in good conscience, do it with the parking the way it is. And so that's where I am with this. And unless somebody can come up with a better solution to make this building, with everything that it brings to this area, I can't go there. And that's where I stand. And I've heard everything from both sides, and I've listened hard, and I've read everything. But the numbers don't work on the parking. So, that's it. Mr. Whitney, it's all yours.
I think Mr. Redmond had a comment. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to suggest, I read in the report, I've already, 6:20, I put my iPad away.
Sorry.
I think that the study that you did said at the peak hours would be something like 494 spots required, and the ordinance says we need to have 600 and something. There might well be an issue with the parking ordinance. If we look at it, and we study it, we see even on weekends it's shy of 500, then I don't know that what's in the ordinance is necessarily etched in stone. So, I think we can look at these things creatively. Obviously, those numbers don't match. So in any event, I'm comfortable with it the way it is.
Okay.
I've got one question. How many shared use parking projects do we see? I don't remember too many. I mean, how many are, recently come before us?
When I sent Bill an email, Marina Shores came up.
Marina Shores.
That was the last big one.
That was the last big one.
Comparable to this project in terms of numbers of units and the delta, the difference between them providing or meeting the zoning requirement. They were also off by about 60-plus parking spaces.
Right, and did we have a discussion on the parking, or how did that, I can't remember what the, I don't think we had a, in-depth discussion about the Marina Shore project.
I don't think so, no.
And it's not working well.
It's not working very well.
Not Bill yet.
It's not
It's being
built.
built.
Right.
I mean, restaurants is there, but.
Yeah, it's still
the
under
parking stand is being
construction.
built.
So time will tell.
The new?
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, they're not even finished.
Yeah, it's not finished.
I think at one point we have to, look at, that's a lot of motorcycle spots. Cut them in half.
One thing you mentioned was the restaurants. And I'd forgotten about that, was that they were discussing 250 square feet, I think per parking space.
That's retail.
That's retail, right?
The 100 square
Restaurants.
feet for.
Restaurants were 100 square feet, and then you include the patio also, and this application did not include that. And there's multiple restaurants. There's, Tijuana Flats, and then there's, Pioneer, and then there's.
And if you get a great restaurant, which would be fabulous, then, but, there's a lot of what ifs, but anyway.
Madam Chair, if I may, for the,
Yes, sir.
for the parking for the restaurants, the parking calculation is based on either the size and/or the seating inside the existing restaurants. So it's my understanding that the ones at the front, and Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, those are all under the size requirement, are calculated at one space per every 250 square feet because of that's what the ordinance allows.
Because that's what the ordinance allows. So that's actually acceptable, the way that it was calculated.
Correct.
250 feet. Because I know that there was some research that had been done that stated that wasn't the case. So, okay, well, that clears that up. Thank you.
So it is 250?
Correct. It's based on the size, the number of seats, which is what Ms. Oliver.
Which is 50 or
50 or
less.
more, right.
Okay.
Or the total square footage of restaurants, I believe.
Because once it gets over that, then it's 100 square feet.
Gotcha.
Which would mean that you would have to, in order to and it's still a stretch. I mean, this is just you and I talking, it's still, to me, it's still a stretch. Then you would need a condition stating that the restaurants couldn't seat more than 49 in order to keep it at the 250 square feet. Otherwise, it goes to 100 square feet. It's a math problem.
Right. Mr. DeHaan, I mean, was that discussed at all?
So through the build-out process, we will review it based on whatever gets approved or doesn't get approved. So if this parking study gets approved by, with a planning commission recommendation and city council approval, we will say this is what your calculation is. This is what you have, this is the only uses that you can put in there because that's what you gave us to work with. So, again, they understandably, having worked with multiple developers, they don't want to hem themselves in depending on what type of clients they may get in the future. But at the same time, they are tied to the parking plan and the layout that they have provided, and we will do the calculations based on what's provided at that point.
So they'll live and die by that?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, with that being said, I'd like to make a motion to approve the application.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have any planning commissioners that need to abstain from this? Michelle, you want to?
Yes. If you're in favor of the motion, say yes, and if you're opposed, say no. And this motion is to approve the application. Mr. Alcaraz?
Yes.
Mr. Costin?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Horsley?
Yes.
Mr. Inman?
Yes.
Ms. Klein?
No.
Mr. Redmond?
Yes.
Mr. Wall?
Yes.
Mr. Weiner?
Yes.
Mrs. Oliver?
No.
By recorded vote of 8 for and 2 against, agenda item 5 is hereby recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that was the last item on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Just 1 minute, please. Let us close this. Thank you. I know it's been long. I just want to thank everybody here and everybody for coming down and attending today's long planning meeting, but it was a good one. And the recording of this meeting will be posted on the Planning Commission's webpage within 10 days. That website is dbgov.com/PC. The applications not deferred will be scheduled for a future city council meeting. Staff will let the applicants know when that will be, and those dates will be posted on the Planning Commission's webpage. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.